Uh-oh. Oh. Ow. Says you're connecting to audio.
Okay. I
Can
think
you
I'm
hear
in.
me?
I can hear you.
Yeah. This time it said your audio was connecting.
Here, let me get some earbuds.
Yep. Get in the earbuds. Oh, I like your background.
Still with me, buddy?
Yeah. You hear me?
Ooh, not working.
It's weird.
Try again.
How about now?
Why are my speakers so quiet?
Are they low? Am I coming in low?
Yeah, it's real low. It's real quiet and faint. I have to assume I did something wrong. Let's try something. Johnny, could you send the link to our Talking Over the Movies account too?
Yeah.
Could I do it through my phone?
You should be able to. There it is. Paste. Send. I just sent it. Yep. Oh yeah, I forgot.
I just come back and I just see you jamming. You guys know my secret identity now. It's my real name. I just realized that. I don't care. I really don't. I have two first name.
I was gonna say I only go by your first name, Amanda.
Are you guys gonna both be on camera? Because I am not appearance-wise ready for camera.
Oh yeah, it's no big deal.
Okay.
I'm just waiting on Clint. I think he's setting up a second camera.
Hi, Clint.
Can he hear us?
Very faintly. I think I must have jacked up my computer somehow.
Oh no. Admitting you.
I hear a slight echo. Do you hear that?
Okay, hold on.
Okay, how do I sound now?
I can hear you.
Frozen.
Is that better?
He's frozen.
I'm frozen?
Oh my god.
We should be
is this not good?
Are we recording all this?
Yes. I gotta get the outtakes.
Yes, exactly.
How about now? Is there an echo?
Very faintly, so it's just me being particular, I guess. It's fine if not.
No, I can slightly hear it. I just don't know where it's coming from.
It's just so faint. Oh god, now I can hear myself.
Now I hear you. Hold on, Clint, your iPhone, put it on mute.
Put it on mute?
Well, which one you got your microphone on?
Oh, I have two microphones on? I have two microphones on?
Yes.
Is that better?
Which one's muted?
The computer.
But then you froze. All right, hold on. All right, start talking, Clint.
What would you like me to say?
Wow, you freeze pretty quickly.
Well, that's
I
not
feel
good.
like I'm on Metal Gear Resurrections right now.
Oh, I gotta. Can anybody hear that music in the background?
I can hear
the
it.
music.
Okay. I was just wondering.
Very, very nice.
Is it loud or is it like low?
It's perfect.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Poor Shane, man.
I know. It's tough, you know.
Yeah.
I thought maybe.
How about now? Oh yeah, I can hear it still.
It's probably 100% me.
I don't think it might be me.
Oh, what a relief.
What? That's me?
Yeah,
It's usually one of us, Clint.
it's usually me. Let's be honest.
Is this how this usually goes, guys? You guys are.
You caught us. We're sorry.
Oh, stop! Don't say sorry for anything.
Well, what do you guys think? Is this going to be like a fun multimedia thing, or is this going to be boring?
I think it'd be fun. I honestly, on my Twitch, like a while back when I was building the Rex, I knew I had to build the Rex anyways. And so I was like, instead of just listening to a podcast, I'll just do it on Twitch. And like, not very many people came by, but some did, and they kept me company, you know, and it was interesting. I had fun.
I enjoyed it.
You were there?
I watched it after the fact.
Oh, fun. Yeah, it's just kind of like hanging out. You're doing it anyways, so why not talk to some people who love the same stuff? And I had Metal Gear on in the background, so it was like the whole experience. It was fun.
Kind of what we're going for.
Exactly.
Is the screen still upright, or is this completely upside down now?
It says it's being live streamed. I just got that.
Oh, does that mean we're live?
Yes.
Oh boy.
It's okay. You know, this is what we're known for, you know? Over at Metal Gear Resurrections.
Can you guys still hear me loud and clear?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
I'm having to like turn myself in pretzels to make this work the way I was thinking it might work.
I'm laughing with you, not at you, by the way.
Thank you so much.
You're the one that has to do all the work. We just sit by.
I know. Well,
Yeah.
I thought, you guys fun, talk, make it fun, keep it lively, and I'll do the real boring stuff.
It's important work. Someone has to do it.
That was my thoughts.
Exactly. Johnny, is this what Twitch is this on?
I'm looking for my link.
There we go.
As you can tell, I'm very like techno savvy from this like rig setup
Johnny, you're
here.
doing a fantastic job.
I was gonna say it's happening. Give yourself some credit.
You know, because my main thing is like I want to spread the word of the convention. That's like my main thing.
Yeah, me too.
Get it out there, get the people knowing, and get them going.
Exactly.
That's 100% the reason I'm here. I don't know if my stupid little model project can draw some money to the MGSCON. That's what I want to do. Now I'm worried about living up to the legend of it.
Yeah. The legend is in your head. The legend's whatever you want it to be.
It's true.
Let's like kind of like feel loose and like feel good and get people to like relax and chill. Talk about the things that they love.
I see it switching between you guys on your cameras. It's not switching to just my name, is it?
Yeah, right now to see your name.
Yeah, that's pretty boring. I should probably put a picture of something fun, like MGSCON related there, huh?
Gosh, I almost feel like this should be even higher.
Let's see.
Let me get something to stack this on.
Oh my gosh, that's literally me. Every time I try to record anything, I just start stacking random things on top of each other to make it work. I'm like, here's a pillow.
What Metal Gear collectible should I use for height?
I like your setup back there.
Also,
That's nice.
It's
pretty.
Oh my god.
There we go.
I looked up at the wrong
Now I finally have a
clip.
purpose for Game of Thrones. What's that?
I looked up and all I saw was your butt. And I feel like that's beneficial to Metal Gear.
You saw my butt?
Yeah. I know I'm saying, like, I looked
Don't look
up
at my
and I was
butt,
like,
man.
I looked down, I looked up, and I was like, why is Clint climbing his shelf?
It's not for you.
It's for the public.
Oh boy. That gave me a height. Now I need some weight. Back that up here and did that do anything?
Oh god, I just did something. What happened?
My screen's just permanently frozen now for my phone. Screen's just permanently frozen now.
Oh no.
It's repeating.
I'm sorry. I do not mean to laugh this much.
You keep coming back at the right moments, Amanda.
I really do. I was giving myself another profile pic here, on brand.
That's the key right there. That picture.
I'm sick of looking at these colors. I've been looking at these colors for 7 months.
I meant to ask you, where did this come from? Like, when did you start, like, the process beginning of it?
I want to say.
My phone is completely frozen.
Oh no, let's let Clint. Yeah, let's let Clint figure out his thing, and then I'll give you all the stuff, all the good.
I'm gonna say
tidbits.
the first product placement for this stream would be, the body deodorant spray that Big Boss created in Peace Walker.
Oh yeah, get that going.
Does it smell like anything?
Hang on one sec. Hey, give me 2 seconds. You
Oh,
guys
black pepper and coconut. That's what the scent is.
Beautiful.
Gonna smell
Nothing
the
goes
tropics.
better with a beer than some deodorant.
Indubitably.
Wait, did you send your link?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
I feel like it's just a little choppy, isn't it?
Yeah, you seem to be there's some sort of connection thing going on.
Damn it. I was having this issue last night. That's why I had to keep dropping out.
Let me see.
I don't know. How's my computer? Is my computer the one that looks the best?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I wonder what I can do about this.
See, this is where I get with streaming, and this is why I just give up. This is why
I'm right there with you.
People keep asking do you stream? And I'm like, no, because I always run into issues.
Let me try
constantly.
something. I'm going to try to point the laptop at the table. And then people can just look at my face on the phone that freezes. Oh. All right.
Oh my god, they're gonna make me sign into this.
What's that? Clint, you say something?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thinking.
Go on.
Still thinking. Still thinking. Huh. You know what?
Yeah. Go for it, Clint. Let me see.
Well, this is the most insane thing I've done this week.
Oh, really? I was gonna say, like, you missed like the first, like, Amanda's on here first, and I proceeded to eat my edibles.
Well,
Donna.
What do you think?
Well,
I'm so not watching right now. I'm on the internet, so this is all Johnny.
The camera for your computer is that's spot on. That's good.
It's good.
Well, now you're breaking up audio wise.
Oh my god.
Oh, there I hear you.
The last thing I want to do is put on a bad show for Amanda and MGSCON.
Hey, you know, I'm pretty sure there's times like on Mother Base where shit wasn't going right.
Hey, anything. Like, the fact you're trying, okay? That's all that matters.
Or like, you know, for instance, you stop playing the Phantom Pain for a couple of years.
I appreciate that.
And you return.
Like me.
I did that too.
All of my staff are constantly fighting. They're just beating each other up. I showed up on Mother Base and I got stabbed by one of them. I was like, what is happening? Literally, like, Big Boss got stabbed. Did that happen to you?
I was gonna say that. I saw that, and that happened to me. I stopped playing for like, I think like 2 years. Yeah. I went back on, and it's just like exactly what happened to you.
Chaos. I was like, what did I do to deserve this?
And then like it also said, like, they also said, like, oh, you also stink, and I got like hosed down.
You got stink lines coming off of you. Oh my gosh. I got back on and I was like seeing all the FOB stuff, and I was like, what is this? I had no recollection of FOB or like that I even had done anything for that. So I was so confused.
Oh wow.
I was like, wait, somebody attacked me? What's going on? I hope Donna Burke's able to come to America or happens to be in the area.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
All right.
Well,
are you good, Clint? Are you good?
Oh boy, am I good? That's a loaded question right there, buddy. This is. I wish I had a third camera so I could show you guys how crazy this is.
I'm so confused at what I'm looking at right now.
And if you want to pull the plug, just let me know.
It looks like two different camera styles right now.
I'm so
right?
It looks like there's a computer screen like upside down, like an iPad that's on the
Imagine
ceiling.
My laptop is the letter 7 or the number 7. And
yes, yeah.
Imagine my phone is just barely balanced against it.
That's exactly what I'm seeing right now. I feel like.
Well,
you were worried about like nobody's showing up. I guess right now it's a good thing if nobody's showing up, right?
That would be wonderful. Well, does this look completely stupid?
Sorry, I was not looking.
Are you guys there? Can you still hear me?
I see you on the phone view.
He looks like he's from the 90s.
Okay. Do you see what's the parts? What's going on?
Yes.
Well, okay. Okay. Maybe I'm not seeing.
Oh, a big yes. You do see what's going on?
From which camera?
Either camera.
Well, I definitely see from your computer camera.
Like, yeah, the computer camera for sure.
You just tell me what you see.
Trying to think.
Well, let me see. Where is this streaming right now so I can just see what the stream looks like.
It should be on Twitch.
I'm looking on your Twitch right now.
Oh, we can cut all this later, right?
Say that again, Clint. What?
We can cut all this stuff out later, right?
I mean, if we, the live part is going to be on there. But yeah, I can cut all that stuff out.
There we
go. That's no big deal.
Yeah, we can make a nice highlight reel of just all the craziness beforehand.
Totally do that. Okay. Well, I guess I'm officially ready.
I'm just going to put it on our chat here.
Let's see. There you are. I don't know why I was like fumbling around so long looking for your Twitter.
I'm putting it everywhere.
There we go.
Oh, it's the best part of the song.
This is really the best part.
The knife will help it look cool.
It'll make it epic. You got Donna Burke owing in the background. I really love that she's made that part.
You guys might need to share the links. I think me being able to share them is beyond.
I didn't get that.
I didn't get that either.
I think you're gonna have to, and then.
Let's see. I'm trying to figure out how I can. Well, the computer one looks great.
Yeah.
So, you're just going to be a little 90s on the iPhone.
One.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Okay, let me share this. Let me do my duty here.
Sorry about that, guys. It's the best setup I can do.
You're fine.
Johnny, don't look at my butt.
Worries.
I was going to say, Johnny's looking at your butt right now.
I'm also recording. That butt is going to be everywhere. I'll make a
boy.
I was going to say, I'm going to make a t-shirt of it and bring it to the convention. I feel like we're all talking at the same time. What happened?
A little bit.
Sounds good on my end. Speak for yourself.
Exactly. All right, let me see. My brain is like got 90 tabs open right now.
Damn.
That's how I feel. I at least have 100 model parts everywhere, and I'm not even sure I didn't spill any on the floor. If this whole setup goes south, it's not going to be good. That's okay.
Yeah, I'm just more worried about your computer being in the 7.
Mm.
Who's this little guy we got here?
Oh, my little guy?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
Oh, that's Albert Einstein. Or Dr. Petrovich, as I call him.
I was gonna say, he just needs a little white lab coat. You gotta just paint him.
I don't know. This is gonna work.
I'm seeing you doing it right now. Live and in color.
No pressure. No pressure on the gluing.
Don't get it on your fingers.
Oh my God, I keep getting distracted. And not sharing this. So Clint, are you going to talk us through what you're working on? Is it too much pressure?
Can you hear us?
He's just he's super focused.
His phone went out. So he's on his computer. I'm imagining his computer's on mute.
Oh no.
How do I? Oh no.
Maybe I should wait to tweet.
Oh wait, something just came up.
He's back.
Here he is. He's back. And actually looks slightly better now.
Guys, I'm sorry. I don't.
Did you just hear that robot?
I hate to do this completely wrong and look just terrible and amateur. Should we pull the plug? What are you thinking?
If anything, I feel like you should just keep the laptop overhead, kill the iPhone because it's giving you trouble.
Yeah.
And then we'll just hear you and you'll be like this presence as you're working. Because right now I'm looking at the iPhone. And
well, the thing is,
frozen.
I think I'm doing all of my talking and listening through the iPhone.
Yeah, is there a way for us to kill the iPhone like visually, but we can still hear him and everything?
Yeah, I can stop video on the iPhone.
Maybe that's what I'm wondering if that'll help.
Because
you're also breaking up a lot for me. I don't know if that's just me.
No, it's just iPhone.
Yeah.
Clint, talk.
I'm really worried that this might just be not working. Can you hear me?
I can hear you better.
You sound better than you did when you had the iPhone on. So, can you hear us?
Well, I can hear you guys.
Okay, this seems like this is working, right?
We might be onto something.
I was just gonna say, I think the iPhone just made it too much for internet or something.
Yeah, I think it was taken away from his. I don't know. Are we ready to go, guys?
I think so now, right? Wait, can he hear us?
Clint, can you hear us?
Oh, I am
geez.
just gluing stuff together. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, you can hear us? Cool.
Okay. I keep losing him on my end.
It cuts
audio
off in the beginning and then he like comes through clear.
Yeah, and then he's like crystal clear. That's
Yeah.
why I'm like so confused.
Oh no.
Clint, do you have your microphone?
Yeah, I'm wondering if you guys do it how
put your
you usually
headphones
do
through your
it.
microphone on your computer.
Yeah, let me
See if that works.
kill the iPhone altogether.
I'm gonna spray us down with some Axe body spray.
Yeah. Cleanse.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, there we go.
Is that better?
100,000% better.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, I can't hear anything though. You guys are super faint. Let me see if I can find some earbuds real quick.
I was gonna say you got some
and try again.
Yeah. See, we're getting there. I want to see all of his pieces together.
I've been waiting for this.
No, I mean just like them not together, but like in like just to see the amount of pieces he's got working with here. I feel like we're like commentating we're commentators.
I was gonna say live.
You're absolutely commentators.
We're like, and now
I wish it wasn't so darn faint on my side. I got my computer volume turned up all the way. What's going on?
I just gotta know, like, what glue type is he using? What brand is he going? Brand name?
Is he sponsored by them?
Or is it generic?
Are we talking glue?
Oh my! Loctite.
That thing isn't gonna budge.
That's the biggie. I think they may have been the same glue they saved Lorena Bobbitt's husband when he got his junk cut off.
What are you talking about?
Nothing.
Gosh, I wish I could hear you guys. Why is my audio so bad?
Yeah, why is your audio so low?
I was just gonna say something just went way crazy on my end, but it said my internet was bad.
I was like saying like network not stable.
Oh wait, hang on. I think I might see what's wrong.
Oh my.
Okay, I just changed my network. Now you guys are crystal.
I told everybody in my house to get the hell off the internet. No streaming tonight.
Ugh, that's the problem in my house. They're all downstairs watching fucking Disney Plus right now.
What are they watching? In my place, it's either Encanto or Turning Red.
Yep. Well, that's usually. Well, how many? You have girls, right?
One.
Can you guys still hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect. We're usually, my daughter's obsessed with Encanto, and then the Hollywood Bowl version too is so good.
Oh my god.
But they're down there, right? They're actually not on Disney Plus. What's the? I don't.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yep.
What streaming service has the bad?
Oh my god! I fixed it. Oh, thank God. That was murder. Well.
Oh, there we go.
I don't think you guys will be able to see me, but that's okay. I'm kind of camera shy anyway.
I don't buy that.
Pop in every once
totally
in a while.
am.
Really?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
I don't think you're that shy, Clint.
Thanks, buddy. I think they cut this part off.
Are you kidding me? This is comedy gold.
All right, I'm going to share this link now that we got it settled. I just messaged her today, actually.
All right, and I can text the link too.
Wait, where is this? Oh my god,
I'm sending tweets out right now.
There we go. Yeah,
so,
do that.
Johnny, I just retweet the one you sent, and we should be in shape.
Go. What did you say?
So I'm going to retweet the tweet that you just sent out 23 minutes ago, and we should be in good shape.
Yeah, that's the one. And I just did it again.
23 minutes.
I was gonna say, like, if anybody remembers, I feel like Jerry Lewis back in the day, a telethon.
Were you just drinking alcohol and loosening your bow tie?
That's right. Except I don't have a bow tie. Just got my T-shirt. And we're here to spread the word of Metal Gear Solid Convention.
That's right. Well, for legal reasons, MGSCON.
Yes.
Shit.
MGSCON.
Just try to get that down.
Memes, jeans, and snakes.
Seriously, Amanda, it's not too late if you want to pull the plug.
I was gonna say,
just give the word, and we'll say, "Oh, we're having technical issues. So sorry."
When you're feeling right, and the night is going somewhat right. I don't know.
Wait, oh my! I'm trying to Twitter while I'm watching you drink that beer and put stuff together.
Yeah. I should have made a note, like, no, MGSCon. And it's staring right in front of me, too. Makes it worse.
Here we go.
Tell me your
You got all the
secrets,
tags.
Kojima.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Remember, folks, this stream is rated M for mature.
But just barely.
Are you kidding me? There's beer, edibles, and butts.
Hey. Don't talk about my butt on the stream.
That's going on a t-shirt. And I'm going to wear it at the convention.
If I end up with a Rich Evans Dick the Birthday Boy t-shirt, I'm going to be so mad at you.
All right, let's see. Here we go. I have so much stuff to post that I haven't posted.
I was gonna say, all in all, I'm like super happy that we're doing this right now.
Yeah.
It's been a wild couple of months on my end, and I just I need to let loose and forget about everything.
Yeah, not watching Kanto.
Oh my god.
I love Encanto. What's wrong with Encanto?
I was gonna say the casita.
When you
de Madrigal.
When you watch too much Encanto, I mean, I still love it. Let's be real, it's still great, but there's such a thing as I think Encanto overload a little bit. Here we go.
I was gonna say I'm Hispanic, and there's just sometimes there's too much with the Encanto in my house.
Got great music, great story.
Gosh, according to the schematics, it looks like they cut off the top of this pipe, but I don't want to commit.
Oh my gosh.
How old is the schematics?
I don't know. 33 years old?
Yeah, where did you get those schematics from? Tell us the story.
You're talking about the ones you're looking at right now?
Yeah.
Yep.
This is from the instruction manual.
Oh, no way.
Over the last year and a half, there have been so many people who've been fantastic, who have taken their expensive collector's item merchandise and just scanned it for me in super high resolutions.
That's amazing.
It's
like that. It's like that one piece of art you saw, and you had somebody who happened to be in the area went and got some pictures of it, right?
Yes.
This community, man, I'm telling you,
they're the most wonderful people.
Something special.
Gosh, I really want to chop off the top of this pipe now. I've just made a major discovery.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to go for it.
And you made all of these yourself, correct?
All of these discoveries?
The pieces.
Oh, no.
No?
Well, let me tell you what they did. So this should be right side up for you guys, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So here's what they did. Oh, actually, I have more hang on just a minute.
Yeah.
All right, can everyone see this?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Look at that beauty.
Oh yeah. So in April 1991, they released the soundtrack, the Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, and in the liner notes inside the soundtrack, right here. Now this is all in Japanese. I can't really read any of it to you.
Wow, look at that.
But somewhere in here, you guys are familiar with Archound, right? No big deal if you're not.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, he translated these liner notes, and in the liner notes, it's a little redacted, but basically one of the production team guys and Kojima and a bunch of them were talking about the development of the game, and they specifically said that they used the Croat SF3D model kit to make a Metal Gear D. So all of these model parts I have, that's exactly where they come from. The exact same model kit that they used to kit bash Metal Gear D.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's where we're going.
Oh, that's amazing. I didn't know if you had like got them 3D printed or like all the
no.
I know it's been
Amanda,
such a
this
process.
is so much more. This is the real deal. Like,
oh, that's amazing.
This is the Japanese model kit. It's funny in these liner notes too. They say,
did we just lose Clint?
I think we lost him.
No, it was getting so good.
But I was gonna say, this is usually Metal Gear Resurrection's tradition. We usually lose him, and then he comes back.
As long as he comes back, you know.
That's the beauty of the internet right now.
I know, right?
I was gonna say, like, quick side note. Let's see. What should we talk about, Amanda?
No dead air. No dead air. There's a million things to talk about. I'm just like, I know that he's. How long do you know? Well, you guys have a close relationship. How long it's taken him to get to this point?
Oh, I think it's been longer than I known him. Like, I think it's been close to a year since I knew him.
That's it. I feel like you guys have known each other forever.
Oh, shit, maybe. Damn. Maybe it has actually. You know what? To tell you the truth, because I kind of like started the podcast and it kind of like muddled right in the beginning, and then Clint was like kind of like the first people in the beginning to kind of like put a fire under me and kind of like get it going again.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And I just been like, hey, let's do this together since then.
Yeah, because he's like very much involved in the community. I feel like with reaching out about the D and like all these people are so knowledgeable that I'm like, I don't even know like barely anything compared to these people and their vast knowledge of the series.
I was gonna say, that's how I saw him. Like, he was posting all these things about the build and talking about Metal Gear D, and I kind of like went back and forth with him on like these like funny like Photoshop like clips talking about like, you know, how massive the Metal Gear D is and all that stuff, and from then it's just like went back and forth and we started talking.
Yeah, that's awesome. I feel like that's how a lot of people got together, and like Twitter's just been such a big thing. Like, honestly, before, I keep giving Shane props where they're due, because I was just like a floating fan, and I knew my brother was a fan because I basically forced him to be a fan. He didn't have a choice. And then the one person that I worked with is a fan, and other than that, never met anybody or really found anybody online that was like as interested until like this Twitter community just came rising up, and the exclamation marks and all that, you know. So it became really cool, and I was like, wow, look at all these people that are so passionate, and they're all making their own things and keeping it alive, like your pod and Kojima Frequency, everybody, like Outer Heavens, Twitch. Like I'm just like, there was this whole community I didn't even know existed really before. It's probably been 2 years, I want to say, since the Twitter rise up, I guess. Metal Gear D.
I was gonna say, like, definitely with me, like, it started with Shane, like her like very positive like outbringing of like the community made me like, oh, I want to be a part of this. And that's where it started, and that's where like basically the ground floor with her, and then with Clint, and then from then on, like, it just started like steamrolling.
And it's awesome. And now there's just like this really great community of people, and obviously there's going to be people that are like antagonistic and stuff in every in every community.
Everywhere.
But I feel like for the most part, it's like pretty awesome, the people, you know, because so many people are like, why an MGSCon that's so niche and it's so random? But I'm like, at the same time, it's so niche and it's so like, people who care about it, you know.
Oh my god, yes.
So it's like, why not do something for us in the community? And why not? I felt like torturing myself and being a crazy person.
When did it start for you, like the thinking of it?
I've always like wished it existed, you know, because like I've been to E3s, I've been to conventions. I wouldn't say I'm like an avid convention goer. I don't go all the time or anything like that, but I was like, this would be so cool to just have an event because the movie, all that, I know people are pretty divided on that. But the movie stuff was coming up, and it was just like a lot of Metal Gear stuff was coming up, and Shane happened to have David in one of her spaces, and he was just answering people's questions. And for whatever reason in my head, I was like, what do you think about a Metal Gear convention? Like, and he was like, you guys deserve it. That'd be awesome. Like, I'm shocked it hasn't happened yet. So in my head, that was probably like a year and a half ago. And then in June of last year, I think, is when I finally was like, you know what, this is never going to happen unless some crazy person tries to make it happen. So I guess I'm going to try to be that crazy person. So.
And I was going to say, like, and bless you, Amanda, for being that person.
I don't know, man. It's good. I lay awake at night sometimes going, what am I doing with my life right now? But
that's like anybody that starts anything.
Yeah, exactly. And I've talked to, I wanted to cover all my bases before I just blindly jumped into something where, like, I obviously have never run a convention before, so I hit up some people that have ran like fan conventions of this nature, not the giant ones, the smaller ones with a more niche audience. And they were like, the first advice I'll give you is don't do it. The second is do this. So I get that now, but also it's an exciting thing. And if it doesn't happen, I'll be really bummed, but I'm also been very smart about it. So if it doesn't happen, nobody's getting screwed here. We're not doing a Fire Fest. We're not having a DashCon. So
yeah, I was gonna say, like, all those other things like gave a bad name to like Kickstarter,
Exactly. So I think that's why a lot of people, when I announced it so long ago, before I even had like anything ironed out, I knew I wanted to do a Kickstarter just from the people I'd talked to, because they'd had successful Kickstarter events, and they'd been doing them for like 10 years or something crazy at this point. And a lot of people were just like, I get it, nervous, or like, this makes no sense, or this is going to be terrible. So that's why I was like, no, I'm not going to be one of those people. So I'm going to cover my bases, be smart about it, be an adult about it, and not just, throwing stuff and people losing money on it. That's not going to happen. So that's why I wanted to do the Kickstarter, But poor Clint, what happened?
He said he'll be back like in 5 minutes. He just messaged me as everything's like blowing up on my phone.
Oh my gosh. I was literally just gonna press a new tweet, but I'm gonna hold off till he gets back here. Otherwise, it's just us two jabronis.
I was gonna say, like, how about a little background on yourself? Like, where did you get started with the series?
The what is it called? Oh my god, my mind is blanking. My origin story, my villain origin story. I feel like it's pretty common. Is my dad? I was 8, so I'm 1998 when Metal Gear happened to be coming out. I think my dad rented it, which is really weird because it's like I remember my dad renting Tomb Raider 2, and I vividly remember seeing him play it. And I was the first child, so my parents didn't want me to see anything that I wasn't supposed to see.
Oh, okay.
Here he comes. He's coming back.
The return of Clint.
I'm back.
He's back.
Snap.
And I have alcohol.
That's where he's been.
What are you drinking?
That's not where I've been.
Sure.
That was just a coping mechanism. So, how are you doing, guys?
How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I had to completely tear down my setup.
Oh no.
But that's okay. Nothing exciting happening down here. I'm just building Metal Gear D.
It's like,
who wants to see that?
The money shot.
Tell you what, guys, I'm going to work on Metal Gear D. And if we start getting some donations in, maybe I'll put the camera back on what I'm working on.
Enticing the crowd.
I hate to do that to people, I hate to do that. Do we have anybody in here right now?
I'm gonna just tweet right now. I was waiting for you to come back.
I was gonna say there's me and there's Amanda.
All
and
right.
then there's you.
We should have the money to run a convention in no time, right?
Between the three of us.
You know what?
This entertainment.
Push come to shove, I'm just gonna be like John Dillinger and get the money somehow.
Don't do that. Isn't John Dillinger disappeared?
He died outside of a movie theater.
Oh my God.
Gunned down.
Boy, rough. On Valentine's Day, no less, right?
I think you're thinking of the Valentine's Day Massacre.
Oh, you're right.
But if anybody in the chat knows what day John Dillinger died,
I'm sure someone will Wikipedia it right now and then pretend like they knew it all along and then tell us how stupid we were for not knowing.
Why is my tweet not sending? I'm so confused right now.
it's because everybody's watching it in Kanto right now. I'm telling you, in Kanto.
Damn you, internet.
And this is our usual shenanigans, right, Clint?
Oh yeah, it's usually goes this bad. It requires a lot of editing to make sound as good as this.
I fit in perfectly then, because me and streaming errors is just, we're best friends.
And then I feel like I get judged when I like release the recordings out. I'm like, ooh, is it gonna be good?
That's when you can just give it to me because I'm an editor. So I'll just edit that up real quick. Look real nice. Dude, I just wrote a whole tweet and it disappeared. I hit send and it disappeared.
Oh no.
I'm so confused. Now we're just staring at Clint's head.
You know what? I think it's Twitter because I literally just got his message again.
Oh, there's he's researching.
Tell you what, I will try to my best to do this upside down. It's only hundreds of dollars of expensive bottle kits.
Oh my gosh. No, you don't have to. You do the important stuff right.
Is it insured?
Obviously.
Insured? What are you talking about, Johnny? This is the lowest ball operation you've ever seen in your life.
Oh, right.
I wonder if you turn this upside down, those sneaky guys.
There comes the axe.
You definitely did it like this.
Oh no. It won't spray.
I thought it doesn't smell like anything.
It's supposed to smell like coconut and black pepper. That is a weird
seems like
combo.
a very strange combination.
That should be like for food, not your body. You know, but unless you're going to the beach with Kaz, maybe.
Oh, I love going to the beach with Paz.
Kaz!
I meant Paz. Let's keep in mind, Paz is over 18 years old. She was lying.
That's true. Yes, she was.
I was gonna say, yeah.
But
Was
I meant
she
to say
21?
Kaz. I can't help it. Their names are so darn similar.
Kaz and Paz. I see no. Bro, my Twitter has given up on me.
I think that's just Twitter in general.
I think I should just watch what Clint's doing and not worry about this Twitter.
There you go.
Wait, I just saw something.
When
did you send it out?
I feel like 10 minutes ago.
I just got it. It says 3
Oh my
minutes
god,
ago.
it worked. Okay. What the heck is going on?
Telling you. It's that guy who like owns Twitter now, whatever his name is.
Oh my
Tusk
gosh.
Man.
Oh my god, I gotta quote tweet this because I'm realizing why it's not showing up on my main feed is because I tagged you first.
Oh.
So it was in my
I have a bad
replies.
habit of doing that.
Yeah, that's look at me. I'm a noob.
I'm
Just do
going
some
on
exclamation
Twitch
marks.
right now. It
Are there
says,
people on Twitch? Yeah, you're supposed to be the Twitch guy.
blow your mind. Blow your minds. 116 says, I booked my flight the other day.
All right, to MGSCON.
You know what? To anybody out there who's going to be at the place, we all got to get together and get some drinks.
Well, now you're making me want to go. I want to go.
I was gonna say, like, we could just fly out there day of and take the
That's
red
not
eye.
a bad idea. Although I do have a friend to stay with there.
Lucky you.
I was gonna say there's gonna be enough people there that you gotta have somebody there, right? You know,
Oh yeah,
a friend.
I'll be okay.
I will sell my body for a bed if needed.
Yeah, well,
My
the good
friend.
thing is that's why I know this is a 1-day event because I wanted to start, like I said, let's stay smart and start small, and then we'll see in the future how it goes. Hopefully, if this happens, we'll be able to do another one in the future, and we'll be one of those crazy conventions that takes up 3 days or whatever. But starting small, I was like, Friday, we're going to do pre-registration in the foyer and everything. And so we'll do like a little MGS mingle. It's going to be July. It's going to be great weather. We're in LA. So hang out by the pool, get everybody together. You know, and then it's like there's like 3 bars at the hotel already. There's restaurants, all kinds of stuff. So I feel like if you're staying there, in the lobby's going to be enough stuff going on. Like there's going to be people to hang out with everywhere, and it's going to be pretty cool.
I want to go. I'm going to pose the question to my wife, and if she doesn't divorce me, maybe I'll get to go too.
Yeah. Well, I know you got other stuff going on, so you know.
Yeah,
And
I kind of have
know...
some. It's a very turbulent time in the life of a third-time dad.
Exactly. So.
But I want to go so bad, and I want to support so bad, and even if I can't go to MGSCON 1. What more appropriate place to bring Metal Gear D than MGSCON 2?
I know, right? We could have a whole little display. I still have those prints or the scans too. That Noel sent me, right? I think Noel.
Yeah. They're super high resolution. They should be really, really nice. I thought maybe, I don't know. I thought maybe if you wanted to go use some money to go to the poster store and have like 5 prints for like somebody that win. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. No, definitely like can use them for something. We're gonna have a program and everything, so who knows where the little D will pop up, but somewhere. Oh my gosh, these schematics are giving me anxiety just looking at them.
Oh, the ones right here?
Yes.
Oh, don't. I can scribble all over these with the marker. It's no big deal.
Oh my gosh.
This got printed out of my printer.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you have a lot.
I saw that Sharpie.
Oh yeah. I'll just kind of. This is not important.
Oh my gosh.
I wish I hadn't done that.
You're like, now that's gonna bother me. Now you gotta go print up another one.
That's okay. I'll be okay.
Let's see if I can.
Now
that we got settled, I feel like I can maybe share this. Let's see.
I was gonna say, Amanda, is there a dress code for the convention?
Well, wear clothes.
No roller skates.
Wait a minute. How are we supposed to cosplay as Fat Man?
Like one of the jokes I put on the website. I was like, I'm sorry, you cannot wear rollerblades. Sorry, Fat Man cosplayers, you can't. You wear whatever you have to be able to walk through the hotel, so you can't, you gotta still adhere to the hotel rules, but would love to see lots of cosplayers come. I'm very excited about that. I feel like that's gonna be awesome. And we're having a cosplay contest, so you gotta and I've hit up some people in the community, and a lot of people are overseas, so it's obviously difficult, but we shall see who shows up, and hopefully I'll be able to start announcing some people soon.
Nice.
I'm excited.
Slowly rolling things out because technically this event's not happening until we, fund the Kickstarter, but if it happens, these people are going to be there. So I just don't want to, I've said since the beginning, I don't want to announce anything. I can't deliver unless there's things against, what is it, acts of God or something happens and people aren't able to be there. But yeah, so that's why.
I mean, what are the odds that some giant earthquake is going to hit California and you can't have MGSCon? I don't see it happening. That doesn't seem realistic.
Have you heard of the San Andreas Fault?
Oh, right. That's the plot of Superman the movie.
We shall see.
Oh, this is the Sharpie I was looking for.
I'm going to check Twitch real quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can.
Blow your minds. 116 says shirtless with a trench coat.
No.
Oh,
I
shirtless
mean-
with trench coat. So we're doing a vamp cosplay.
I was gonna say, who is that gonna be?
I know exactly who he's gonna be.
I said I would be in a fox furry outfit.
This hotel actually does have a furry convention they do once a year.
Oh my, I'll fit right in.
So they're used
That
to
can
it.
almost overlap with MGSCON.
It might. We'd have a fun time.
All right.
I'm sure someone was dressed up as old man. Is that his name? No, the end.
The end.
Well, that was his name originally, wasn't it? In MGS2? When they
Who?
conceived him?
Who are we talking about?
Vamp?
I want to say that there were two bosses that were cut of MGS2, and I want to say one was called the Chinaman, and one was called the Old Man, and the Old Man became the End.
Interesting.
wrong.
I don't know that lore.
I'm sure Nitroid would know.
Nitroid knows everything. I was joking with him the other day that he knows more than Kojima.
He does know more than Kojima. Usually the fans do. I can't tell you the number of times that because my other great love in life is Star Trek. So whenever I watch the writers or the directors or the actors get asked any questions, they don't know anything.
Yeah.
They're like, I have no memory of that.
Oh my gosh.
You guys care about this stuff?
Hold on, we got some people helping.
We were just trying to earn a paycheck.
Let's see. Nitroid says hello.
I was just gonna say, speaking of Nitroid, I see
Hey,
him on-
Nitroid,
I see
we should
him.
invite him in.
I see Kaidantonio. I see people.
Johnny, you should invite Nitroid. What do you think? Will he come in?
I don't know. Would he?
Oh, he's wonderful. We got to get Nitroid in here.
I'm gonna send him a link real quick and see if he responds.
Nitroid, we're going to
I
send
don't
you a
want to
link.
put him
buddy.
on the spot. I don't want to put him on the spot.
Oh, he loves it.
He might be busy. Who knows?
He's not busy. He's like the rest of us. We're waiting on the next Metal Gear Solid game.
I sent him the link.
Hang on, 2 seconds.
It's awkward silence. All right, we got Outer Heaven. He says, "What's going on in here?" Oh Lord.
We're just resurrecting Metal Gear D. No big deal.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Perfectly normal thing for sane Metal Gear fans to do.
How long have you been working on this?
5 years.
Oh.
5 years.
And now I finally have glue.
That's all it took, right? It was just the glue that was holding you back.
It's hard to find.
Dude, this link didn't even link properly.
I went to the store today to buy some super glue, and they didn't exactly card me, but they did come over because I went through the self-checkout. Oh boy, I'm in trouble. Oh, that's not good.
What did you do?
Uh-oh.
No big deal. Just got a
What
little
happened?
bit of paper on my model part. Oh, and now it's stuck to my finger.
Watch as Clint glues Metal Gear D to himself.
Where does it? Oh.
We are one and the same. Oh man, that was a big chunk of flesh.
Oh my God.
It'll probably come off later.
This is what happens when you get the best glue.
I know. I wonder if this happened to those guys making Metal Gear Solid 2. Boy, that hurt.
Bro, what is happening with this link? It is not.
What did you do, Clint? Did you burn yourself?
No,
glue?
no. I'm perfectly fine. The glue is holding the blood inside.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's a good way. It's a good way to make a quick bandage.
That glue will stay with you for years.
Wait, I'm gonna have to sand that out or something. No big deal. All this stuff is gonna get spray painted, and whatever weathering stuff appears, that just adds to the texture of a model.
Ooh, we got some more people. Berserk Randy. Wish I could take time off to attend physically, but I backed regards. So I'll be there digitally if it happens.
Oh, yay. I think we spoke. Let me see. I need to check out our live stream.
Ooh, here we go. Let's see. Got more people. Yep. Kaidantonio answered. Oh, Lenny Not Dead is here.
All right, it's Lenny. I love that guy.
I've been meaning to
Lenny.
message Lenny for a while now, and I apologize.
I'm pretty sure Lenny came to my last stream that didn't go as well. Can you believe that I had a stream that didn't go as well as this guy's?
I got somebody coming in hot right now.
Got somebody coming in. Oh,
got someone coming in really hot.
Oh, hey!
Speak of the devil, he shall appear.
Speak of the devil.
Oh, he did not connect to audio.
Oh, he didn't.
He says, "Just kidding."
Can't see his face, and we can't hear him.
Oh, connecting. He's somewhere.
Oh,
there he is.
There he is.
There's the man himself.
Hello,
Nitroid.
Hi.
Hey, buddy.
Sorry, I had to get my microphone ready.
You guys have similar voices. Have you been told this before?
Nitroid and
Clint.
Well, thank you, because I think Nitroid has a nice voice. I'm sure Nitroid is probably horrified right now that you just said that.
You guys have nice voices. No
Thank
reason to
you.
be horrified. No reason.
So, what's the injury count so far?
Well, my middle finger so far.
Oh no.
That's the useful one.
But I have a scalpel, so anything could happen, guys. And I have alcohol too.
It's the perfect combination.
No
now your
one's gonna get
schematics
hurt.
have a drink ring on it.
I'm sorry that I don't have a camera and that this ridiculous image is taking up a third of the screen.
It's okay, Nitroid. But like, you're like a voice actor. Like, I associate that face with your voice. It's like when you've been watching Madagascar too long, and then suddenly you see like Chris Rock's real face, and you hear his voice to it. Seems completely wrong. Nitroid, what's up, man?
Not a lot. Real quick, that art. There's a fantastic artist. His name's Tom Waterhouse at 2dforever.com. Just really awesome guy, and he's been nice enough to let me use this and not yell at me for it.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah. I remember you telling me that story because I think I've seen that. It's 3 images, right? Where you have like young Snake, and then you're the middle image, and then he's old Snake.
Yeah, it's called Metal Gear Senile, and it's probably my favorite piece of Metal Gear art. He actually was. I asked him once if I could buy a print from him because I wanted to frame it, and he was just like, "Nah, don't worry about it." And he just sent me like the high res of it.
That is super cool.
Awesome guy.
That is super awesome.
Well, guys, we're Metal Gear people. What should we talk about? Well, I'm gluing pieces of plastic together that nobody knows what I'm doing.
For Nitroid, they said, "Quick, say something nice about Metal Gear Solid 4."
I really like the UI.
There you go. Done.
That was really
He
quick.
really likes the UI.
Next.
I think the iPod was a great idea.
I was excited when it came out. Is that something
Beautiful.
positive?
That requires an X spray.
Johnny keeps cleansing the room with the X spray. I can't.
It smells so good.
The gecko are probably one of the coolest ideas in the franchise. It's just a shame they weren't used more.
I agree.
Well, you kind of got them in a weird way in Death Stranding.
Yeah.
They had geckos in Death Stranding?
Oh my God, no, I'm thinking of.
Or no, I know what you meant. Yeah,
I
heard what
totally
you
just
meant.
flipped them in my brain.
Yeah, I know what you meant.
Okay,
though.
good. I was like, wait, gecko or not? No,
They're in Survive, which is funny.
I still have never played Survive. One of those people.
It's an okay time. It's not the worst thing ever, and it's not great.
I know. I still haven't just. It's hard for me to play games these days. So
yeah, you're a parent too, aren't you?
Yeah, I got 2. Well, one just turned 5. I usually say 2 under 5, but
oh, it's awesome.
Yeah, so it's like my gaming hours are so precious to me now. When I get them, that I'm like,
my youngest is turning 11 tomorrow.
Oh no way! Happy birthday!
He's pretty excited.
Oh,
My hair is
Survival
it's just
horrible.
getting grayer by the day.
I know
buddy.
we were just looking at pictures of my husband with my son and then our daughter, and like the difference in hair color for him, the grays have appeared.
That's funny. I thought I'd aged very well. And my wife saw a picture of me from like 4 years ago, and she's like, "Oh, you look so much younger there."
Oof.
It was devastating to hear.
I can pinpoint like the exact moment my hair started to gray, and it was after my oldest got hurt for the first time, like in a significant way. He's fine, but like
Thank
that
God.
puts the fear of God in you immediately. And that week I was like, oh, there's a gray hair. Wow. Okay. That's just going to happen to me now.
It's probably where I'm at right now.
Somehow I haven't gotten any gray hairs yet, knock on wood.
Yeah, my wife neither.
Some
It's
of
not
us
fair.
just be lucky like that, you know.
You know,
It's
I'm
okay.
not afraid to get old. You know, as I get older, all my heroes get older. And there's something very comforting about seeing my heroes with gray hair.
Exactly.
It's not so much the getting older that worries me. It's the when I stop getting older that I'm concerned about.
Well, then you'll decompose.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna try and
Nitroid,
avoid
buddy,
that one.
I guess I want to keep our Metal Gear stream on topic, but man, I've been dying to hear what you thought of the episode 3 of Picard.
Do you really want me to do this?
Uh-oh.
No.
Like, because
really.
I don't want to shoot your dog on stream, man.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh.
Like, it's fine. I mean, you're not wrong that this is the best Star Trek has had to offer in almost 2 decades, but that's also not a very high bar.
Oh, I agree. I mean, Star Trek, it's not been in a very good place since 2005. And even then, we thought it was in a weak place. But we had no idea how weak Star Trek could get. But, buddy, hang in there. I think you're going to be really surprised.
I'm not going to stop watching it, and I'll be,
All
you
right.
know, I'm keeping an open mind, but I will say that my biggest issue is that the script for these episodes, it's very like Marvel movie style dialogue. You know, it's trailer dialogue. It's not really how real people talk a lot of the time, and it's not always that way, but frequently. And you know, I understand that the characters are meant to be older and people change over time, but a lot of the characterization seems more like what fans remember the characters as rather than what they actually were.
Ooh.
You know, it's there's a term on TV tropes, and it's the only term that I can think of that's close to what I mean by that, and it's called Flanderization. Where
Flanderization, is that like named after Ned Flanders or something?
Yes, it is. Yeah, where a character might have a few quirky qualities to start with, but then over time the writers just continue to exaggerate those until those become the defining traits of the character, and now he's just like 100% Oakley dokley, and like that's not how he was originally.
Well,
and like I said, that's not quite what they're doing here, but like I don't want to fill up this stream with Star Trek talk, and I could talk for hours. So
I agree.
but that's kind of where I'm at. But I'll keep watching it, and I'll let you know.
I think you'll be surprised. I think they've clearly been doing a lot of budget saving things that you can do in a show where you film on standing sets to try to save your money for later in the season. And that's clearly what they're doing. They're filming all
Blow
the
your
sets
budget on
from
the
seasons
finale.
1 and 2. That way they can do something spectacular later on. And kind of these first 4 episodes are supposed to be kind of act 1 of a 3-act structure.
I guess.
And supposedly episode 4 is really going to be amazing.
All right, I guess I don't watch Star Trek for the spectacle.
I agree. I 100% agree with you.
Yes.
What you said earlier about with MGS2 and the other Dead Cell characters. There was okay. let me try and remember everything.
Yeah, I
'cause it's
knew
been a while.
we were like, Nitroid's gonna know everything about this.
Thank God
Yeah.
you heard that. I felt terrible. I said Nitroid. I said Chinaman on a live feed. I'm gonna get canceled.
Yeah, that'll get
if you.
you.
Don't come and save me, buddy.
I tried typing that into a chat once and it censored it.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's a real guy.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's the actual
thank
name.
God.
Yeah.
Clint, you were not making it up. It's okay.
I was worried. People are like, "Oh my God, did he just say that out loud?"
Look, that's the name. I mean, that's the name. And I mean, okay, so there's some different things going on here. There was actually a number of ideas that didn't make the cut for MGS2. Those two bosses being an example, but depending on kind of who you ask and what your source is, they still kind of made the cut because you know how in MGS2 they talk about how the unit, like Dead Cell, was devastated and some of their members were dead, and like that is arguably in reference to those two bosses. So the idea is like they weren't entirely cut, they're just deceased. But that said, those concepts did get sort of rolled over into other bosses. So like again, I know the name obviously isn't going to roll too well today, but the first boss, Chinaman, was going to sort of be like Vamp in a lot of ways, and some of the ideas for him were kind of rolled into Vamp when they cut him out. And the other one, Old Boy, was going to be this like 100-year-old soldier that trained Big Boss, and I don't think there was much information in the way of like how he would, how you would fight him or anything, but he was supposed to be essentially kind of immortal, and that sort of got rolled into the end later on. But it's like I don't think he was a sniper, but I think he was like supposed to use like old-fashioned weapons or something like that. But
sniper is such a better idea.
Oh yeah, I love the end. Yeah, I guess they mention them, if I remember right, in the digital graphic novel for MGS2, and in the comics. And I guess technically it's arguable, because it's not really, can't say for sure, but there's a shot of like Vamp cradling someone from Dead Cell when they're talking about how the unit was like going through all this tragedy, and some people say like, oh, that's one of them, but like, there's a lot of like cut material from the game. Like you were supposed to have a different support staff entirely originally, if you can believe that.
I would be curious to hear more about that, because I gotta be honest, unfortunately I haven't revisited the game since like 2002, 2003, and I wasn't part of the like noise online about the game. But at the same time too, I was having my own private reaction to it, where I was like, gosh, you know what, that was supposed to be the last Kojima Metal Gear game, and the graphics were made in high definition, and it was on the latest console, and I was already a huge fan of like Metal Gear 1, 2, and Solid, which to me was like a trilogy. And then I was like, the newest and best game just came out, and I don't get to play as Snake. And not only that, I have to play as Raiden, and his support staff is like his girlfriend, who he's
so what they were originally going to do was have it be more akin to MGS1. It was going to be even more on the nose. So like for example, there was going to be a character named Max, and she was going to sort of work like Mei Ling, handling the save data. There was another character named Doc, who he was going to sort of stand in for Naomi. And then the Colonel was going to be somewhat different, and his name was going to be Daniel Quinn. And any book readers in here who can tell me if those names sound familiar, you win 10 points.
Go ahead and say those names again, because I wasn't really thinking along those lines.
Okay, so Daniel Quinn is the big one. But then there was Max, and I can't remember if Doc was also one of them.
Daniel Quinn.
Yeah.
That makes
Daniel
me want to
Quinn
think
is
of like a Dan Quaid or Douglas Quaid or...
So I've actually got a copy of this right beside me, oddly enough. But Paul Auster wrote a collection of 3 short stories called the New York Trilogy. The first of which is called City of Glass. And these names are character names from the book. In fact, Peter Stillman is a character from the New York Trilogy. It's a great read. It's sort of this metafictional sort of thing where it's sort of playing with the relationship between reader, author, and the subject of the story. And there's like this constant moving forward and backward through the fourth wall. So it's got a lot of that MGS2 sort of weirdness to it, and it inspired a lot of the later segments of the game. And so that sort of like uncertainty about reality is a big part of the book, and it's a good read if you can get a copy of it.
I would like that very much.
But yeah, those names were I'm not sure about Doc, but I know Max and Peter Stillman and Daniel Quinn were pulled directly from the book. It's a good book.
Check out the book,
but yeah,
people.
there was a. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no! I was just waiting for. Please continue. I could just listen to Nitroid talk all day.
Well, I don't want to monopolize your stream. This is about MGSCon and you building
believe
the
me, buddy.
model and everything.
We have nothing scripted here. we were hoping people would jump in with us and talk.
I tried to kind of tell people about it, so I'm hoping that gets people interested. I am curious, like, how long do you think the build is going to take? I'm assuming you're not going to finish it tonight, but.
Oh yeah. I'm not going to finish it tonight, but I'm going to see what I can't get done and show it to the audience here, and hopefully I can make some good progress. What I think is, because you guys know that the head of Metal Gear D is it's sculpted out of like modeling clay.
Right. Yeah, you did tell me that once. So you sort of have to take. You can't really scan it exactly. You just sort of have to work it out from photos.
I'm gonna have to just try to sculpt it and get it as close as I can. But it's got a lot of model parts embedded in it, and that's the front of the model. Now, most of the pictures that we have are of the front of the model. We don't really have any pictures of the back of the model, but just as luck would have it, most of the parts in the back of the model are model parts. There's not much unique sculpting. So I think I'm going to very accurately be able to make the back of the model very quickly. And it's going to be pretty exciting to see, because we haven't really gotten a good look at it in 3D.
With the part that you have to sculpt, are there enough photos available that you could throw them into a 3D modeling application as references and then just sort of whittle it down and sort of, work out the general shape and then 3D print it?
That thought occurred to me, and I floated that thought to a few different people, and I would still like to try to pursue it. But there's also the part of me that thinks, okay, I really want to try to make this exactly the way they did.
Okay, I guess here's the thing. You don't have to use the 3D printed part, but at the very least, you could get an exact reference that way.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I want to pursue both routes. One where, and I'm not a bad sculptor. I'm okay. It's been a long time, but I was pretty good. And I could also pursue the route of going, look, here's every photo I ever had on Metal Gear D. A lot of them are such small resolution. Some of them are very enormous resolution. And hopefully, if someone out there is up to the challenge, I don't know if Vapor Pod would be willing to help me out or something. But ultimately, whatever we put together, it would have to be put together in such a way that on the back side of it, the negative space would be for the actual Croat head that I could shove up underneath it and glue it onto the Croat head, which adds another layer of complication to the whole thing.
The kit parts that you're using to build this, how many of these are still commercially available?
Quite a bit. Like I told you, Nitroid, I'm using all original SF3D model kits. They're called MA.K now, and they've been called that since they started going back into production in 1997. The SF3D is purely from 1984 and 1985.
So these would have been the exact boxes that were purchased because they're time period specific.
Yeah. I bought them in the shrink wrap and opened them for the first time and breathed that delicious 1980s air from Japan. That's was
honestly really phenomenal that you were able to get them.
Oh yeah, it was intoxicating. And but people can still get it. Like you can go online right now and probably get a Croat model kit. I think they're almost called Custer now.
Huh.
Kuster.
Are there any kits? Sorry, go ahead and finish.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, you could go online and buy one right now. But the thing is, I feel very compelled to go back to the original model kits and identify every single piece that we can identify by looking at the original model kits, by looking at the photos that we do have of Metal Gear D, and just deductive reasoning.
That is honestly, from a historical standpoint, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
I was asking about the kits out of curiosity, because if there's someone who wants to replicate this themselves, are they going to be able to? Are the kits still being made? Like, obviously they're not going to be it's going to be difficult to do what you're doing because you're going for, total accuracy here. But if somebody just wanted to get the parts, like the modern equivalents of these pieces, are they all still available?
They absolutely could. So like right now, here, let me grab something real quick.
Yeah.
If I've got it handy, which I might not.
I think your stream is like either, I don't know if it's me or, oh, I know what the issue is. I'm watching the stream, but I'm hearing you through Zoom, so there's an audio delay.
Sorry about that, buddy.
It's like, wait a minute, was something wrong with Twitch? No, I'm just stupid.
So you got to think about it like this. Like, so this model kit part comes from a negative mold.
Yeah.
And they pour plastic into a negative mold, and it dries and cools, and then suddenly they have this model kit part. Well, they're using those same molds. When they resumed production in 1997, the model parts are identical. They're not close, they're identical. We're talking they use the same molds, and they're probably still using the same molds.
Is it
today.
All of them? So, or are there parts that you could only get from those old kits?
There are parts that you can only get from these old kits. Now, not the Croat. I verified that you can actually buy the 1997 MA.K Croat model kit, and you can probably buy even newer ones than that. Like I said, they're still producing the Croat now, but they've added a bunch of parts to it. I don't know if they've subtracted any. These are things that we're going to have to verify over time, but it all starts with square one, which I'm kind of doing right now. But you're absolutely right, Nitroid. There's one model kit, I can't even pronounce it, the name of what it's called. But these metal tubes are only on the 1984 version of the model kit. When you try to get the 1997 version of the model kit, suddenly these tubes are split in half and they're plastic. And they're not hollow.
So there's not much that you wouldn't be able to get if you wanted to at least approximate this very closely.
You're absolutely right. I mean, you could go to the hardware store and get a copper tube that's exactly this length, and it would be perfectly sufficient. You don't need to track down the original model kits. As for the other plastic model kits, as best as I can tell, you could buy newer versions of them and still get the exact same parts that are made from the very same type of plastic that were poured in the very same molds, and still get the same end result that I'm getting. But I'm just going the extra step because I'm doing the research of, well, I better get my hands on the version of the model kit that they had access to back in the day, because I'm also looking at stuff like decals. Because when you buy newer versions of the model kit, suddenly the decals change.
Were the decals from the old kits used in the build that Konami made?
Yeah, some of the decals that I've identified, they're actually on the real Metal Gear D model, but they can only be found on the 1984 and 1985 SF3D model kits. So there's all kinds of little things like that.
Wow.
Yeah. But that aside, I think people could get darn close with more recent model kits from that very same line of models.
I kind of wonder... there's probably never going to be an official Metal Gear D model kit, is there?
No.
Given how this was made. I mean, I'm honestly surprised there's a Rex model kit, considering they used a lot of the same sort of approaches to building it. Not as much, but
here's the difference with Rex. So Shinkawa, we know that he built his reference model for Rex using a lot of these parts. In fact, I actually have some of them sitting over there because by pure chance, while I was trying to identify Metal Gear D model parts, I would run across model parts. It's like, well, this definitely isn't on D, but I'd look at it and go, you know what? I think I recognize this from the wireframe model of Rex. The one where you got the black background and the green wireframe model, and there's like pictures of it online. I was able to identify model parts that were used from this SF3D model kits, but the difference is that once they punched that into the computer, and I think Nitroid, you told me that they did that for the very early marketing cinematics.
Yeah, originally Metal Gear Solid was going to have full motion video. It wasn't going to use the in-game engine for the cutscenes.
But then they changed their mind on that, and they also modified the wireframe model of Metal Gear Rex.
Yeah, it was originally like a barrel cannon on its arm.
Own.
Yeah.
Suddenly some of those recognizable shapes kind of disappear. So that's why it doesn't surprise me that there's Rex model kits. I think they really made it their own. Whereas with these, it's like 80% Croat and then 19% other SF3D model kits.
Yeah, so it would have to go through a total, like an almost total redesign to make it work. And Shinkawa has done some, at least two or so sketches of Metal Gear D in his style, but they're still pretty similar.
And that's the thing though, too, like as fans, like I think like if we're gonna get a 3D model of Metal Gear D, we kind of want it to be that 3D model that reference model that we've been looking at for the past 33 years and been filled with mystery and wonder and awe about what is that? Where does it come from? How did they possibly make that? And we just didn't know. And I didn't know up until 2017 when suddenly I ran across a post on a message board by Nick Darrington where he's like, you know what? He's like, I kind of recognize this, the spotlight right here. I don't know how well you guys can see that.
That's what he recognized.
Yeah, that iconic spotlight that's on Metal Gear D. He kind of recognized it from this line of model kits, and he did a little bit of research and said, you know what? I think they use the Croats, and that's about as far as he got. I've talked to him, and I said, hey, man, we should compare notes sometime. And he said, oh, no, dude, like I've been following what you're doing. You're blowing way past what you've figured out.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Could I deviate real quick just to answer something that somebody said in the chat? There's Cosmic Time Lord 13 said one of the things that got cut that always caught my attention was when Solidus dies at Federal Hall, Raiden would cut the flag from the pole down and it would drape over Solidus's corpse. And that is true. But interestingly, the data for that flag is still in the game. It's just disabled.
What do you mean by disabled? Are you able to access it when you mod?
Yeah, you can. You can't get it to work in the cutscene, but you can. It's viewable if you know where to look. The flag's there, the animation data's there. It's there. So I've got a screenshot of it somewhere. I have to dig it up.
How are we doing in the stream, guys? Do we have some people watching?
We got
Johnny
people.
and Amanda, you guys have gone silent.
We got people. Amanda, where are you?
Sorry, I was doing food stuff, and then I came back and I was like, oh, this is interesting conversation. I'm not gonna say anything. And I'm also trying to figure out how to put to host this on my stream, but I suck at Twitch, and so I'm trying to figure that out still. I did the host thing and then paste in the thing, but it's not working, so I don't know. It's fine. Ignore me. Continue.
Well, guys, for those of you tuning in, I just wanted to say, like, the whole reason we're here is to support Amanda. You know, it's Amanda Lemon, guys. Like, she's hosting the Metal Gear Con for us. So, like, please, if you're watching the stream, if you're not completely bored by looking at a little green table in front of me with a few random model parts on it, please consider like going to the Twitter account at MGSCON. And the very top post that's pinned, it's a link to the Kickstarter so that we can actually have this MGSCon. And please check it out and donate. That's what we're trying to accomplish here, is just kind of raise a little money. But I talked to Amanda and Johnny, and I said, you know what? This stupid model kit that I'm building, I mean, I don't know. Maybe we could just use it to kind of draw some attention to the MGSCON, which is way more important.
It's not stupid at all. It's awesome. And it's honestly like so impressive that you've put this together and you've done all the research and you've gotten all the rare stuff and everything that you've done for it. It's been awesome. So I'm happy that you're helping promote the event and getting people together, and because it's basically all about community. So what you're doing is awesome and I appreciate it.
Well, that's why we're here. Thanks so much, Amanda. Thanks for the opportunity to just let us participate in some way.
Of course. I'm so excited. Anytime anybody hits me up with a message or just a tweet or whatever, I always get excited. I'm like, this is so awesome. That I'm happy that people are excited about it, because there was a big chance that only like 3 people I knew were going to be excited about it. So the fact that it's even getting any traction and anybody's interested and anybody's, getting their tickets and stuff, I'm excited every time. So
it's really awesome. In Los Angeles, there's so much to do there. I'm considering flying in. Nitroid, I would imagine you'll be there for certain, right?
That is the plan, unless something bad happens. I will be there.
And Johnny, of course, you're going to be there, man, right?
Oh yeah, I'm there day one, folks.
He's just gonna live there now.
It is just the one day. I don't know if you knew that, but it's going to be a great day, and I cannot wait to meet you guys if I get the opportunity.
Yeah, I'm super excited. And it's also like, a lot of people are like, well, it's just for one day. And like, I totally understand that. But I'm also kind of like trying to frame it as, Friday will be pre-registration. We are going to do like a little MGS mingle by the pool to get to know people, see people beforehand. Like, I know DRK's going to be there with Outer Heaven, and his people are going to lose it to be able to meet him and talk to him. And so I think it's going to be super fun on Friday. I'm going to probably be running around with my head cut off, but I know everyone else is going to have a lot of fun on Friday. There's lots of food, drinks, and fun things to do in the hotel. And then obviously Saturday will be MGSCon. We'll be busy all day doing that. But then also I'm thinking, there's nothing official yet, but for Sunday, maybe doing some fun stuff. It's not super far from the beach, so we could literally like do a peace walk or like beach scene if cosplayers are
that
down.
Would be so cool.
So we've been joking around about that, but having all these people, in LA, and if you don't want to do anything else, you can go to Nintendo World that just opened. You can go to Disneyland's only like an hour and a half away. You go to Venice. There's so many different things to do in LA. So
I know exactly what I'm going to do if I have free time.
What are you going to do?
Well, here's the thing, guys. So UCLA is in LA, right? I mean, LA?
Yep.
So at the library of UCLA, they have this amazing archive of movie-related stuff. And one of the things they have is they have a VHS tape that's the work print of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. And it has all of the deleted scenes and all of the deleted lines and all the alternate scenes. And I have to get this thing and make a copy of it.
You're going to infiltrate and scan
I'm going to infiltrate.
Stuff.
And Nitroid, you should come with me, buddy. Actually, Johnny, you come with me too.
I will be there.
I found the picture of the flag. I'm trying to... I don't know how to share this. I don't know what I'm doing with Zoom. It says I can share my screen, but that it'll stop other participants' computer sound.
If you want to get crazy, you could put it as your profile picture.
That could work.
Oh.
That crazy, buddy.
That's a little workaround. I don't know.
How do I do that?
I hope people are enjoying the stream.
Clint,
I've been telling Johnny and Amanda this entire time. I'm like, I'm afraid people are just worried they're gonna feel like, oh gosh, I'm watching glue dry. This is so boring.
If you weren't giving any of the background to it and you were just sitting here and you were just like, oh, I don't know, I'm gluing some stuff together, yeah, maybe people would be like, okay, what the heck is this? But your knowledge alone on it is like, come on, you got to give yourself some credit here.
Well, I thought it was special, and that's part of the reason I joined Twitter about a year and a half ago. I said, you know what? First of all, I need help. There are people out there that have books and know things, and I need the community's help. And secondly, too, I thought this was something that, as a Metal Gear fan myself, I just thought this was something that was like super interesting. and I thought other people might find it interesting too.
Did that work?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there it is.
I can see it.
Oh, is that it draped over him on that bottom left?
It's so from what I understand, this is multiple frames of the animation all overlaid. It's all sort of broken.
That makes sense. You have multiple points on the XY axis across multiple frames of animation, all thrown together. And when plugged into the game, the flag would be flapping.
You know, I'm just realizing I made a dumb joke. God, nobody in the chat's going to care about this, but Metal Gear D, you will.
I care. I care.
I made a really dumb Star Trek / Metal Gear joke once.
I
ages
cannot
ago,
wait.
and nobody got it. But I get the feeling like you would really appreciate it, and so now I'm going to have to find it.
Clint's
for it,
literally
buddy.
taking a sip of his beer. He's getting
Oh, yeah.
ready for this.
You can tell it's my beer because it has my name on it. I don't know if you can see.
all I got is a Dr. Pepper over here. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, nice cheers mug. I should go get a beer.
Nitroid, thanks for joining us, man.
Yeah, I hope I'm not overstaying my welcome. If you
No,
want to
no,
shoot,
not at all,
please.
dude. If you want to stay
Shush.
till closing time, please do.
Shush, this is awesome. I
When's
was
last
really
call?
happy the other day when Shane did her spaces and there was quite a few people in there, and I was like, hey, this is like the old times, you know? Like, it's been a while since like everybody's gotten together and kind of talked, and it was really fun.
Shane is so much fun to talk to.
She
I
really
love her
is.
so much.
She is. She's great. Honestly, I was telling them earlier that I was like, if it wasn't for Shane and the Twitter that started, Twitterdom, I don't know, Twitter community, I was like, I don't know if we'd be here today. So it's exciting.
Okay, where in the heck is this stupid video?
Well, guys, I have multiple pieces glued together.
Sweet. And on that note, Axe body spray.
Johnny, step away from the Axe body spray.
Why do I feel like there's a picture of a Snake from Peace Walker spraying Axe body spray on himself? No. He has an Axe body spray t-shirt on.
I got some of the Axe body spray in my beer and it actually tastes pretty good.
Peace Walker
Oh,
is,
it's going to
is the
taste
most,
way better now.
Peace Walker is the most gamer video game ever. You can literally drink Mountain Dew, eat Doritos, and wear Axe body spray.
I'm surprised they don't have Monster in the game.
No, that I mean, you just you give him a few years, right? Like he got around to it. Just I wonder what the big brand crossover will be for Death Stranding 2. Like how where do we go
Monster.
from Monster Energy?
Yeah.
You gonna have Bang?
Oh my gosh.
Well, I tell you what, it won't be real world guns. That's for certain.
Yeah.
I'm so excited for that. Oh my gosh. I'm nervous. I'm very nervous, actually, I should say.
I found the video.
Oh, here it
Give me a
is.
second. I don't know how I can even.
Durex died. Oh god, there's dead air.
Uh-oh. What happened?
Sorry.
I'm still here, guys.
No, it's okay.
Me and Johnny have been hanging out, just chilling so long. We were like, wait a second, we're supposed to keep talking through this.
I was gonna say, Amanda, like you were saying about your origin story real quick, you were 8 years
Wait,
old.
Amanda
right?
has an origin story?
Yes.
Yeah, a villain origin story.
Mm-hmm.
Please continue.
No, while you were gone, me and him were just kind of talking, and he was just asking me how I got into the series.
How did you get in this series? I want to hear this story, and so do all the people out there.
I don't know, just about me.
Oh, sure. I mean, You're the one. You're Neo from the Matrix.
Oh my God,
you're
don't
Sarah
tell me that.
Connor from the Terminator.
I literally just got a
You're
Trinity
Ellen Ripley
tattoo.
from Alien. You're Jamie Lee Curtis from Halloween H2O. Like
You're that thing from that other movie I saw.
Yes.
Come on, you're hosting MGSCon. Tell us how you got into it.
Not to, just real quick. Here you go, Metal Gear D. It's the link in the chat.
I'm on it.
Oh
I'm very sorry.
Oh no,
is this the O'Brien one?
No.
Oh boy, you're not making fun of my beloved Star Trek Picard season 3, are you?
No, this was back from like a year ago.
Hang on now. I don't see anything in the chat.
In the Twitch chat.
Oh.
Where should I put it?
Yeah.
Does Zoom have a chat? I don't know how this thing works. This is all alien technology
there's
to me.
a chat. There should be like a little chat button.
Okay, there you go.
Button.
There, I just
All
put it in the thing. There we go.
Ooh. Amanda, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, Nitroid, I remember when you first posted this, man.
Oh, you did see it. Okay, good.
Yeah.
This was like the dumbest thing.
It says Amanda, I have somebody who bought Boss Tier and an add-on. Are they able to add on a badge for a second person? How would the
Let
priority
me see.
seating work in that situation? It's on Twitch.
Yeah, let me just look at it on Twitch so I know exactly. I have like 70. I'm not even joking about the 70 tabs open in my brain. There's 70 tabs open in my real life too.
Ooh.
I believe it.
I'm just trying to add his oh my God,
I gotta say,
forget it.
Clint, I'm loving that shirt you're wearing tonight.
Somehow it just felt right.
Mm-hmm.
I could see Big Boss and Zanzibar land dressed just like this. Or at least Petrovich.
Okay.
I guess you guys know him as Madnar. I know him as Petrovich.
Oh wait, I clicked out of the tab. Sorry, can you read that again for me?
Yep.
It's
I
like
have.
missing.
If I were to buy Boss
There we go.
Tier and an add-on badge for a second person, how would the priority seating work in that situation?
Boss.
Hey
tiers
guys, we got
already
another
sold out.
donor.
Sweet.
Hey,
Nice.
if anybody
did?
out there is in the chat and you donated, thank you so much, man. That's what we're trying to accomplish here, is just make sure that we get a MGSCon and maybe we'll do a few more live streams with more interesting things than this. Like maybe Nitroid could do something.
Let's see. I want to see. Oh yeah, I see that.
Wait, what?
Neat.
Oh,
Nitroid, you should do a modding one.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to. We were talking about doing, something to help promote the convention. Just a sort of a matter of figuring out what and when. And
This needs to happen, guys. This is for all of us. And if Amanda can get this thing off the ground, we can have an MGSCon 2 next year, or if 3. It can get bigger every year. We can have more days. We can have more celebrity voice actors show up. I have so many questions I want to ask David Hayter. Not that he's been confirmed to be there. Just saying.
Thank you
I
for
wanna
that
talk to David
disclaimer.
Hayter.
subtle.
I don't know anything. I'm nobody. I just said, hey, Amanda, can I build my model kit and promote the show?
I'm gonna go get a
Sure.
beer. I will be right back.
All
Do
right,
so.
buddy. Join us.
everybody
Maybe
get a
two.
beer.
Hey,
Oh,
Johnny, read us a
God.
passage, man, of Justin Harley and the tribe of little monkeys in the tree.
Wait, hang on. I gotta answer that person's question. My
Yes,
Twitch
please.
chat is not working. It's not upload.
Johnny, can you find the passage where he takes his fists and punches a concrete wall and knocks it down with his knuckles?
I'm gonna do the first page immediately.
We just got a new backer. The last one was 20 or 35 minutes ago. Is our
All right.
yes.
People, thank you so much.
So thank you to Nate B.
Nate B,
also,
are
I
you
need
in the
to
chat,
do-
buddy?
I want to do a huge shout out for Lenny.
Mhm.
Lenny Not Dead did
Yes.
a big donation, and he didn't even claim a single reward. And so that is just crazy. And I was like, I'm gonna send you something, dude. So
Lenny.
thank you to
I
Lenny for
love
that.
Lenny.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
just
Time to put the
amazing.
headphones
Well,
on.
I
hey,
was gonna say.
I've said
Hello.
anybody could jump in the chat if they donate. Lenny, do you want to hop in with us?
I was gonna say, Lenny.
We're kind of just making this up by the seat of our pants.
I have a funny idea, but I don't know if it'll work.
Nitroid, I like your ideas, man. You should go for it. What do you got in mind?
Okay, I think I can hijack my camera. Here.
Oh my god.
Hold on.
Let's see. From the
He's
Metal Gear
entering the
book,
Matrix.
Reveal yourself.
I have a game hint. You need.
Does it tell you how to get through the fucking jungle?
No, you need the rocket launcher to defeat Arnold.
Why is the book upside down?
That's the game hint. It's upside down.
I think you need to get your glasses.
Well, then how are you supposed to read it?
Upside down. Okay. Well, of course you need a rocket launcher to defeat Arnold. That makes perfect sense. He's Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Two of them.
Two of them. They're twins.
You guys, I could win a Nintendo Game Boy compact video game.
I would say to them, "You want ice cream cone?" And both of them say yes. I'm glad you got that because that was a deep cut. Like a grand total of 2 people are going to get that reference.
I'm sorry, my brain is like half on another planet. I'm texting somebody right now. Sorry, I missed whatever that was.
It's okay.
It's right over my head, whatever it was saying. I'm sorry, that's right.
Nice. Keep it up. Okay, can I use OBS virtual camera? That is not what I meant to do. What the fuck?
I don't know how you
I like it, honestly. I like it.
That is not what why is it masking? Stop it!
Guys, Nitroid's having technical issues. It's not a big deal, but I want to tell everybody, as small as this is right here,
there we go.
I'm probably most excited about this because, and here's why. Because unlike the pelvis, which you can find on any Croat model, and there's thousands of them all across the world, there's only 2 model kits in the entire planet that have this configuration, and that's the thing in my hand and the real Metal Gear D.
Oh my gosh. So don't mess up that piece.
Don't mess up that piece. This is pretty cool.
I was shocked when I put the Rex together, how many tiny pieces go together and then disappear on top of another piece.
I've got Rexy up there somewhere.
I see it. Yep, that's the one I got.
The light's kind of shining on it, but it's up there.
Can I make this like widescreen?
Why is Naked Snake T-posing? What's happening right
Okay,
now?
this is going to be really funny when I fix it. Hold on.
I want him to key your face out again. That was
that was like there we go.
There you go. There you go.
You can blur.
Now he's on every background.
Hold on. Can I? Is this controller even working or not? Probably not. I don't know what's going on.
Johnny, good job with the mixtape, man.
I put it together.
I have a request.
Yeah.
You probably don't have this on the tracks, but could you play from Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, Kim Wilde, We're the Kids in America?
I can get it.
I would
Careful,
play that
some of these
over
things
and
might
over
get
again as
you-
it blew things up and killed people. I loved it so much.
What is Twitch's policy on
I
like
was gonna say I don't know about the
licensed
big
music
ones.
these days?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I would be careful. I don't want
I
you
was gonna
guys-
say the we just have to keep talking over it, whatever it is.
Exactly.
No
Every time
dead
we
air.
Nobody can sample this music.
Every time we stream the Game Awards or something and Jeff plays some licensed track, we're always like blah 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 blah.
Yeah, you just start going. Da, 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 da.
You know what?
Everything.
If Twitch pulls this down and my secrets go to the grave with me, I'll be okay with that.
Okay, I gotta fix this. Hold on.
The important thing is that you donate today. I'm talking to you.
I'm talking to everybody here.
Clint,
Clint's
how
talking
much
to
do
everybody.
how much should I pay you for this? Because you are a great you're the you are a great
I don't want
host.
to. I'm not doing this to soak up any money. That's not why I'm doing this. I'm doing this because Amanda's an amazing person. I'm a huge fan of her YouTube channel. I love watching her videos. She's such a sweet and nice person. I love what she's trying to do for the community. And if I can take my little like man cave model kit project and like put it out there for you guys to enjoy and to help Amanda raise money so that MGSCON can happen, I'm no hero.
You're way
I'm
too
a hermit.
kind. Thank you. You're way too kind. Well, I know you got a lot of stuff going on in your life, so you know, I appreciate it.
I got a lot of stuff going on in my life, so it's a nice distraction. I appreciate the opportunity.
Yes, yes. Lenny, are we yelling at yet? Lenny? I can't
Where's
see
Lenny?
Chat.
Lenny's the hero. Lenny's the hero.
DRK's over here. He's keeping us up on things.
I sent Lenny through his DM.
Darn it.
To get on here. Like, come on, man. Get in
Lenny.
this.
Get up in this.
Where are you, Lenny?
Join us, buddy. Actually, if I remember correctly, I think Lenny is a way better modeler than I ever was. I have a sad story to tell.
Oh God.
What?
Okay.
Sad story.
I've had exactly 2 model kits in my life. Well, other than all these SF3D model kits, include those as one. And there was a model kit I had when I was 9 years old. When I was 9 years old, my best friend was named Jeff. And for my birthday, he bought me this model kit. It was like a B-52 bomber from World War II. Super cool model kit, but I wasn't a modeler. My older brother and my dad, they made model kits all the time. They made like stealth fighters and all kinds of things like that, dinosaurs. I never got into modeling. But my friend Jeff bought me this model kit, and I kind of set it on the shelf, and I was kind of intimidated to try to put it together. And my friend Jeff, one day he was crossing the street to get the mail for his grandparents, and he got hit by a car. And he died 3 days later in 1994 when we were only 9 years old. And it was real devastating for me. And, you know, as kind of a tribute to Jeff, I pulled down the model kit and I started trying to put it together. Never put a model kit together in my life. You know, when you have like a 2 sides to a fuselage to like an airplane and you try to like glue them together, it's so hard to get them to line up properly. And I was 9 years old, and I tried my hardest to make that airplane the coolest I could possibly make it. And it turned out like garbage. It was just, it sucked. Like, I was not built to glue model kits together. And I'm surprised I'm doing as well as I'm doing right now, because this is my second attempt at a model kit since then.
That's still an awesome story, man. I'm so sorry about that.
It's okay. You know, things happen. And he was my best friend all throughout elementary school from probably age 5 to age 9. And when you're that young, 4 years feels like an eternity. That's half your life.
Yeah.
And it took me a long time to get over, but you know what? Here we are. I mean, I'm a guy in my 30s, and I have the most amazing friends that I've met through Twitter. 3 of them on the chat right now, and Lenny, you out there too, and everyone else that's listening right now. And here I am making a model kit for you guys.
Rock on.
Thank you, Twit. Or should I call you Metal Gear D? I always wonder.
I don't know.
Yeah, I get hung up on that one too.
I'm always like, I see the name, and then I'm like, but he's Metal Gear D, and everyone knows him as Metal Gear D. So I'm like, I know.
It throws me off because I'm like, okay, they know me as Metal Gear D, but that was never my intention. My intention was just here's the Twitter page for the project, and it's the Metal Gear D model project. But now, like, that's become my profile. That's become kind of my identity, and people call me Model D. So yeah, it's fine. You can call me Model D if you want.
You're gonna have to make a whole suit, you know, and show up at MGSCON in a Metal Gear D suit.
I would love that. That'd be a lot of fun. But we got to figure out what it looks like in 3D first.
That's true. Then you can
And that's what I'm trying to accomplish right now, is to make sure everything that I glue together, I know for a fact is 100% correct. And we're going to get to a certain point where I have all these giant pieces in my hand that I know are 100% correct. And I'm going to go, well, how do they fit together logically? And when I get to that point, I'll let you guys know. And then we'll try to figure out how the pieces fit together based on the few photos that we have.
How many pieces do you have total?
Oh, God. It's There's definitely 100 tiny little pieces in front of me.
Got it.
Like here.
I only saw the little part, you know, that you were sharing earlier. So I was like, I wonder how much is just, oh my, yeah.
You probably can't see it, but on the tip of my finger is like a little.
Oh no!
No.
Oh no!
It'll be okay, guys.
We've lost the microscopic piece.
I'm gonna have to throw the whole project away.
Now it's.
You better freaking not.
I shouldn't have asked that question. It's all.
Oh, I got it.
Okay, good. Thank God.
Some of these pieces are so tiny that if they get lost, they're just gone.
Yeah. I felt that with the Rex model. I was like, I would be holding the piece and I'm like, this is going to blow off of my finger right now and it's going to be gone forever.
Not only do I love it that you streamed building the Rex model, what I loved especially was that once you were done, David Hayter took time out of his busy day to threaten destroying the model that you just built.
Honestly, it took me so long to put that together because I was also trying to stream it because I was like, oh, this will be fun and like have a conversation. But then I kept forgetting what I was doing because I would like look. So I just kept doing the same things. I'm like, wait, what was I doing again? So I finally, at one point, I was like, I just got to build the rest off camera and then I'll just make like a fun little video, like a beauty shot video of it. And that's when he commented on it. I was like, yes, it's amazing.
Right there with you, buddy.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome. He's like, all that work.
I feel like when I finish building this, like fans will be excited and they'll tweet at David Hayter. Oh, David, did you see what that guy did?
100%.
And David will log into Twitter and take a look at it and go, what the fuck is that?
I hope he does a video of just that for you. That would be awesome.
I don't recognize that. I never blew that up.
Oh, and it ends on that snake eater right there.
So good.
Yeah, I love I love this version of the song.
So beautiful. Well, I've been sliding into everybody's DMs, so we'll see who will appear on that.
All right.
We will see.
Nitroid, how you guys doing over on the Kojima frequency?
Not too bad. We kind of had to put tonight's off. Just plans didn't align, but things are going well. I'm not sure what to say. I'm sorry.
Well,
I don't really.
You
It's
guys
going
are
good.
busy. You guys are always doing great stuff. I was just telling Fingers I was gonna go through your playlist and see all the guests you've had on, and just keep spreading the word and talking to people and seeing content creator panel, trying to get some other people on. And you guys are doing a lot of cool stuff.
Yeah, it's just we got to make sure everybody can make the trip.
Yeah, it's a whole thing, especially Apache's literally on the other side of the globe, so
yeah,
I get it. There's so many people I've reached out to and I'm just like, is there any chance you're gonna be in LA, even on the West Coast? Like, there's so many people and they're just like, there's no way it's happening. But that's why we're talking about the possibility of getting it streaming, and letting people feel like they can be there in that way, because there are a lot of the people are like, I can't get a visa, like it's not gonna happen. So
Apache might be on the other side of the world, but he's definitely on Eastern Standard Time. I know that for a fact.
Yeah. The tweets.
That dude is up till like 3 a.m. his time, and then he goes to work. Just so he can entertain us.
He just throws those tweets out and then walks away and goes about his day. It's great. All right, I haven't looked at the Twitch in a minute.
This is driving me crazy.
Second ep when D money 250. Oh, and then for that person that asked that question earlier, how the boss tier is sold out. I've had people be like, "What? Why is it sold out?" And I had to put a limit because we can only have a certain amount in the front row for the panel, so that's why. But there are definitely some add-ons. And people worried about like getting merch and stuff like that. We're gonna have options available, so don't worry too much about that stuff. How does the panel priority work if I get the snake or boss tier? So the boss, you can't get the boss tier anymore, unfortunately, unless you already got it. The snake tier is going to be the second and third rows. So because the room we have is a pretty giant room, and theater, the panel theater area is going to be like a separate, they basically have room separators. So we're going to do that room separator, and it can seat up to 400 people if we want. That's obviously wishful thinking, but that'd be awesome if we had 400 people at this event to sit down in the theater. But that's why I just wanted to set the tiers, so that people can have those priority seatings, because I can't say priority seating and you're like in the 6th row or something. So logistically, that's why I had to set the boss tier at that.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
You know what? It'd be nice to see 400 people turn out. I mean, it's going to happen in LA. That's one of the 10 biggest cities in the country, if not one of the top 3. I think the turnout could be fantastic. But even if it's a little light this year, no big deal. You know, put the chairs in a circle, and
and I feel like a lot, like you were saying earlier, a lot of people just want to meet their friends, you know, and so it's like,
I would love to meet you guys.
Yeah, it's just there's so many people that have like known each other for so many years. I mean, not even me. I don't even have this experience myself, because I just like in the last 2 years have found the Metal Gear community online. But there's people that have known each other for 10 years, you know, and have had close relationships and never met each other online. So
Nitroid, you've been a part of it for a very long time, haven't you? Since going back to the 90s.
Yeah, a little too long. I am old.
Oh, buddy, I was there with you. I didn't have a handle
only on
or
the
anything,
Twitter.
but I was around.
I've only been on the Twitter for 2 years. I'm just gonna say that I've been around for a while.
Yeah,
with loving the series at least.
That's my story.
Yeah, exactly.
I was visiting Metal Gear fan sites like in 1999, 2000, looking up like all the information for like Metal Gear Solid 2 and looking at the trailer online over and over again. I was probably on all those websites that Nitroid was on. I just hadn't made a name for myself. I was always just very quiet, and Metal Gear was always kind of my private meditative thing. I'd buy this single player game and have this very single player experience that was just, I thought it was the most amazing story. Now I know that there's Metal Gear Online, but I never logged into it. I wasn't sure that Metal Gear's mechanics would work well for multiplayer, so I never even gave it a chance. The thrill that I got out of Metal Gear was like hiding in a cardboard box in plain sight. But I've heard through the grapevine and through Nitroid that I really missed out, because apparently Metal Gear Online is fantastic.
It is a blast, but if you play it today, play it with friends. The hardcore community will just eat you up and spit you out.
Man, I remember right after launch for MGS4 and then right after launch for MGS5, I would try to go play and I would just get so destroyed even then. So I can't even imagine. It'd be like walking into a landmine if I came on today. There's no way.
That's why I don't play things online. My buddies in college, they were Xbox fans and they always wanted to play Halo, and I'd jump on. I was okay at Halo, but the moment you go online to play Halo, it's just the most miserable experience imaginable. I never really thought being online and playing video games was a thing for me, but you know, that's Nitroid. That's not a bad idea. Do you think we could do some kind of a Metal Gear Online thing over the next 17 days?
Maybe. I've wanted to for a while. I've wanted to get something set up for a while. Sorry. I don't mean to sound like I'm ignoring you. I'm not. I'm looking at like a bunch of settings and I'm trying to talk while I'm reading.
You guys,
I'm also
the game hint from the Book of Metal Gear. Avoid surveillance cameras by staying next to the walls.
Nice.
That's imperative.
It is imperative.
You know, that's a good point. In the original game, Nitroid, you'll probably be more up to speed on this than me. I seem to recall on the Metal Gear for the Nintendo, you could actually stand against the opposite side wall that a camera was on. And as the camera was moving back and forth, if you just hugged the wall, and I almost thought of it as being in the shadows, the camera wouldn't see you. But that doesn't seem to work on the MSX version of the game when I've been playing it recently.
Yeah, it was inconsistent on the NES version as well. It works on some, but not on others. And I don't Works a little better on. I could have swore you could do it in the MSX just with limited success. I don't think it was an intentional behavior though. I think it was just sort of a side effect of old janky video game code. You know.
What did we got Naked Snake doing over here?
Okay, I'm gonna show you something funny once I figure out how to fix this crap.
I'm just like all of a sudden I look up and I'm like, he's just standing there menacingly.
Yeah, it'll be worth it once I figure out how to stretch the screen here. It's not gonna let me do it. Darn it. Okay.
Oh, sorry, it's axe time.
That's right.
Clint / Metal Gear Tease looks very in focus. Oh, he's gone. And just like that, he's gone.
Oh God.
How do I stretch this?
Oh, because Nitroid's moving stuff around. Okay, I see what's happening.
Never.
Wait, what did I do?
Moment.
No,
did I mess something up?
No, it was just in Zoom. I don't know about how the stream works.
Okay. I was hoping I didn't break something.
You ruined the whole stream.
Darn it.
Done.
I was
It's
gonna say,
crashing.
what?
Oh. My dinner is here, so I'm going to just watch whatever Nitroid's doing. So if I'm quiet, I'm munching on food.
I promise it'll be worth it. I just have to get the darn thing to do what I want it to.
What are you playing right now?
It's running. I was going to show you some of the
What
weirdness.
are you on?
PCSX2, just emulated.
Okay, I see.
But it's an older build because I'll explain in a minute. I promise it's worth it. It's just this stupid thing doesn't want to play. Nice, and I'm trying to get it to stretch to the screen, but it doesn't want to. Okay, you know what?
Berserk is trying to Berserk. Randy's trying to help you out. Shift control clicking while resizing the source.
Shift control. Yeah, it's not letting me like change the proportion. Like I don't want to.
Tim.
I want to force the incorrect proportions, incorrect aspect ratio.
Hang on, I gotta yell at my kid really quick.
Been there. No, I'm just gonna force widescreen in settings, which I hate to do, but screw it.
Ooh, this music. Oh,
That's
there
a little
goes.
better. Yeah,
There
that's
goes.
better at least. I can live with that.
There you go.
Okay. I'll live with that. I'll live with that. Okay. So that is working. We don't really need sound for this, but that is working. Okay. So for funsies, I've been keeping in touch with the Metal Gear Solid modding community and learning some fun, goofy, stupid little tricks. And I will show you a couple. One thing is I've got control over the camera system now. So I can change the distance from Snake, for example. So I'm gonna affect that. Now, if you ever wanted to get a
Oh, dang.
sort of a zoom view, you've got it.
That's pretty cool.
Where is Twitch at? I have so many freaking windows open right now. I don't know what's going on.
Story of my life. My daughter.
There we go. So you can see some funny stuff this way. So let's
Oh, stuff we're not supposed to see, perhaps?
yeah. I mean, it's nothing super secret. It's just like you can see where the game starts to break. So like right now I've got the camera set to twice the distance that it normally is. I'm going to crank it up to 3.
Oh, dang, that looks crazy.
It's kind of neat to play it like this. Kind of makes you feel like you're playing a retro game.
I was going to say, it's almost like overhead camera business.
So let's crank it up to 5.
So cute. Oh my gosh.
So not quite game breaking yet, but we're getting there. So we're at 5. Let's take it to 10.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Still not breaking.
I was gonna say it still looks fine though. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, this is about the limit. We're gonna go to 15. And
Yep, there it goes.
But funny enough, it works in reverse too. So we're back to 1, which is
Oh my
sort
gosh,
of a standard camera.
It looks so close now. After going
Right?
from that, it looks like almost too close. I would have thought that was zoomed in.
So a funny thing happens if you set it to 0. Because in order to really zoom in, you have to go into like -1. But if you set it to 0, this happens.
Just T-poses immediately. But he's still bouncing. Oh my gosh, that looks so funny. Whoa. What are his arms doing? Have you made a video about this?
Yeah. Oh not that I've posted anywhere.
I was gonna say, how have I never seen this before? Oh my god.
This is the new form of CQC.
What happens if you go like near enemies with this?
Oh, it doesn't affect them, but like the game will still work. The game still thinks everything's fine. It's just the animation.
Look hilarious though, with him just like flapping his arms like all in their face.
I mean, it carries over everywhere, even to if you fall off the cliff.
Oh my gosh. Hang on one second. I'll be right back.
Huh. That's interesting. It's not doing what it should. Oh, that's right. That's right. It's not negative numbers. I have to put in, it's a float, so I got to put in like 0.5. And there's your crouch walk. 0.1. He's trying out for a part in Dead Space.
Oh my god, what is happening? Why are his arms backwards now? Terrified.
Let's go to 0.8. Ah, that was wrong.
Like crab people.
A little bit. Let me find something different. What else do I got? Got to keep my save states ready, because when I'm messing with this stuff, it is very easy to just have everything blow up on you. Let's try camera height. Yeah, this one's fun. This one's just literally the height of the camera. So if I set it to 20.
Oh my gosh.
You can look around.
It's beautiful.
It really is. There's a lot of really cool scenery that you can see this way that you wouldn't otherwise. Or I could do this and set it to 0.5. Actually, let's just set it to 0. And you get to see more of Snake than you ever wanted to.
I was gonna say, I'm sure there's some fangirls out there that won't mind that angle.
Now, what's really fun is when you mess with the gravity. Fix the camera real quick. Come on. There we go. I just realized the sound as the game is probably not going through, right?
No.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let me save state here.
It's coming back.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hey guys, thanks for waiting on me.
You're back.
Okay, gravity is set to 25 right now. Let's set it to 15.
Ooh. What do we have here?
Now, the funny thing about this is that the lower the number, the faster he falls. So that was a 15. Set it to a 1.
What's it normally set to by default?
25. But these are sort of arbitrary values. It doesn't really correlate to anything in the real world as far as I know. But right now, gravity is set to just about maximum.
Ooh.
All right, guys, we got some coming in. We got somebody coming in hot.
I cannot wait to find out.
Let's put him on the moon.
Can you jump that high?
Yeah, weirdly enough.
Cool.
Okay, gravity is now half.
I like that.
Let's set it to 200.
How close are you to the Bridge of Sorrow?
Not too far, but there's a kill box under that bridge.
Oh, darn it.
What happened?
Someone's gonna make that into like a dance gif or something. Looks like he's dancing. He's like at the club, he's feeling it, he's vibing.
The higher you go with this, the more he's gonna float up.
Love it.
All right, so right now it's set to 400. Let's set it to 1,000.
Looks like Naked Snake just said it's naked snaking time, and he
I swear to
naked
God,
snakes all
Kaiden,
over
I swear
Selena
to God.
He's like, I just came here just to do that.
Completely worth it.
Welcome to the party, pal.
5,000.
Thank you. I just pledged because obviously I have to make that quota before I can actually join. I don't know, Amanda, should you tell him here because it's a pretty closed off social space we're having for the night?
We're doing that bad, huh?
Yeah, I just realized
So few people care about the secrets of Metal Gear D.
In my head,
You're not building.
I was like, everybody knows, but yeah, you should do the honors if you want. Up to you.
Well, since we only have 14 people here, and Amanda just accepted me as a member of the Artist Alley. Should this event come to pass, ideally it should, so I just pledged I got the Ocelot badge.
Yay!
Awesome.
Thank you. Well, yeah, in my head, I'm like, if this happens, don't worry, we'll figure that out with the table thing. But
I trust you. I trust
yeah,
you.
exactly. Yeah.
Have the best judgment in this situation. You're in charge of this. You have all the experience necessary.
All good. I'm so excited. I can't wait to see what you're cooking up.
I don't know. Should I show it now? Because Nitroid's here. I'm sure it'll trigger him even more.
Yeah,
Yes.
he told me. I told him. What is it? A handful of days ago that you were in, but He was like, I'm cooking up something. I don't know. And I'm like, I want to see what it is.
Yeah, I don't care. I might as well spoil it now because for all we know, we don't know what's gonna come out of this. And
Right.
why is Naked Snake wearing a mech suit of himself?
We're all talking. Nitroid's just over here doing whatever the hell he's doing.
Just breaking the game.
Nitroid is having a out of body experience right now.
Let's see, is this working? I don't know how much this is working because I'm on a potato
wow.
laptop.
Ooh.
I don't
it
know
looks
how much I can afford to.
awesome.
What have we here?
I love this.
I don't know. What do we have here, Nitroid?
I don't know. I don't recognize it.
I have a theory. I'm gonna say Jared Leto as Vamp.
This will be my introduction to the artisphere.
I'm
just gonna draw what I know best.
I love it.
And the Morbius 1-year anniversary is coming up anyway. April 1st. They chose the perfect date for it.
Now, is this the 1-year anniversary of the actual release, or is this the 1-year anniversary of the re-release?
Oh, the original first release.
Oh,
Actually. Let's see. Might as well just keep doing a little work for tonight, and tomorrow I'm just gonna figure out how to do all the shading. This is Paint Tool Sci, this art program. It's I don't really like it for painting. I notice all the paintings that are done in Paint Tool Sci on tutorials and on image searches, they all look pretty much the same, just very pastelish colors, whereas all the paintings I see from Photoshop, they have a much wider variety of stuff going on. But I also have Photoshop anyway, so I can always experiment with that. And I can always export this as a Photoshop file, complete with all the layers. This is very handy.
You have my complete attention right now.
Just me geeking out over all
Clint's
the
gonna
little art
glue
stuff.
something to the top of his finger right now.
Oh, shoot.
Nitroid's over here breaking the game. Johnny's drinking beer.
Mhm.
I'm eating
I am-
Mexican food.
Good
And I'm
choice.
honestly loving this. I feel like we should do this like a lot.
This is fun. Let's just do this regularly.
Like I love the spaces, but there's something fun about like seeing what everybody's doing on the camera. Especially
That
on
was the
Nitroid.
idea.
Oh crap!
Oh, what happened?
I
What
fell through
happened?
the world.
He's gone.
The
Time
man
paradox.
who sold the world.
Time paradox.
I've got the equivalent of no clip set up right now.
Oh boy. I thought I screwed something up, but I didn't. Oh, wait. Hang on.
I was gonna say, you guys, I got in the game hint for Metal Gear. To get through the maze, go left 2 screens.
I hate that maze.
Go through.
Well, that
Honestly,
game's
I don't
in-
know. I don't know
in the
how
Worlds of
anybody
Power.
beat those games.
Metal Gear.
Like I still don't
You
understand how
bought the
people figured it
manual.
out. What if you couldn't and there was no one around that had the manual? You were just like punching walls for the rest of your
Yeah,
life?
you just
Mhm.
live with the shame,
Ugh.
and then in 6 months you buy another game. You've saved up $60.
Imagine what that if you told that kid now that there'd be games for $70. Just the base-
$70.
the
I mean,
base
there were
game.
games for $70 back then.
Really?
Yeah.
Like on what kind of like please explain.
Like, okay, well, let me find an old ad. Give me a sec.
For a single game?
Yeah.
You just blew my
Yeah.
mind right now. Oh yeah, you're working on that bullet hole.
Yeah, I'm thinking of when the whole thing is done, I'll put it through Photoshop. I'll divide the two faces, the two halves with a lightning bolt. Obviously, everyone would know what the lightning bolt represents.
Vulcan.
Here, take a look. Take a look at that link.
Uh-huh. What is this going on here?
Oh, what?
Yep.
No
Oh, there's a
way.
chat function here.
Yeah, but that wasn't the 80s though,
$149.99.
at least. So
Yeah.
there's
So
that.
look at the
But-
price of the console.
Whoa.
But that's so crazy. Oh, Toys
Mhm.
R Us, rip.
Yeah.
That makes me so sad.
I cannot remember any game that was $60 when I was a kid.
Yeah, that's so crazy.
Wait, I remember several. I feel.
I guess I wasn't buying very many games back then, so that makes sense as to why it seems I wouldn't know how much everything was. Like my
But I-
first game, I saved up my Toys R Us money that I got for my birthday and bought. I'm sorry, my first game I bought was Tomb Raider 2. It wasn't a Metal Gear game, but
Most
I
of
had
the,
the
most
demo
of the
to that.
most of the games I got were used, so obviously I was never gonna find anything at this, and I never had an N64.
yeah, and we would rent stuff. That was like definitely a thing, you know. Go to the local shop. It wasn't even like a Blockbuster. It was just like a local gaming place.
I think
Rent
the
some
most
games.
expensive game I ever got was Crash Bash back then.
Oh,
Maybe
Crash Bandicoot.
$45. Yeah.
I
was
feel
a
like that
party
didn't
game.
work out as the mascot to PlayStation like they were hoping.
Oh, I loved him.
I loved. I was just gonna say I loved him.
Now what do we have as a mascot for PlayStation? We have
Solid Snake.
guys.
Kratos, I guess, and then
6
Ellie and
foot tall
Joel.
Kratos. We just
and-
have people.
Yeah,
It's just
exactly.
people now.
Astrobot.
Yeah, I guess
I-
Astrobot is kind of the Sony
I
mascot now,
love
isn't it?
him. My son was like obsessed. Like I almost had an Astrobot birthday for him because like Astro's Playroom because he had so much fun with it. Like I really enjoyed that. That was such a fun game. I want them to do something else like that again. All the little Easter eggs, like the pyramid head, like killed me.
Yeah.
It just was so smart the way they did everything.
Oh, awkward silence. Here we go. Game Hint. You can often defeat the shotgunner by hitting him 10 times.
Oh, I get it now. So like anytime there's an awkward silence or just dead air, you
Yeah.
read from the book.
Yep. He's
That's
like
funny.
dead air, manual time.
Johnny,
Honestly,
the
I love
only
it.
tip that matters is how you get through the maze. Have you found how you get through the mazes? There's two
I should
of
let
them.
you guys know though,
Mhm.
Kaiden, you might want to switch your stream over to your camera rather than sharing your desktop, because when you do that on Twitch, that's the only thing anybody can see.
Camera? Might as well just
Yeah, I had to use like an OBS virtual camera, but when it's set up like this, nobody can see anything else.
give me a moment.
At least I don't think so. Is that the case, or
I was gonna say I'm in here living in the Zoom, so I don't even know what's happening.
Yeah,
it
exactly.
pops us up? It pops us up in the corner when we talk.
Ah,
Oh,
I
right.
see.
It does. I just saw it.
Yeah. Whereas if you set it up as a camera, it should tile them.
Oh, like the gallery version, the
Yeah.
view. Yeah, makes
All
sense.
right. So let's see. Gallery.
I'm just walking through walls and trees.
I was gonna say I think it's super fun, like seeing just what Nitro just sprinting through something right now as Clint's like working so hard and like precise gluing going on, and Johnny's
Guys,
got
this
the
is super
book.
exciting. I know it doesn't seem super exciting, but I'm super excited right now.
You've got to be all this work, 5 years.
This is the grand culmination of 5 years of hard work, and I'm realizing, oh my God, this is attainable.
That's super. It's really
Hey.
exciting.
Sokolov's not in here.
Sokolov
yes.
sucks. Now, Granny, he had some ideas.
He's
Granny
outside
Vorky?
doing Hadoukens.
Legs. So what I'm working on
See.
right now.
I'm gonna hide in here and wait for him.
What's going on here? So I have to share my web
Let's see. Did that help
cam or something?
for the Twitch
There we go.
people?
I
Twitch
think it'll
people?
switch based on who's talking. Yeah, I went into Sokolov's room before you're supposed to, and he's not
Gonna
there.
Show off stuff anyway.
So where
don't
is
know how
he?
Zoom
What
works.
is what is he doing? Does he just magically pop in there then?
Well,
How does this work?
the cutscenes and the gameplay are handled very differently a lot of the time. So when the cutscene starts, it'll spawn the models that it needs.
That makes sense.
But right now, there's nobody in here, and I can just do whatever.
This stuff still blows my mind. Like it's so cool. I remember being a kid and I was like, I want to help make video games. Have no technical know-how at all as to how this even exists and how it works still, but it's still like I just feel like a kid again when I see like the game breaking stuff. Like I love looking at those out of bounds videos on YouTube, like
We can do that.
the PT one where they like figured out that she was like on your back the entire time. Like I love that stuff so much.
Oops.
Oh yeah. When I was in the first grade, I said, you know what? I want to design video games for a living, and I'll figure out how to do that kind of stuff later. And it never happened.
Well, what's so funny is like my son who just turned 5, someone's like, well, what do you want to be when you're older? And he's like, I want to play video games because he's super into Mario, which is funny because I was never a Nintendo kid growing up. So I'm like, you're your father's child. I was Sega and PlayStation. Who are you? But and so he's like, I want to play games for, when I grow up. And I was like, you can't argue with that now. Like back in our day, it was like, get a life, get a job. That's never
He
gonna
could be a
happen.
Twitch streamer. He could start right now, and by the time he's 18 years old, I mean, he could be earning money through it.
Exactly. I'm like, man, I should record him play Mario Odyssey. That kid can like do this triple jump
My son
thing.
just started playing Mario Odyssey 2 days ago. He loves it.
Obsessed. Yeah, careful. It's a slippery slope.
Is
His
it,
whole room is Mario now.
Is it 2-player or is player 2 just the hat?
It's just the hat. So that's the thing.
I knew it. My son was trying to convince me, and I said, I don't want to be the hat.
Yeah,
You
there's
want to
like
see something weird?
there's
Yes.
like mods and stuff where you can actually play with another person, but those are mods. So, but yes, we want to see.
This is the virtuous mission, and I have no idea what's going to happen if I do this.
Out of bounds, huh?
Uh-oh. Is it? Oh, you're getting the loading.
Nothing.
Oh, I was gonna say you're getting the loading.
Yeah,
bars.
it tried. It
Yeah.
tried to do something there.
Oh my gosh.
They
that's
blocked
so
it
cool.
off.
Well, if you wanted
Did
to see
they
an area you've never seen before, here you go.
Do they plan on blocking
You
it
can't get
off?
to that area right now that you're in?
Ah! Oh no, I
Kai,
saved.
know
No,
your
don't save
camera's
it!
on you, right? Just making sure.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Kai,
Yeah, you're not supposed to go there.
you know your camera's on you, right? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here.
Okay,
Someone
that's
said
fine.
that.
I just wanted
do
to
you have
make sure.
OBS?
Just wanted to make sure.
Do you have OBS?
No, I'm using Zoom on browser.
No, I'm saying if you have OBS installed, you can create a scene that shows your drawing screen and then turn on OBS virtual camera and it'll show up in Zoom as a camera device. And that's one way of getting around the desktop streaming.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I'm not
Well, I'm
on
not used to
camera
Zoom
tonight.
anyway.
I look like crap and I'm shoving my face with Mexican food, like I said. So
That's cool.
you
That's
guys
okay.
you aren't
That's
missing
okay.
anything, I promise.
Amanda, what are you eating?
I got huevos rancheros, even though it's 9 o'clock here. I'm eating huevos rancheros in bed right now.
Nice.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Huevos, is that eggs?
Yes.
Mhm,
That's so.
mhm.
I'm learning.
Yes, there you go. Oh, axe,
wonder.
axe time. Johnny, sits over here. Johnny, you got to give me the recording of this so I can just edit this into like a just chaotic edit because it'd be so fun.
Yeah,
Please
I
do.
will.
Yeah.
I'm in Mexico right now, so I don't have access to my desktop. I can't do this at max power, but I can make do with the potato laptop. I mean, that's how most people do
Where are you
it
at in
anyway.
Mexico?
Should I say it here? Or... Oh, why not? It's Oaxaca State. Nice touristy destination, southwest area of Mexico, so to speak.
Okay. So we're talking on the main part of Mexico, right? Not the Baja Peninsula?
No, it's like southwest, inner country, connected to the coast, but most of it isn't. Most of it is just inner Mexico.
Let's see.
Oh, it got quiet. Let's see.
PlayStation 2.
Game hint.
That's why I don't think I can afford to turn on OBS on this potato laptop as it
Let's
is.
see. Be sure to knock out all the guards before you enter the heat panels. Eat your rashes midway through. That's a game hint for Metal Gear.
What are you reading anyway?
World
The
of
Worlds
Power.
of Power Nintendo novel.
Oh
That's
God, I
right.
haven't seen that in ages. I used to have that.
Why is it so they don't want to give you the hit unless you flip it upside down?
Yeah, I don't understand it either. It's like this is how it looks normally.
Interesting. They're
And
like,
that's
well,
like-
if
They don't
you
wanna spoil
don't, if you
anything.
don't want the hint, then don't look at it. I see. It makes sense. If you want to go in blind, I guess. But then why are you reading the manual? Or
They
the
had
book?
that novel at my middle school library, and I rented it all the time. But back then, we didn't even have Metal Gear Solid. We almost did.
I remember renting the Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark.
Oh, I
Yes,
hate
with the
that
weird,
book.
like, gross covers.
Those
and,
were
the
so
disgusting
gnarly. Those are like the
monsters.
only thing I got from the library. It's like some
No, it's
weird
still
unlocked memory.
Still
You were one of the
creeps
cool
people
kids.
out.
Oh, really? I was one of the terrified kids, which is so funny because like I remember watching like family friends play Silent Hill or like Resident Evil, and I would just be looking through my fingers because I was like, I can't handle this. And then it was like all through like high school, I didn't watch scary movies. I didn't play horror movies or horror games. And then it was like once I got into college, I was like, F this, man, let's just try this out. And I like fell in love.
It's a lot of fun once you unlock that part of your brain.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, right?
Mhm.
Like I was so anti all of that. And then all of a sudden I'm like, hell yeah.
You know what it's like for a kid to want to play Silent Hill when they're about 8 to 10 years old? Because that was me. I was that kid. Thanks to my neighbors. They were
That is
older than me. They had a
terrifying. You're so
PS1,
little.
they had an N64. And then that scene in the intro to Silent Hill with the crucified body. Oh my God, what is this? This is not good. This is not normal. No, there are monsters.
I just did like a story, one of my story of videos I just do sporadically. And I wanted to start the Silent Hill series. So watching all that stuff again and like going deep into like the lore, I was like, I had like a nightmare, honestly, one night from it. I was like, Silent Hill still does something to me that no other series does, or it just still freaks me out to this day.
It's a very creepy imagery.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, man. The soundtrack alone is just haunting.
You know, I don't like the soundtrack in the central part of town where I think it's still foggy and there are no monsters, but there's this droning alarm, not an alarm, just a constant alerting sound. It's like saying, oh my God, the thing is coming right now. It's coming to get you. It's coming to get you. It's coming right now. And there's nothing there. Nothing.
Yeah,
Absolutely
just
nothing
it just
to get you.
raises your blood pressure for no reason
Yeah.
constantly.
Silent
That
Hill's more about the
music.
anticipation than the scares.
That music attacks you personally.
Or that sound like right before you go into the God, now I'm blanking. The shop. What is that little shop down the stairs?
Oh, the
Um,
Green Lion antique shop.
Yes, the antique
The-
shop. Yep. that
hidden altar
sound when
behind.
you like walk in through the front door. There's just like, it's just like, oh my God, it's torture. I just still remember that so vividly.
All right, here's a fun thing. I think I don't know, is this still showing up? Yeah, you're yeah, okay. I don't know if the camera's showing.
I can see it.
Let's see. Here we go.
Johnny's doing something.
I'm clicking buttons.
This is not super secret, but I'm gonna bet a number of people haven't seen it. But this is the MGS3 debug menu.
Let's have a look. See.
So I'm gonna set it to very easy, just so we can screw around. Item full. You can set languages and you can pick where you want to start. So in this case, I'm going to pick. Okay, stage select, and I don't remember which is which. Let's try this one. 211. Let's try 211A. 3. I think that's the EVA escort. Oh, nope, that's the end of the EVA escort, but that's okay. Oh, darn it. Okay, that's not what I wanted. And I died.
And you died.
Ocelot's just standing there like, what the hell?
Like, I'm just leaving the plane.
Honestly, though, him just jumping off of that thing and like somersaulting into the water will never not make me laugh. Also, it's like he's like a rock skimming across the water. Like, it's always so funny to me every time.
Shh.
Okay, I gotta try that again. That did not work. Okay, because I'm gonna try and show you something really cool.
Let's see.
How's that model coming?
Yeah, we don't really see the model. You gotta get that up.
Sorry, guys.
It's just him looking stressed. Just
most of the past
so
5 years.
stressed.
All right, we looked at 211A. Let's do 201A, and I think 201A is the boss fight. Yep, there we go. Yeah, that's okay. I don't want to fight you right now. Okay, let's turn off turbo.
You just immediately get slammed down.
Okay, hold on. I gotta see if I can pull this off. Okay, that's where we came
your
from.
One eye. I forgot about that. I haven't played MGS3 in so long. So sad.
It's been a while.
Okay, I'm probably gonna die, but that'll be okay. Let me pick a camo that won't get me killed.
You don't have your weapons?
Well, I don't want to fight her. I want to no clip out of here. Yeah, I've got all the weapons. It's just I don't want to use them right now. Let me get around that. I don't think stealth works on her, if I remember right. But heck, let's find out.
I was gonna say, I think she like flips you every time you try to do something like that. It's been a long time though. I could be wrong.
There we go. Yeah, it's at 95. But that should be okay. All right, I'm gonna turn off my no clip for a second because I'm gonna do some manual nonsense here. And I don't want to go flying through the ground. So we're gonna set that off. Save state. Oh yeah, she found me.
Go get her,
way.
Nitroid.
I don't want to fight you. Okay. Player position is the one we want. So that's going to be over here. There we go. And I'm going to save state just in case.
No, I don't want to fight you, boss. Boss, please, please
Okay,
don't do this,
so-
boss. I love you, boss.
Let's see if I've got this right. There we go. Okay. Okay, this is going to be a little weird. I'll just equip that. Okay, so let's set this to 2000. This is going to look weird, and we're going to set this to over here. Nope, wrong way. Okay, so let's do
The way he's
that.
just
Wrong
seeping
way.
into the floor.
I'm going to set that to negative 20,000. Okay, let's do negative 30,000. And I don't know where I am.
I think you're in the afterlife, buddy.
Yeah, just about. Okay,
Should
let's
end up in
do
the back
20,000 height. There we go. Now we're moving. And we're gonna. He was right here.
Damn. He's just floating up there. Oh my god.
Have I seen this before?
He's gone. Okay, that should do it, I think. Okay, so if I get rid of that. Oh, no, no, no. Darn it.
You clipped out too far from reality.
Oh, God, this is going to suck. Okay, hold on.
You will never reach the truth.
And on that
There we
note,
go.
watch out for the pitfalls between the wood crates. Another game in for Metal Gear.
Negative 40,000. And that broke.
Johnny, you should just start tweeting random Metal Gear hints from now on. Just nobody asked, but just let everybody know.
But make sure to include the link to the Kickstarter.
Mhm.
I'm gonna start doing that tomorrow. No joke.
It's a real shame the subreddit couldn't care less about this.
Yeah, somebody asked me the other day, they're like, have you tried posting it on Reddit? And I was like, they're a bunch of haters, so it's okay.
Yeah, they're not exactly
God.
on our side, I guess.
What did they
I
do?
used to be one of them.
Like I've posted it probably 3 different occasions now, sporadically throughout the last year that I've been doing this, but the last one, someone's like first comment was like, this definitely won't flop. And like there's always just somebody like, this sounds
That's
lame.
real nice.
Yeah,
Don't
so
you
I'm
just love
like,
how the internet brings us all together?
yeah. That's why
Oh,
it's so
yeah, I could do-
interesting
I
about
could
the
donate.
differences between
I could donate
Twitter
like
and
$5
stuff.
to this. I could donate $5 to this. I might not get it back if it turns out to be a good con, or if it doesn't work, or I'll get my $5 back if it doesn't work. Well, I'm not gonna donate anyway. Ha 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 ha. I'm so much better than other people. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, it's a little odd. Like I mean, I don't know, whatever. Some people just want to watch the world burn.
I have learned something very, very interesting about Reddit. It's where what
It's
was
where
it?
social lives
smart
go to
people
die.
Go to be dumb. That's Twitter. Twitter's the worst of them all.
I don't know, it's fine. They'll be bummed though when they see, if it ends up happening and the pictures and all the awesome stuff, and that's their loss.
We are going to have the best fucking time ever. It's going to be so cool. By the way, if you're just tuning in, we're talking about MGSCON. And we have the host with us right now.
Thank you. I'm not being a very hostly person tonight.
No,
You're doing all the
no.
hosting for me. So I'm I like I said, I got my brains all over the road, so it might
You're
not be the
fine.
best. But yeah, you know, maybe as more people as I announce more names and stuff, maybe I'll go back and be like, hey, now all these people are announced. Now what you think? And they'll still hate on it, which is fine. But you know, no publicity. Wait, is it bad? What? No publicity?
No guts, no glory.
That's,
Oh, no publicity is bad publicity.
there you go. I like yours better.
I heard it from Die Hard 3.
This is going to come as a shock. I've never seen a single Die Hard. I know, it's like
Oh
blasphemy in the
boy,
Metal
you're
Gear
gonna
world.
have to fix that before MGSCon.
I know, it's just
Or
like,
we're all gonna sleep over at your house and make sure you watch Die Hard.
if anything, we should watch Escape from New York, right?
Yes, I love Escape from New York.
Mhm,
Should do a
mhm.
showing then Friday night, you know?
How do these Twitter artists do it on Procreate, no less?
Procreate?
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna
I
say,
really
didn't
enjoy
have to talk?
Procreate.
has anyone had any of these Pepsi Peeps?
I mean, the Peepsy,
Oh, no
yeah,
way.
it's okay.
What?
Okay. I'm about to like crack it open and taste it.
It's serviceable.
It's supposed to taste like a peep, or it just looks like a peep?
It doesn't taste like Peeps. It just tastes like
Oh my god.
weirdly sweet Pepsi that
Yeah.
makes you want to have a normal Pepsi.
Wait, does
Yeah.
Pepsi have some kind of a cross promotion with Easter?
Mm.
Maybe.
Okay, just checking.
I mean, I couldn't get Mountain Dew. Sorry.
Your face made me never want to try that ever in my life.
Okay, I think we're just about there.
Yeah, regular Pepsi.
Wait, who's about there? Was that Nitroid or Clint? Because it could go for either way.
Oh, because we sound so much alike.
Well, like,
Ah,
one is
okay,
Ah,
okay,
ah,
okay.
ah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you're doing
Yeah.
that. You're doing your own Star Trek meme.
fever dream, dude.
Sorry, I was excited because I got it. Just as the music kicked in.
Whoa. Oh, you're over there.
Are you invisible?
Not anymore.
No, I'm outside of the
Nitroid,
flower
I
field. It's over there.
That's where you talk to Eva?
I swear I saw you do this before, like last year.
Can you go next to the wig? Can you go in the wig? Oh. Punch. Yeah. Punch the wig. Where did our jams go?
Yeah,
Grenades
Johnny,
are a
bring back
good
the
way to
jams.
Where did jams?
see where the collision is, and here there is none.
Oh wow. Oh, that's crazy. If you jump in there, you're gonna die, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I love how it has the flower effect, even though I'm not in the flower field.
It's residual flowers.
Yeah, just the fact that there's even collision here is kind of insane.
They thought of everything.
How far can
They
you
can't keep getting away with this.
found you? She's still looking for you. Watch the boss just clear that cliff area and just starts running at you out here. That'd be awesome. Wow, how much of this is there?
Quite a bit.
That's pretty impressive. For an area that's like nothing happens over here, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It's just there to see.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
He's melting.
There he goes.
You put some rave music. Oops, 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 oops.
Boop. Oh, darn it. Stepped in a kill zone.
When did you start playing around with all the modding stuff?
Probably around the time I was doing the Tom Olson stuff. I wanted to see if I could
Oh my god.
get the game to do what I wanted, and was like, oh my gosh, I have way more control over this crap than I thought I did.
I love it.
And it just like that sort of became an outlet for me to experiment with the game engine and just, you know, I'm a lot of this I did not figure out on my own. I'm really standing on the shoulders of geniuses here, because the MGS modding community has done just an insane amount of work to figure out how to take these games apart. Like,
yeah, I was gonna say it looks so simple the way you're figuring out how to do stuff, but obviously
yeah, that's because a lot of the hard work's already done. But like, there's a guy, Solid Snake 11, who is just doing some absolutely insane work, reverse engineering some of this stuff. But a lot of the guys from that community were super helpful.
That's awesome.
In helping me figure this stuff out.
How did they like Tom Wilson when they found out? Like,
yeah, they thought that was pretty funny.
I was gonna say they've got to be like, this is awesome. He's using this for good.
Can I get over the hill?
Nitroid, how many people were like, oh man, I totally thought we were getting an MGS2 remake.
A
I
lot.
hate you.
A lot. A whole lot.
What blows my mind about that though is that seeing that never occurred to me at all.
No,
that's what
of
that
course
was.
not.
Ever.
It's because you've got a
years.
functioning brain, you know.
I don't know. Enough people were mad at you about, or not mad, but like disappointed or whatever. And I'm like, how? What?
Nitroid did nothing. It was all the media.
I know. Well, that doesn't help when all these thirsty journalists pick up anything.
Polygon.
You put Metal Gear in the
It's
title,
whatever.
you're gonna get some clicks, you know.
It's whatever, but now I feel bad because it worked out so well and it was somewhat accidental. And if I ever want to do anything else, it's never going to work out as serendipitously as that did.
That's how it always works, buddy.
You never know. That was so epic.
Like I've been trying to
see it.
think. I've been trying to think of other things I could do that would be as funny, but like that worked sort of in spite of itself. And so,
what about a snake is just being a snake in MGS3? And then this guy starts like stomping through his woods, his forest. What is it? What? Not a wood or a forest. What the hell is this area called? Jungle?
yeah, I guess they could. I mean, they call it a jungle, but like, is it though? Is it? Like, I don't know. I thought about doing like an MGS3 version for a bit, but it's like, what would be the point? You know, like that was funny. The moment's gone. I need to just stop thinking about it.
You can never capture that kind of lightning in a bottle second time.
I don't know. I say if it makes you happy and it brings you joy, do it.
Yeah, it does.
Like I still make my dumb YouTube videos. They get like no likes or views at all.
I love them. Amanda, I love them. I really do.
Thank you, Clint. I appreciate that.
I'm a fan.
But thank you. But I'm always like, I don't know why I'm spending so much damn time editing this, but it's like it fuels my soul and my creativity, so I do it anyways, you know.
That's a good barometer for knowing if you're doing something worthwhile. Is like, is it fulfilling you?
Yeah, like if you can look at the finished product and be like, okay, that was funny, or you know, like,
right.
I don't know. Don't look at it and be like, well, this was a waste of time. Then yeah.
Because literally that whole thing started because I was like, I think the big shell looks neat, and if I can no clip, I could take some really cool pictures. And that's literally how it started, and then
yeah,
just sort of snowballed. And so anything else I do, like it has to be like any project. I think like any project anybody works on has to just be like something you think is neat.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Nitroid, I'll say this. Yeah. I know you had no connection in any way to that NTF April Fool's joke, but if you did, that would be equally as cool.
Wonder who did that one.
Nobody will ever know.
Definitely not anyone we know at all.
It's a mystery.
Definitely not.
But definitely epic.
It was definitely Konami. It's actually,
yeah.
It's
I'm really glad Konami didn't sue whoever did that.
You know
You
what?
guys, I'm having so much fun, but I have to go.
No.
I know it's only 9:30.
Yeah,
know.
well, it's like 11:30 here.
Yeah,
I know
same.
it's so much later for
Yeah,
you
it's
guys.
checked the time on
11:30,
my
but
watch.
I
Well,
know,
slept
but
for like
all of
4
my
hours
computer
last
stuff is
night.
my desk and everything is in my room, and my husband needs to sleep, and I'm gonna keep laughing obnoxiously loud. And then I gotta get up with these damn kids. So
God, I hear you.
I gotta plan a whole other setup. I'm getting my garage set up for me to finally like start actually playing games in there and stuff. So I'm hoping soon I'll be able to do like some streaming stuff in there and fun stuff, but I gotta call it short tonight.
Well,
I know.
Well, if we hang around for a bit, I don't know how much longer I'll be able to stay on, but like, what should we tell people about MGSCon? Just point them towards the Kickstarter, or
Yeah, that's perfect because and if they have any questions, just like hit me up, and I'm gonna stay on the I'll try to stay on my phone for a little bit and see
cool.
be a presence in the Twitch, but the talking thing, I'm like I'm not set up to move this anywhere right now, so I gotta bounce early.
Yeah, do what you gotta.
Yeah, but this was so much fun. Like literally, can we do this like in a couple nights?
Yeah,
let's
absolutely.
do it.
I was like,
night.
you're gonna be building this for a while, I would assume. So
You can count on it.
yeah,
Nitroid can do his modding thing, which is way more interesting.
honestly, it's so
I-
fun. I've
You
enjoyed this so
are
much.
recreating history, and I think that's a big deal, man. Like, it's really impressive how much you've done with that.
I
It
really
really
appreciate
is.
it, dude. I'm posting photos on the link
Oh, awesome.
on my Twitter page.
Metal Gear D. That Metal Gear D guy.
That's
That
me.
guy.
Model
That
D.
guy. All right. Well, thank you so much, you guys. Like all the support and everything so far, and all the people that are positive about it, and a lot of people putting a lot of faith in me. And a part of me is like, oh my God, I'm gonna freak out. But then part of me is like, no, that
It's
just
not
means
misplaced at all. We
happen.
just want to help you across the finish line. You no
Thank
doubt
you.
could have done it on your own, but this is
No,
fun.
I could not.
We
That's
may as
for
well
sure.
make some kind of a viral event of it,
No, I love this. And that's why, yeah, we should do this in maybe a couple nights. He's gonna go back to the axe spray. Nitroid, please send me this recording when you're done. I for sure want to like cut something fun together.
Yeah.
And yeah, I could watch Nitroid do this all day and clip your face.
Thank
Stress
you.
and Johnny vibing over there.
That's
Get
what's
some
up.
rest. Good
All
luck
right.
with the kids tomorrow.
Thank you so much. And I'm gonna try to I'll be on my phone for a while watching, and I just can't
Take care and keep your sanity.
Thank you. I'm trying. And know that if you don't see updates all the time constantly, doesn't mean I'm not talking to like 90 different people. So I'm working a lot behind the scenes. So I'm really excited to see some people finally confirming stuff. And it's hard to get people to confirm to an event that doesn't officially happen yet. So it's been kind of a pull. And
Amanda, for people who are interested in knowing more about MGSCon, where should they go? And what can they do?
Website really kind of shows a lot. MGSCON.com. And then the Kickstarter's got all the tiers, and that's where you can donate. You don't even have to, $5 is great, so you can donate whatever you want. And then there are all the tiers, and then I also put add-ons on all the tiers because I've had multiple people asking me like, well, what if I want the snake tier but like just another pass? Do I need to like sign up for 2 emails? Because Kickstarter doesn't really do that. So you can add on a badge, or you can add on another snake tier and stuff like that. So you don't have to open up a new account. But I feel like I should make probably a video about all that stuff too. Would probably be helpful. A little common questions. So
yeah,
the previous video was quite helpful on its own.
Awesome. I'm glad. Yeah. And after I shot that video, I was like, I still didn't touch on a bunch of stuff that I feel like I should have. So yeah, maybe I'll do another one of those to kind of clarify anything. And if anyone's got questions and if I can answer them, I would love to. So, but you guys are repping MGSCon so well. So I put it in your hands as well. It's all of our baby. So.
Well, it's your baby, but here's the thing. It's your baby, but think of us as like 3 men and a baby. We are Steve Gutenberg.
That's a
and
reference.
we are Tom Selleck, and we are, well, I guess it actually was Ted Danson's baby, but yeah, we're kind of like the crazy uncles.
I love it. I love it. No
I
one else
think I
I'd
remember
rather
that
have
movie.
helping me. So thank you
like
guys.
to see him get me from here.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Oh my
we
gosh.
believe in this. We want this to happen. We want to go. Anybody, please, if you're in the stream and you're watching this, please go over, check out the Twitter account, at MGSCON.
Thank you.
And pinned at the very top is the link to the Kickstarter to support this thing. So please,
Ah!
donate.
Support the MGSCon and watch me do the Morbius dance in public wearing a Solid Snake costume.
Yes, and then buy some of
by
his
itself.
amazing art. I'm going to spend so
That
much
by
money at
itself.
this damn event on stuff at the Artist Alley. I'm in so much trouble.
You'll be competing with Shane.
I would
am
hope that the
absolutely
artist would
sure
at
of
least
it.
give you a free one.
I'm not expecting anything of that. So, all right. Well, I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you so much.
Bye,
Bye,
Amanda.
guys.
Bye.
Have a great night. Have a
Bye.
great night.
Here.
I'll linger in the comments. Okay. Bye.
On that note, I also have to get off because I've slept for only 4 hours last night. And I have to catch up on my sleep debt, which is a real thing. Look it up. Sleep debt is real.
All
You can't
right,
just
I'll
pay
take
it
your
off
word
with
for
8
it.
hours in one night. But anyway, I'm glad people got a glimpse at my little project here, and I'm hoping to do other meme-worthy pieces of art. I mean, I can always spoil what I want to say, but I don't want to. I'll just let the work speak for itself.
It's a good way to handle it, dude. That artwork that you put together, I wish I had that talent. I really do. My entire life I've wanted to do a comic book. I just sort of thought that would be the ultimate expression of storytelling and art. If I had your talent, man, I would go for it.
It's never too late. I mean,
I'll
I
try.
don't think I learned all this. I don't think I learned all this in school. It's mostly self-taught.
Me too. Actually, it was when my teachers would teach
It
that I
just
would
takes a lot of
start
time.
teaching
It's just
myself art.
time thinking. That's always a good way to put it.
This is how you crouch
I
walk in
used to do it all
MGS2.
the time like that. Well, let's take a walk. Let's take a look. See, crouch walk.
Nitroid, are you doing something unusual, or is that? I can't remember. Can you crouch walk?
No, you cannot. No, this is not supposed to happen.
How are you pulling that off?
It's actually a glitch because I've got a no clip sort of function enabled currently. But if you go down a level, if you go down a vertical level when you're not supposed to, but you're not below the threshold where he can fall, the inverse kinematics, the system that sort of figures out where his legs are supposed to go on different vertical levels, kicks in and makes him walk like that.
That's pretty funny.
So like I can do stuff like this.
I'm just showing Twitter what I figured out.
All right, fellas, have a good night.
Hey, thanks for joining us, man.
Can he see me through the window?
I can see you.
Yeah.
Look at me! Look at me! Remember,
I tagged Kojima in one of my posts.
If you're cold, they're cold. Just don't leave your
I was gonna say, Clint, I
pet
sent
snakes
him
outside.
through the DM the Zoom link and no response yet, so I don't know what's going on.
If he popped in here, dude, I would have a heart attack. You got to warn me about that kind of stuff.
Let's see. Here's another game hint. Get the rocket launcher on the second floor of building 2 after you have earned 4 stars. Call Jennifer on frequency 12048.
Otherwise, she won't help you.
Exactly.
She's trying to rescue her brother. Like, is she really going to be that much of a stickler about your rank?
I know.
If someone's going to help me save my brother, I'm going to go, what, you're an ensign in Starfleet? That's okay. Come help me, please.
Nope, wrong one. Doop. Nope, wrong one.
I could watch Nitroid
Oop,
mod all
there we
day.
go. Whoop. Whoop. You could do some Scooby-Doo antics where you walk off a cliff and he's just like, ruh-roh. Pew! Oh, he doesn't fall. Darn it. Okay.
Will any of that help you with your Fat Man mod?
Whoop. Not really. No. The problem with the Fat Man stuff is okay, so this is sort of a cheat that is this specific behavior that you're seeing where I'm walking through stuff and I'm essentially just taking off all barriers along certain axes. It functions kind of like a Game Shark code. And there's an on-off sort of trigger, but it is very much sort of like a cheat, you know. And with the Fat Man thing, that's a little different. That's not a code being used. That's actually modifying the game files. And with the Fat Man mod, I don't want to like have to put in cheats, but there may have to be some kind of a modification of the game on some level, because there are certain areas that, okay, let me back up and we'll try and simplify it. Different characters have different animation sets. Like if I do something where I'm playing as Raiden and I hit the roll button or the X button, he does his aerial, right? Like that. Now that aerial has different, I don't want to use the word physics because it's not really physics, but it behaves differently than Snake's roll. There's different ways it interacts with the environment. Snake's roll can't really get across gaps like the aerial can.
Well, sure, it's going to be designed that way
Right.
Specifically for the big shelf, specifically for Raiden.
And a lot of those behaviors are tied to the animations. What happens when I put in Fat Man's animation set along with his model, it's more the animations than the model that matters here. The game, to try and the game doesn't crash. What it does is it sort of automatically tries to map the player controls onto the animation set for Fat Man. And those animations were never meant to have controls, but it still sort of works. So it sort of ends up being sort of like a chaos mod of sorts, where you have to kind of figure out how to control him because he's not really meant to be controlled. I'm sure you could, with some of the more recent reverse engineering, something could be done to sort of enable better controls for him, but he's not supposed to really be manageable. It's supposed to be just silly and ridiculous.
Yeah, but just for that specific area in the big shell where you fight him.
Right. But the thing is, when you bring in those animations, it's going to override a lot of the behaviors that Raiden and Snake have. You can beat the tanker as Fat Man, despite how insane the controls are. With one little sort of caveat, you have to skip the intro because he sort of dies during a cutscene.
I remember you telling me about that.
But with Raiden, because Fat Man doesn't have any sort of a role, he doesn't have an aerial like Raiden does, there's no way to get across some of the gaps that you need to. So you're stuck because there are a couple of spots in the game that have that it's mandatory that you aerial over them. And if you don't have that, you can't beat the game. There's also a spot where you have to sort of crawl under the wing of the Harrier in order to defuse one of the bombs. But because of the way the collision works and the fact that he can't really crawl either, you can't get that. So there's like two major mechanical hurdles to getting him to work, and I don't know how to fix them.
Well, let me ask this: why Fat Man? Have you tried a Vamp mod or a Fortune mod?
Not yet. Fortune probably wouldn't work too well because she doesn't have a whole lot going on, and you're not going to be able to use her weapon. She's just going to walk slowly. Vamp might be interesting.
I thought Vamp might be a cool one.
Fat Man, I just have a soft spot for the character, and I thought it was hilarious. That's pretty much the only reason.
Has the plushie come out yet?
Nope, and I don't think it's going to. I think we got played.
That sucks. Was it for clicks or what?
I think that they were expecting fans to pick fan favorite characters, and then the Metal Gear community comes in like a storm and is like, we're going to meme this character to success. And they know damn well that they're not going to sell Fat Man plushies to anybody except diehard Metal Gear fans. So they're going to play nice, and then they're going to very quietly let it die.
I mean, we showed up to vote, didn't we?
And fuck that, because I would have bought like 5.
Yep.
Okay, Nitroid, how about this? I feel like at one point you teased maybe a Tom Olsen.
Yeah,
version?
you know, I tease a lot of stuff, and I actually need to follow through with a lot of it. It's difficult to get this stuff to work because there's the Tom Olsen thing's a lot more realistic.
Because you're ultimately just changing Raiden's skin to look like him. You put him in a suit, you have his face, and it's pretty much just like playing the game, except you just have a different skin.
Interestingly enough, I have what I was trying to do was to put in Tom Olsen and then have Snake's move set over top of him. And weirdly enough, if you put Snake's animation set into the big shell over Raiden, you do the roll, but it works like an aerial, and you can get across gaps, which is really weird. So I can get that to work, but I've got a little bit of a problem in that, like, 2 areas, for some reason, when I try to put in his model files, the game just takes a crap, and I've got to talk to the modding community and figure out exactly what I got to do to fix it. Like it's either his hair disappeared. No, I remember what it is now. He has Raiden's hair on him in one scenario, and in the other, the game just refuses to load. So I gotta figure that out.
So it'd probably be unrealistic to say, hey, what if in the next 17 days we tried to have a...
Yeah, probably not. I can show you something though. Hold on. Give me a sec. This is the PS2 version. All of the mod stuff is going to be PC because it's easier to mod. Technically speaking, this would be possible in the PS2 version, but it's a lot harder to get it to work.
Do whatever works best. The PC version of MGS2, if I'm remembering correctly, the release version, that was kind of infamous for being a little buggy, but I think it's been patched.
Yeah, fans have done sort of some miracle work. Actually, you want to see something kind of cool?
Yes.
Let me get out of here. I got to get to Strut B, and I'll show you something neat. There is a detail that they put into the map in this game that is just, I don't know why they put this much work into it, because you'll never see it.
It's got to be just for the love of the craft.
It's yeah, pretty much. So let me get over to Strut B real quick, and I'll show you. It's this dumb thing that they put in that just, I think it's impressive. So let me get there. Let me hit fast forward here. There we go. And we'll cheat.
It's really incredible how many variations Metal Gear Solid 2 went through, with it being originally set on like an aircraft carrier.
In Iraq, yeah.
And then you were talking about the supporting staff was supposed to be totally different. Was that for this version of the game that we got?
That was a little later on, but yeah. It would have been in this version, essentially. There's kind of a misconception that a lot of these themes were not going to be a part of MGS2. But they were sort of like, it would have looked different. It would have been in a different area, but the ideas that it sort of presented were baked in from the beginning.
So kind of like the difference between Resident Evil 1.5 and Resident Evil 2?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, that's actually that's a good example, or a good analogy.
Resident Evil 2,
okay.
What did they have it like 80% done? It was like really
and they were
good,
like,
but it wasn't like lightning in a bottle that they wanted.
Okay, here it is. Okay. This hallway right here, just outside the transformer room, right? no one is ever going to stop and look at these pipes or look behind them. Okay. And even if you're here, you can't, you can see that there's some like depth and you're like, oh, okay, you can see the pipes back there, right?
Uh-huh.
But here it gets a little weird because there's like, okay, there's a little more. What's going on? What's going on here? And you can't really see, but there's like clearly some depth and something built back there. But, you know, figure it's nothing. Well, look at this. Let me get in here and show you. It's hard to get a good angle on it so that you can see, but there's like all of this extra scaffolding that you would never see built back here. And I just think it's really, really neat looking. Like maybe this is just me and no one else cares, but
no, that's actually
the
really
fact that there's-
fascinating. I probably run down that hallway dozens of times, and you just run past a few pipes, like, and you never think that this is within the game design.
yeah, there's like all this depth back here and a lot of this layering. Like here you can sort of see like all of the cross beam work that they've done, and like I just think it's really cool.
It's super cool. What do you think that is? I mean, do you literally think that's like, okay, so we're going to have like
Just detail, just environment
cracks
detail.
in the wall, and we need to have detail through it. So we're just going to put a bunch of crap back there that we could easily do in a day, but no one will ever see like the full extent of what's back there. But we have to have all of our bases covered.
Yep.
In case they have
Not the
just
only-
the right angle.
Not the only place either. There's a lot of stuff like that in here. Like in here, for example, you never bother to sort of look in here, but there's
Damn.
quite a bit back here.
Johnny, are you still up for doing a Metal Gear Solid 2 review at the end of next month?
Yeah. I'm
We
always
need to
down.
poke around this game for the next month and a half and really kind of look at some of this stuff. I know
Yeah,
I
there's
probably
a-
won't get to see as much as Nitroid is right now, but
There's a ton of just little hidden background detail work that you'll only see glimpses of as you're walking around. But you know, it's all there. I mean,
I wonder
just,
if that's
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I wonder if that's the type of thing where like they've designed the game, it is basically complete, and they're like, well, we have like 3% extra disk space.
Yeah, maybe.
What if we put some like holes in the wall where you see additional detail through it, and it'd just be that little bit of extra like.
Uh-oh, what happened? Oh, that's right. Okay.
Because
let
I
me
imagine you wouldn't put that much detail in the stuff that would eat up like the game's memory if you weren't like absolutely certain that it would fit in the game.
Here, I'm gonna say some curiosity here. If you've ever wondered about, you know, this bridge,
Yes.
but it's really hard to get to because the camera is not set up. Yeah. So I don't know if you saw what happened there.
Sort of. I mean, it was kind of changing in perspective
Yeah.
here and there.
There is no collision here. So, you know, I can go over here and I can go into first person and look around to see what's here. But if I drop down on this bridge, there's no actual collision.
So your feet won't touch the platform.
Right. And then if you go in here, there's actually just nothing in here.
Just enough that if you look at it from a distance,
It looks
you'll see
like
the
there's
wall.
something. Exactly. Yeah. And the game's doing a lot of tricks like that. Like so much of what you're seeing here of the other struts, they're hollow. If I go over to them, what you see is it. They were very good at making sure that any angle you can see it at will look right. But the second you're at an angle you can't, it breaks.
So wait a minute. Could you run through the air and run around every strut right now? And like, would some of them be hollow on the backside? Kind of like when you showed us the Metal Gear
Right there.
Rays.
Well, yeah, like right there.
That's how you optimize a game.
That is how you do it. There's a lot of tricks they did like that. Let me see if I can get back to the.
Well, sure. And with the geometry too, because all those struts are hexagons, right?
Yep.
So you can
Simplify
very easily
geometry.
figure out, okay, we only really need to show 2 or 3 sides of the hexagon, not all 6.
One of the things I really like that they did, and that it's hard to show, is the skybox. When you're not in first person view or you're not at an angle that the skybox is visible, it despawns. And this was one of the things that had to be fixed for that third person mod that came out recently. Was forcing the skybox to render at all times.
Have you've checked out the third person mod?
Oh yeah, I played it.
I know you talked about it a little bit on the podcast, but I didn't know if you'd played it all the way through.
I don't know if I played it all the way through. But it's a lot of fun.
Well, that might be an idea. What if over the next 17 days? I mean, would you want to run it, or maybe Apache run it?
Oh
or...
shit.
I would be
maybe.
very curious to see some of these like famous mods, like the third person mode for this, or I'm trying to think of some good examples. I know like some people have like got like twin snakes in 4K, but that's probably not a big deal to other people, but it's a big deal to me.
So I just skipped the Peter Stillman thing.
How did you do that?
Because I walked past the trigger for the cutscene. And now it's like it was never there.
That is so funny. I'll never forget the first time I saw Snake doing that. I almost feel like Kojima structured this game for that moment.
Strut D's got some neat stuff too.
I need to revisit this game. It's been so long. I know for a fact that, well, I guess I played the Tanker chapter recently last year, but the last time I really touched it was probably 2007. That'll never not be funny.
These are my speedrun strats. But yeah, you can get into some areas you're really not supposed to. Like so.
Well, that's what makes it fun. As a fan, it's fun to break these games down and look at all the areas you're not supposed to see and go like, what additional details there? Like people have done for PT. Those videos that people have examining PT and like what's happening behind the door when you see like a scary shadow underneath it. It's super fascinating because it probably does seriously give you a little bit of extra insight into the game that never was.
Emma's already been bleeding here.
Guys, Amanda says she would watch a series of this 100%.
Well, let's do it. Amanda talked about reconvening in about 2 or 3 days.
Uh-oh.
I'll keep doing my model thing, but I think it should be more Nitroid focused this time.
Uh-oh. I think I broke something. Shoot. Yeah, I broke something. Uh-oh.
Well, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs, Nitroid.
Yeah, that's gonna happen. What else do I got? Okay, yeah, here. This was for some other thing.
Well, Nitroid, what about this? I think you talked about doing something along these lines. You'd sort of mentioned doing a mod, just like a fan community mod, where like, for example, like I think there was something like 4 or 5 different types of boxes in the game where one box might say like, Mother Base podcast and one box might say something else. Might be kind of fun to throw together some real quick thing like that. And then in 16
Invincible
days,
president.
we'll do like a final telethon for MGSCON.
guy's strong.
Sure, he's the president of the United States.
Maybe
Don't
that's
let
a
him-
bad taste.
Don't let him grab you.
Go to
He's gonna
sleep.
go for your. He's gonna go for you, man.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Oh, I'm so fast because I've got turbo mode on. There we go.
Who's
Yeah,
there?
Interestingly, there's no like camera control for this.
That's right, because this is where he's supposed to be in the room that you can't access,
Yeah.
where you shoot remote controlled missiles in there.
Yep. But if I fire a remote controlled missile, that'll kill him.
Well, sure.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh.
It worked for a second. Like
He just dusted it off.
there are some spots where the camera works. I guess this is one of them. That's really weird.
Is this the room that you can even access in the game? It's been a long time. I remember shooting a
Yeah.
remote controlled missile in here to destroy something.
Yeah,
And
you
him,
can
like,
access
running away
this
from it.
room, but only after he's dead. The sword doesn't work. Here you go, Mr. President. I'm just going to give you some reading material.
Oh, he'll like that. He's the president.
Come on, go over here. No,
Freeze, Mr. President.
are you even?
Cool it. Come on, chill out.
What a buzzkill. Slap, 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 slap.
Politician. He's
Okay,
no
he's
fun.
not working. All right, let's get out of here. Where else can we go?
Trying to think.
Is there anywhere in this game you've always wanted to see, but you could never see? Anywhere you've always
More-
wanted to access?
More of the flooded area.
Okay, that's a fun one. That's
the only
actually
thing I
a
can
really
think
cool
of
one.
other than Arsenal gear, but I remember you doing Arsenal gear for me once. But the flooded area, I've always been curious to get a closer look at that, because when I play games and you have like the underwater area where you have to hold your breath,
Mhm.
it's always just not fun. It's just kind of a nightmare. I'd like to really kind of take my time and walk through it and examine things.
Let's go. That is technically a door.
Really?
Yep, there's nothing behind it, but it's a door.
Is there a backside to the door?
Probably just mirrored texture. It's flat.
That makes sense. Yep, yep. Nice view.
Yep. Now you can see sort of like everything in here. And let's see if I can
I love this kind of stuff. Like I miss movies of a bygone era, like when we were kids growing up and before digital technology and CGI, and when they used to have to shoot things on film and do negative cutting to edit a film together and do linear editing rather than non-linear editing. Movies
Yeah.
they had mistakes. You could see the seams of a movie, and I loved that, because you'd watch something and go, well, I could make that.
Okay,
And
I
when you
don't
see it-
know. Sorry, go ahead.
When you see a game from this perspective, it kind of feels the same way. You look at it and go, oh gosh, that makes sense. Like, this isn't some magical, fairy tale land. This is like someone designed this to be optimal.
Okay, I don't know if this is going to work or not, but we're going to try it.
Let's see. Clint, Amanda says you have given up on the model and just enthralled with the modding.
What Nitroid is doing, and again, I know the gravity of what I'm doing. I'm resurrecting Metal Gear D, something that we haven't seen in 11 years. But Nitroid's playing a video game. How can I possibly avert my eyes?
I'm sorry, you should be building.
Okay, I'm back to work.
Yeah, I was
Crap.
just saying,
I gotta-
hold on. Cardboard box Says man has given up on give us the D for the moment, but can't blame him. This modding is rad.
It's pretty rad.
And Amanda says she's joking. Enjoy.
What she's really
Crap.
saying is get to work, but in a really nice way because Amanda's so sweet.
And my
crap.
my contribution was grabbing crotches. That's the American way.
True. Don't come to America. Actually, I take that back. Remember Crocodile Dundee?
Yes. What of Crocodile Dundee?
Well, it's not very PC, I guess, anymore. But there's a scene in Crocodile Dundee where the first like half of the movie's in Australia when he's being, interviewed by the reporter, and she's seen all these amazing things that he does. Well, she takes him to New York City, and he's just completely dumbfounded by like the big city and being in the United States. And he goes into a bar, and he's talking to somebody who's in drag. And he's kind of like looking, this person over, and he kind of grabs them by the crotch, and he goes, "That woman's a man. That's a Sheila." Again, not very PC these days, but watch out for those Australians. They're like U.S. presidents. They'll just go for the crotch.
God. All right. What do you got going on right now?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's take a look. So a lot of you, I don't know if you'll recognize this. This is the side of Metal Gear D's head. Again, too, there's going to be a mound of clay in front of this, but there's the vent on the side of the head. You can see it in famous illustrations. Maybe I have one handy, but my fingers are sticky. Anyway, if you ever wanted to know what it looked like the underneath side of the head of Metal Gear D, this is it right here. It's got a wheel so the whole head can pivot. Now, again, too, this is just the Croat model, exactly as the Croat model is supposed to be made. But for us Metal Gear fans, this is stuff we didn't know. And also, too, this little engine box goes on the back side. That's a modification that's not on the Croat. Wait, I had it upside down. This is how it's supposed to be. And if you look at the blueprints of Metal Gear D, you'll see this right here, this shape. We've never seen it before. This is the first time the Metal Gear fandom has seen this in physical form. I don't know. I think it's cool.
Let's see. I got two questions for you, Clint. One from Amanda. She says, Clint, have you ever been in theater or some sort of entertainment?
Funny you should ask. I wanted to, but my father was a jock in high school and my mother was a cheerleader. So even though all my friends in high school were in band in theater and I wanted to be in band and theater, I had to play football.
And the other one I have from Cardboard Box. Are these pieces printable?
They probably are printable. That's not exactly my world. I don't have a 3D printer. I don't mess with 3D renders on a computer. That is completely foreign to me. But I have caught wind that this community, this fan community that builds these SF 3D original model kits, or now it's called MA.K, I think they've made 3D renders. And I think you could go online right now if you looked and probably find a 3D render of a Croat and print out the parts yourself and catch right up to where I am. I know there's a lot of people in the SF3D community too that have made their own custom parts that you can 3D print to do interesting variations on these model kits. But I'm a part of this SF3D original group on Facebook. You could probably find it very easily, and I see them posting stuff like that all the time. It probably wouldn't take too long to look into, but again, I don't have a 3D printer, so there's never really been a reason for me to look into it. It's a good question though, because most of the time when I show my project to people, that's exactly what they're asking me. Are these parts 3D printed? Are you planning on 3D printing? But I'm an old-fashioned kind of guy. I just have a sheet of paper and some ink pens and some model kit parts. And I got super glue all over my fingers.
Let's see. Oh, because Amanda says you're a natural on camera. She can see you on a game show host or something.
You know, it's funny you do mention that. My friends that were in theater in high school, they hosted these comedy shows. And I did do those comedy shows with my friends. And one of the skits we did was a game show where I did play the host. I don't think I did a very good job at the age of 17, but I'd be much better at it now that I'm in my 30s. But thank you. Thank you for the kind words.
Let's see. And Cardboard Bosch asks, how'd you snag the pieces?
Sorry, Johnny, I didn't quite get the question.
You want to know how'd you snag the pieces? Like how'd you get the kits?
Again, excellent question. I got them on eBay. So this is what you're looking for right here. This is the original box. This is what they look like when they produced them in 1984. And this is what you're looking for right here. Or at least this is what I'm looking for. I want it to say SF3D original. That's what they were called in 1984 and 1985, and then they were hit by a lawsuit. And the lawsuit lasted for years. I don't know too many details about it, but I know that when these parts came back into print in 1997, they were called, I can't even pronounce the name, but the abbreviation for it, which is what the kits kind of go by, is MA.K. And as best as I can tell, these model kits have been in print ever since 1997. So they're not hard to find. And like I was telling everybody earlier, maybe you're just tuning in, you could probably buy a newer Croat model kit and it would probably have all the same parts I have. I'm not 100% sure. I know newer Croat model kits have added parts, but I don't know if they've subtracted parts. But I'm trying to figure out exactly what the Konami development team did when they designed the reference model for Metal Gear D. So I have to go way back to the very original parts. So I have to pay a little more on eBay to get my hands on the SF3D original versions. And once I finish this, once I have a completed Metal Gear D model in my hands, and I've documented the entire process and I put that information out there, either myself or somebody else following in my footsteps, probably the next step to do would go, okay, can we build the exact same thing, exactly the same way, but not use the expensive vintage model kits? Can we use the more modern model kits and get the exact same results? And that would probably be kind of phase 2 of the project.
Let's see. Amanda's asking for Nitroid. Can you go where Snake is sniping?
Oh yeah, when he shows up. He hasn't shown up yet though.
Okay.
It's coming together, guys. I posted some pictures on my Twitter account, kind of some interesting looks. I've tried to match some angles of the model and show you the pieces where they belong. I think they're kind of cool. I can't necessarily demonstrate it here because like I have like the toes of Metal Gear D, but it's not very exciting to hold in my hands. And not only do I have the toes of Metal Gear D, but I also have the heel of Metal Gear D. The problem is I don't have the foot. I have the heel and I have the toes, but I don't have the foot. So I've got nothing to stand on. I might have to improvise if I can't figure it out. But right now I'm just focused on gluing things together that are definitely 100% accurate and seeing how far I can get and how overall complete I can get. And going, well,
Crap.
I got 85% there. Let me put that information out into the world that's 100% correct. And then just for the sake of completing my model, I might improvise the last few details, just so I have something complete that people can see and go, yeah, that is Metal Gear D. This move right here, this is 100% correct. And by the way, this is not how these pieces are put together on the Croat models. So even though there's thousands of Croat models that are completed all over the world, there's only one model on the planet that has these two pieces glued together, and that's the Metal Gear D model. The one at Konami or Kojima Pro, we don't know. But I have the only other parts on the planet that are glued together exactly the same way.
Let's see, Clint, I have one from Cardboard Bosch. Have you thought about commissioning 3D artists or learning ZBrush or anything to make printable ones once you've gotten a clear view of the model?
I'm such an old dog. I don't think I can learn new tricks. And I'm so detail oriented. I'm totally the type of guy that would love to get in there with some 3D software and model it myself, because I'm my toughest critic. I would absolutely be interested in bringing somebody in and saying, hey, you can 3D model. Can you sculpt the head for me and make it so the Croat head can fit inside the Metal Gear D head? Like they did with clay, we could do it with 3D modeling. The problem is if I bring somebody on board and they've got it like 80% correct, 85% correct, and they think it's good enough, it'd be kind of an awkward situation. It wouldn't be good enough for me. I couldn't accept it, and it'd be kind of awkward when you have to tell somebody that you just teamed up with and they dedicated 9 months of their time and work. Sorry, I can't accept what you've rendered. So that kind of puts me in a weird position. Now I know I've talked to a lot of people in the community who know Vapor Cephalopod. He's kind of the guy that's done the Metal Gear Solid 1 in VR. And he's got a lot of attention. Whenever he posts anything on Twitter, it makes Metal Gear Solid VR trend. And it's the type of thing like Konami retweets it and Kojima retweets it. Like it's real popular, but like he's DM'd me and we've talked a very little bit. And he said, I'm totally interested in rendering Metal Gear D. So he probably would be interested in teaming up with me and maybe trying to take all the photographs that we have of Metal Gear D. Let's see, maybe I got some photographs. Like we have this photograph. I originally thought the book would be bigger that had this photograph. I thought it was like a coffee table book, but it's actually rather small. This picture of Metal Gear D is not very big. I mean, you can see the size of it compared to a Coke can. It's not very big at all. But we could scan this stuff. We could scan this stuff in an incredibly high DPI resolution on scanners. And maybe we can get all these different angles of the model in photograph form and get it to Vapor Cephalopod and go, okay, one at a time, can you take a picture and kind of start to draw some 3D lines on it? And then shift it and grab another photo and make it line up with that photo and draw some more 3D lines and keep doing that until eventually you've got a 3D model that you can kind of move and rotate. And you're like, gosh, that's pretty close. That's probably correct. Maybe it can be done. Johnny, any other questions?
I'm looking currently. Let us see. Not at this moment.
You know, some of this stuff is really frustrating. We don't really have a good, we've got a few good photographs of the model, but they're usually the top of the head. Here, let me grab the top of the head here. They're usually at the top of the head, and keep in mind in the top of this Croat head, they basically took a mound of modeling clay and just lumped it right on there and sculpted a cockpit for Metal Gear D that kind of looks like a Hind D cockpit. And usually when people take pictures of the Metal Gear D model, that's what they're taking pictures of. They're taking pictures of the front of the model, or maybe just slightly to the side. And they produce a nice photograph of the model, just like this. And this photograph, you can even see, you can see some of the detail underneath there. But the truth is, we do not have a very good look underneath there. And some of the finer details of the model are just outside of our view. We can't see it good enough. So when I'm putting something together like this, I'm certain that this is 100% correct, what I'm holding in my hand right here. And what I'm holding in my hand, this isn't terribly different from the Croat model. In fact, the Croat model is backwards. The Croat model is supposed to be like this. But on Metal Gear D, they've taken the head and turned it backwards. So that's a variation, but I haven't done anything that couldn't be turned into a Croat yet concerning this part. But there's certain things. There's a famous picture of illustration of Metal Gear D, and we've recently gotten a better look at it because the artist that did it, they've recently done a whole new scan of it. It's on the website. We've downloaded it. I posted it several times on Twitter, as have other people. Let me see if we can grab that. Where is it?
There's Snake.
Oh, hey, Snake. That's pretty cool. So there's this image right here. This is the cover art to Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. And you guys will recognize it. This is the best look that we have of the undercarriage of Metal Gear D. You can actually get up in here and in fantastic detail, you can see all the model parts, and they're all almost completely accurate in their positioning and how they look. There's a little bit of embellishment, but for the most part, all the parts I've looked at really correspond well with this illustration. They did a fantastic job, and the gentleman, I can't remember his name right now, but whoever did that illustration clearly had access to the physical model, and that's the best look we have at the underside of the model. So when I take my piece of the model, and I try to take this part, this Croat model kit part, and I try to glue it somewhere where it doesn't belong, it's supposed to go right here. And we actually have a pretty good look from that illustration of where this is supposed to be positioned. But we don't have that good of a look. We're still not 100% sure. So it's really hard for me to try to take this piece and glue it on here without being absolutely 100% sure. Probably what I'm going to have to do is take some Elmer's glue or rubber cement, something that I can peel off, and do some experimenting, where I glue this on here with some rubber cement, and I take all the other pieces that are supposed to go down there, and I glue them on there too with rubber cement, and I take some pictures and I look at it, and I go, that's not quite right. Maybe I need to move this piece forward, maybe I need to move that piece back, and I peel them off and I try again. But there's going to be a lot of trial and error. Part of what I'm hoping is by doing this model and posting pictures online and being very clear about what I'm trying to do, part of what I'm hoping, and this will probably make Nitroid laugh, part of what I'm hoping is that one day, if we have a Metal Gear Solid 40th anniversary in 4 years, and they announce a Metal Gear Solid 6 or a Metal Gear Solid 0 or a reboot or whatever, and Konami has the big event with all the concept art and concept models, my hope is that if the public gets a chance to see that model again, that original Metal Gear D model, and they follow me on Twitter or they're aware of this project on Twitter, my hope is that the next time the public has access to view that model, they will take a bazillion photographs of it from every angle. They'll take their iPhones and they'll get up underneath it and they'll zoom in and they'll really document the undercarriage of that model and try to get pictures in 4K resolution of every nook and cranny on that model. And if that happens, we've got it. We'll be able to do it. If that doesn't happen, with the few photographs that I have that are pretty good, a lot of them are really low resolution, some of them are a little better, and some of them are fantastic, but it's just one angle. We're talking about a 3D object that looks different from every single angle you look at it from. And we have a fantastic resolution photo that's huge, but it's just from one angle. I might be able to pull it off. But I'm going to start by gluing things together that I know are 100% correct. And once I have these giant pieces in my hand that I've glued together, go, okay, well, let's see what we can do with these giant pieces. Because rather than 300 small pieces, I might have 12 big pieces. And once you have 12 big pieces, if you're not quite sure how they fit together, you could probably get very close. I would have to imagine a lot of the other fandoms have gone through these same growing pains. When people realized that Luke Skywalker's lightsaber was just like a flash bulb handle from like an old 1930s camera. Or when people looked at Ghostbusters for the first time and saw pictures of the proton pack and said, I want to make that. I want to make it exactly the way they did. They have figured it out. And you can go online right now and look up instructions on how to do those builds and what parts you need to buy to make those builds possible. Well, it all began with some guy out there that made the first attempt. And his first attempt probably wasn't 100% accurate, but it got the fandom close enough to the finish line that further builds crossed it.
Let's see, Clint, they're asking, have you thought about doing some of your own mechanical designing to account for loss or missing bits of info?
I have. I absolutely have. Let me see if I can illustrate. Okay. Maybe this will work. No, that's the other side. Okay. So here's a way to illustrate. I'm not 100% sure, but this piece right here, the leg piece, on the Croat model, this is what you do. Pretty simple, right? You take the thigh piece of the leg, and you just put that circle on the hip joint. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward, right? They did something different on Metal Gear D. They didn't do that. What they did is they drilled a hole right here. They made a new hole. And what they did is in that new hole on Metal Gear D, they ran a bar through that hole to the other side, and they put this piece on like this right here. So that doesn't attach to the hip joint. So that's driven me crazy. Okay, well, how do I know exactly where the hole goes? How can I be 100% sure? So I've got some ideas on that. So you might wonder too, well, gosh, that hip joint that's there, what did they do with that? Is that just exposed? What did they do in Metal Gear D? Well, here's what they did. They took this piece on the Croat model that belongs down near the foot. And they took this piece, and I'm not exactly 100% sure how they connected it. This is just for illustrative purposes. They did something like this, or this, or this. I'm not 100% sure because we cannot see that area very well. Even on the schematics I have in front of me, when you try to look at that part, there's so many parts in front of it that you can't quite tell what they did. But they did something like this. Now, you're about to lose visual on that because I'm going to have to hold it in place with my finger.
Mm-hmm.
And do you see how you suddenly see how this hole lines up with roughly where they drilled the hole?
Mm-hmm.
So whatever bar they ran through that hole that they drilled, it runs through this piece too. And oh, wrong piece again. And this piece connects right there. And is completely stationary. Now, the question I was asked was, have you thought about doing your own mechanical work? Some kind of modification that can't really be seen, but clearly wasn't done with the original Metal Gear D model. So what I was thinking was, rather than cut a hole in the side of this thing, what if I cut just kind of like you get what I'm saying? Where it's kind of like a slit. Rather than a hole, it's just I drill a hole in and then I run that hole down so it's a slit. And then when I run the bar through it, maybe I can have some kind of a mechanical gear in there so that this thing can actually move back and forth a little bit. I can add some articulation to it. That way, I don't know exactly where they drilled their hole, but my piece can move up and down. So wherever their hole is, I've got it covered, but I've also got some articulation to it. I've thought about doing that, but I just don't know. It's still too early in the process to know what to do. I've got to glue together as many pieces as I can. And then once I hit a point where I literally can't go any further without breaking continuity with what they did, that's where some creativity is going to have to come in. And it's going to have to be, in my opinion, it's going to have to be creativity that is invisible. I would want it to be in such a way that if you held the actual Metal Gear D model in your hand and you held my model in your hands, they would look pretty much identical, except for what I've put inside this thing, or maybe just little minor differences that are so deep underneath the undercarriage that are covered by so many model parts and so many details that you can't really see any modification work unless you really got in there and really studied it closely. But that's a thought that's occurred to me, yeah.
Okay, and I have another one. Let's see. Do you have an Instagram or TikTok that you're posting all this as well?
I have an Instagram account, but I don't really use it. I put some photos on there. But if I'm being honest, I'm such a novice at Instagram. What little I've done on Instagram, I don't like the way it works. I don't like that you can't click on a photo on Instagram and make it big and save it to your computer. I would want to put photos on Instagram so that other people could download them very easily. But for whatever reason, Instagram seems to be set up in such a way that it protects people from stealing your photos. I would want to put my photos out there for people to steal. So I'm a little frustrated with the way Instagram works, and I haven't tinkered with it too much. Maybe there's something I'm missing, some kind of a setting I'm missing. If you're an Instagram user, please hit me up, DM me, or let Johnny know. If Instagram does all these different things and I'm not aware of it, I'd certainly like to know, and I might find myself using it a little more and posting pictures of the progress as I make it. But right now, most of my progress, pretty much 99% of it, you'll find on Twitter. What else we got, Johnny? I feel like inquiring minds want to know.
Let's see. We are all caught up on that. On that end.
Right now, I'm just having some fun. I'm just gluing the shit out of the inside. That way this thing never falls apart.
Mm-hmm. And I'm just having fun with my Axe body spray.
I bet
Sorry,
you
I'm not
terrific,
contributing
buddy.
much.
Oh, Nitroid.
Oh, you're
I just love that you
contributing
hear it, man.
plenty.
Watching you play Metal Gear Solid 2, that's just the gift that keeps on giving, man. I've learned a whole new appreciation for the game because of your love for it.
I do enjoy this game.
I was never online bad-mouthing Metal Gear Solid 2. I played it. I don't think I was even aware of the general public's response to it. I just played it and I was like, geez, like Kojima said this was going to be his last Metal Gear game. And I'm a fan of the MSX Metal Gears, but those are 8-bit games. And I was a fan of Metal Gear Solid on the PlayStation. That was a 32-bit game. And PlayStation 2 was the newest console. It was the best hardware that was out there. This was supposed to be Kojima's grand finale to the series. And at the time, I didn't appreciate it as much as I appreciate it now, because I didn't know what was yet to come. I didn't know that we were going to get a Metal Gear Solid a 3 and a Portable Ops and a 4 and a Peace Walker and a Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes and a Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain. Knowing now all that stuff, I look forward to revisiting Metal Gear Solid 2. I think I would have a whole new appreciation for the bold risks he took. That at the time I'm like, I don't want to play this guy. I want to play a snake in the final adventure. But hearing Nitroid and hearing his opinions of the game, I have all the respect in the world for him. And if he says it's a masterpiece, I mean, it's a masterpiece.
It's a matter of opinion.
Well, I mean, you're not wrong. People's enjoyment of video games or film or television, it's subjective, yes. But there are things that are not subjective too. And it's hard to quantify that stuff. But you can just tell that Citizen Kane is a better movie than Troll 2. The craftsmanship on one and the writing in one, the performances in one is better than the other. So,
yeah, but like you said, it's hard to quantify. And if you actually wanted to explain it in an objective way, then you're going to be facing an uphill battle.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Something weird.
But there's clearly something to Metal Gear Solid 2, because 22 years later, we're all still talking about it and obsessing over it. And there's a large vocal fandom for it. And sure, there is for terrible stuff too, like Ed Wood's Plan 9 from Outer Space, which is a terribly made movie. But people love it because Ed Wood had a passion for it, and there was love put into it when it was being made. It just didn't have the resources or the experience or the...
Which, ironically, Ed Wood is a fantastic film.
Yeah. Tim Burton's Ed Wood. Check it out. Don't be turned off by the fact that it's black and white. It is a fantastic movie.
Incredible, yeah.
It's got some little Beetlejuice touches to it. I love Ed Wood.
So I thought, not to change the subject, but I thought for the longest time that, wow, they're just hanging out over there, aren't they?
Yes.
Okay. I thought for the longest time that in the background over here, these were sprites that would load into 3D models when they needed to be sort of instantiated, when they needed to enter the battle, right?
Are you saying that's not the case? That's 3D models?
These are 3D models.
That is cool.
There are 25 Metal Gear rays in this map.
I love that stuff. Like, to me, like, Metal Gear D exists as a 2D thing. We had the blueprints of it in the instruction manual. We have a few pictures of it and a few magazine ads of it, but that's a two-dimensional image. I'm interested in knowing what the three-dimensional image of Metal Gear D is and what it looks like 100% correct, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. And that's exactly the kind of stuff that Nitroid's trying to figure out when he's modding Metal Gear Solid 2 or Metal Gear Solid 3 and studying the game. How was it crafted? How was it put together? These are the questions that drive us as fans. The truth is, I don't know that there's a lot of mysteries left in the Metal Gear story or canon. They've been examined to death, and in the endless sequels that we got for the longest time explored the game's canon to death and it introduced new mysteries, but we've talked about them to death. So the question is, what mysteries does the series still hold? And like Nitroid digging through the files of Metal Gear Solid 2 and trying to do cool new things with it. That's what I'm trying to do.
Kind of hit the nail on the head. Yeah, that's exactly it. Because I'm so bored with talking about the story.
Yep.
Not to say that it's bad. It's just I've been just mired in this for so long that I want something more interesting, and I want something that's actually going to challenge me and
exactly how I feel. I can only talk
Yeah.
about the story and the characters so much. Like, what is there left to say?
God, I could put that Lancelot like drum roll from Monty Python and the Holy Grail to this with him running towards the screen. It just takes like a freaking year to get there.
And don't forget, you gotta have somebody running behind.
Eating an apple. Wow, they're just hanging out.
Their
Just doing their
backsides are
thing.
fully animated too, or fully textured.
Well, these are the loaded ones.
If you ran over to the non-loaded ones, would that be the only difference, that they don't have a backside?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, they're non-textured and the geometry is a lot more simple, but because these are waiting for me to like,
So it's
they're,
like
they're
what you
waiting
talked
for me to
about.
be on the map or on the stage to actually start.
You talked about when between
Whoa.
a Solid Snake or his Raiden and you're way off in the distance, that it's a less detailed model than when you run right up to the camera. Suddenly the model switches just a few inches from the screen and loads a more textured model to kind of fool you into thinking that the game is a little more slick than maybe it is when Snake's off in the distance.
Yep. And that's a pretty old trick. I mean, that's been going on for as long as 3D games have worked. I mean, technically there are analogs to this in 2D games as well, but I mean, Mario 64 does this.
Now, Nitroid, a question for you. When they do something like when they did the HD remaster on PlayStation 3, did they take the higher resolution Solid Snake model that's supposed to be close to the camera, and were they able to use that for further away shots?
That's a good question. I actually don't know. Ooh, that's
that would have been my
I
first
can find
impulse.
out really quickly. I'm pretty sure I could find out fairly quickly.
I
Hold
would
on.
be curious to know the answer if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I think this is kind of funny how it's just kind of hanging out here. And it can only attack what's in front of it, and it can't turn around out of bounds. So it can't do anything. If I come up close, it'll try shooting its laser, but it can't actually hit me.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. Metal Gear Ray sucks.
Yeah, kind of.
No
Kinda
Metal
right now
Gear
it
D.
does.
Look,
I don't even know if it can
Hurt
hit
its
me
head.
when I'm out of bounds. Like let me see if I can get it to hit me. Oh yeah, it can hit me. Okay. I don't think the laser can hit me once I'm past its like once I'm right about here. Hey buddy, how you doing?
You know what? This is kind of an interesting topic, and Johnny, please jump in, man.
Wow, the head's got collision. Look at that. Like he put his gun up. That's kind of neat.
So yeah,
Really?
I'm checking out the Twitch feed, and Dim Brightman says that he checked it out from a retweet from Outer Heaven, decided to check it out, and he said impressive work on the Metal Gear D model.
I'm gonna beat it
Thanks,
up.
man.
I'm gonna beat up Metal Gear Ray.
Thanks. I really appreciate it. I'm not interested in my 15 minutes of fame or anything like that. I just think this is neat. I just want to know more. I'm just a fan of the series, just a regular old fan of the series. There's nothing special about me. I was curious enough about this to put my own money into it, because I was looking at all this stuff. You know, when I pulled up the schematics of Metal Gear D online years ago and looked at them, I was fascinated by it. I said, I want to know more. I know they've got a 3D model because we've seen pictures of this 3D model, and I want to know what it looks like from every angle, and I want to understand how they put it together. And it was just that there was the thought in my head, if somebody just bought these model kits, these SF3D original model kits, and sat down and looked at every single individual piece that comes with them and said, I'm gonna take the time, I'm gonna look at a piece, and then I'm gonna look at pictures of Metal Gear D, and I'm gonna try to identify where that piece goes, and I'm gonna document it. And I'm gonna try to figure out, to the best of my knowledge, how they made this thing. And it's simply just because I want to know the answer. I thought it could be done, and I didn't see anybody else doing it. So I said, well, if I really want to know, the only way I'm ever going to know is if I do it myself. But there's always the hope that you're inspiring somebody. I know for a fact, I know Nitroid does what he's doing right now because he wants to inspire other people. Nitroid, he thinks it'll be cool that other people get into modding and make something cool that he can play.
I mean, I don't want to sound too magnanimous here. I mean, yeah, I hope people do modding, but really I'm just doing it because it's funny.
That too. I'm doing this because it's fun.
Being honest, it's fun.
Not very funny, but it's fun.
Like I don't care if people are inspired by it and mod other stuff, great, but I'm gonna do it like regardless because I think it's fun.
I'm having a good time with this. It's fun for me. When I'm done, I guess it sits on my bookshelf, maybe in a glass case. I don't know.
Okay,
I'll probably take pictures of it every day and post it on Twitter for a while, and then I'll get bored with it, and then you'll never see me again. And hopefully the process was documented enough and out there, which I'm planning on doing. I'm planning on putting together basically a standard operating procedure on how, if you want to build Metal Gear D, you need to buy these 7 model kits. You need to buy some modeling clay, and here's step 1. And then when you reach the last page, it'll say here's step 330. And then hopefully those of you out there that want a Metal Gear D model kit, like you have a Metal Gear Rex model kit, you can have it. The truth is, we're never going to have an official merchandised Metal Gear D model kit. And I think it has to do with the nature of how it was made. It was made through kit bashing using another company's iconic model kit parts, and a lot of them, really recognizable model kit parts from a different company, from a different IP. And I don't think Konami will ever approach them and say, we'd really like to merchandise model kits of Metal Gear D. And something you don't know is we may have used your model kits to build it, and then we took pictures of it and used those pictures to market the game and build a giant billion-dollar franchise on.
Oops.
Do you want to have some kind of a collaboration deal where we can put out these model kits and make a few million? I just don't think that's going to happen.
No, that's a quick way to get yourself sued.
Yeah, it's simply not going to happen. So as fans, if we want Metal Gear D models sitting on our bookshelves next to our Rexes and our Rays and our Shagahoods, we have to figure it out ourselves. And it has to be just some custom fan build. Like for the longest time when fans would make proton packs, they weren't commercially available. They weren't being sold by any company. Now they are, but before there was a time where you had to go buy the transistors and valves and tubes. And
whoa, that's laggy. What the heck resolution is this set to?
Clint, Amanda says stop selling yourself short.
Well, that's very flattering coming from Amanda, who said, I want a Metal Gear Solid Con so bad, I'm going to host it myself. That's incredible. Like, to me, it's like, okay, I'm playing with some model kit parts in my hobby room.
Okay, I'm about to have an answer to your question.
Go on.
Yeah, I'm emulating the HD version right now, so.
So do you know what happens when you run off into the distance? Is it the high resolution model? Is that what they do when they do an HD remaster?
That's what we're about to find out. It looks like they did not change it. That looks like the low res model.
Okay, so they didn't fiddle with the game mechanics, but they've still figured out a way to make it look a little better and probably run at a higher frame rate. Although I remember the frame rate was really good on Metal Gear Solid 2.
Yeah, what they did was hold on, how do I screenshot this? Is it like F12? Yeah, let me see if I can. I need to zoom in and look at it more closely. Yeah, they definitely optimized it, which MGS2 always ran at 60 frames a second. MGS3 was the problem child. But with the texture work, they didn't really do a complete like HD rework of all the textures. They mostly just did the faces and a few objects that got a little more close up time than others. So it was fairly incomplete in that regard. Okay, let me zoom in on this.
Was that also the first time too that we were able to play it in widescreen?
No, widescreen was added. I think the I'm trying to remember if the PC version had widescreen. I don't think it did. I think that was a fan thing. But
where fans would just go into the settings and kind of play with them and adjust them to make it possible.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Looking at the screenshot up close, that is definitely the low res model. So yeah, they didn't change anything.
I'd be curious to know more. People have had some complaints about the HD collection, right? Like I know one of the things is codec conversations. The load time is like miserable.
Snaps right about there. It's right on this line is where it snaps from low res to high res, and it's really hard to tell.
Closer.
It's really hard to tell. Yeah, let me see if I can zoom in and show you. Hold on. Oop, that was not right. Fix that. There.
So what we're looking for is kind of a jump cut, like
yeah, but it's really seamless. The best way to check is his face. There.
Yeah. Right there, right? Or is that just the shadow across his face went away?
It's
that last move you made, it really seemed like half of his face was really dark, and then
there, that's the low res model right there. Look at his mouth and how flat it looks.
Uh-huh.
And then when I tap forward, you see how it immediately got some extra depth.
Yep.
Yeah, that's where it flips right there.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, it just did it again.
Yep. It's pretty neat.
That is really cool. I just like knowing how things work. You know, when you're kids, something grabs you, something blows you away. Like our generation, we're all about the same age, right?
More or less.
I think we've compared ages. We're all 38 or within 6 months of 38.
Something like that.
I was gonna say I am 38.
Yeah, I'm 38 as well. Nitroid?
Do I have to say?
You don't have to say.
No.
If you're ashamed by this. 39!
I'm not saying what I am.
Okay, I think we've compared once. I could have sworn we were within a year, but I can't.
Fatal crash! You're in the ballpark.
Okay.
I'll say that.
So like when we were kids, like stuff that blew us away, like when I was a kid, when the Star Wars trilogy would play on TV, it was like, oh my God, like this is just perfection. And then you watch it a lot and you know, you start to see like behind the scenes, short little, featurettes on TV about it. And like, gosh, like somebody made this? Like somebody made those alien costumes in wardrobe, and somebody made those lightsaber effects, and every single cut is a different clip that they shot at a different time, and they assembled it all together. Like, and they did models through motion control, and like it's really fascinating to learn how something was made to make something that overall as a completed product is just extraordinary. I don't know. I'm curious how things work. I mean, it's part of the reason I have a physical movie collection rather than a digital movie collection. I like to see the deleted scenes and the commentaries and the making of documentaries and the behind the scenes photos. I'm curious what makes things tick.
1 second, I'm going to try and do something here. I don't know if
it's okay. I think I lost some nuts. I'm looking for the nuts.
Oh, here we go. Game hint. Don't always believe the map you get or what you hear on the radio. You'll find a lot of misinformation.
Oh, so they're warning you in advance that Big Boss is the bad guy of the series.
Mm-hmm.
I also don't care for that Jennifer either.
No.
Horrible person.
That was one of the most annoying parts of the first game.
Yeah, I mean, luckily I'm the type of guy I check every single room and do all that stuff. Like I really get into it. But yeah, sometimes when you want that rocket launcher and Jennifer won't give it to you because you only have 3 stars instead of 4, because you can't find the POW that's in some room somewhere you haven't checked twice. It's frustrating.
No, but God, I remember playing that like first time go around and you helping me or trying to.
It was fun. I'm like, I'm gonna message Johnny like I'm part of the codec conversation.
Sorry, give me 1 second.
Yep.
No worries at all, man. We're just chilling. This might be a fun thing to do every couple of days to try to. And again, too, Johnny, how many people are watching?
I'm gonna say it says 9.
Okay, 9 of us. That's not too bad.
There was more, but I imagine as time went on.
Oh my God! What, Johnny? What time is it where you are?
It's almost 2 in the morning.
Unbelievable! It's 1 a.m. here.
Yeah, I've had about like 5 of these and like a couple of edibles.
How did I lose track of time so easily? We started this at like 9 o'clock. It's been 4 hours.
Yeah, it says 4 hours and 22 minutes.
Well, I guess I'll stay on and chat a little longer while Nitroid plays. I'm going to start picking up my toys, though. I don't think I'm going to glue any more parts together tonight. But I do want to keep moving forward, and I think you guys are going to be really excited to see Metal Gear D come together over the next few weeks and months. I'm not saying it's going to be a completed model in a couple of months, but you're going to have large completed chunks in a couple of months, and that's going to be exciting. And then I'll figure out what to do about putting them all together. I don't know that it'll be finished in time for MGSCON, but that would be an interesting deadline to try to meet. If I could get this ready in time for MGSCON, maybe I would try to go.
I was gonna say, whether you're finished or not, Clint, you will be there in some form. I'm making a t-shirt of your butt.
Don't do that. I want you to delete all the photos you have of my butt. Okay? You're gonna get me canceled. All right, man. You know what you need to do? You've seen Teen Wolf. You've seen the proper Teen Wolf, right? With Michael J. Fox?
Yeah.
You need to be like Styles. Styles always had these great shirts on that said like Wolf Buddy. I want to send you to MGSCon with a Metal Gear D Buddy shirt on.
Oh, they're gonna say like it's gonna say like I heart the D.
That's not bad either. I try not to sexualize Metal Gear D. Unfortunately, lots of people choose to do it for me.
It's just, you know what it is? It's the low-hanging fruit. It's right there. You just gotta grab it.
Yeah, if I were smart, I would have just gone with the Twitter handle Metal Gear Kaidi. But I guess I felt like people who are interested in this project, they would be Googling or trying to find on Twitter Metal Gear D. And less than 1% would type in Metal Gear Kaidi. So to have maximum visibility, Metal Gear D is just fine. I think that's pretty much what we all call it here in America. Metal Gear D. We kind of leave off the Kai part.
I was gonna say, Amanda says butt shirt will be a hit, and she says, I can't believe you guys are still up.
I can't believe she's still up. Why didn't it? Well,
the time difference.
I'm gonna stay on. I'm gonna stay on a little longer. Actually, I might stay on another half an hour, but I'm gonna start putting my pieces away and bagging them up because they're everywhere and there's a bazillion of them. And if one of them dropped on the floor, I'm fucked. But this has been fun. I know what I'm gonna do. The new episode of Star Trek Picard season 3, episode 4 drops tonight in 1 hour. That's what I'm doing in an hour.
What time is it where you are?
It is going on 1 o'clock.
Okay.
And for some reason, they drop the episodes at midnight, but in Pacific Standard Time to almost favor people living in California like Amanda. and not people who are living in Texas like me, or living on the East Coast or Eastern time zone like you two. So that when we wake up in the morning and go to work, and maybe we check Twitter on our phones, we instantly see spoilers. So I have to stay up till 3 a.m. so I don't see spoilers. Johnny, are there any other questions in the chat, or have I kind of satisfied everybody's curiosity?
I'm looking through the chat. I mean,
I'm more than happy to answer any questions people have while I'm kind of putting parts away. What questions do you guys have? You guys are aware that there's that Metal Gear D model in existence. And it's been a big mystery to us for decades. And it's only been in the past few years that I've really worked hard to kind of figure out how they built it and where it comes from and how to reproduce it. There's so much knowledge in here that's not reflected in these little pieces that I put together tonight. And even after another month or two of working on this, there's still more knowledge in here than I physically know how to do with my hands. I'm going to have to do a ton of research to figure out what modeling clay to put on there and try to sculpt it so it's correct. But the modeling clay on the front of Metal Gear D's head has model parts embedded in it. And I don't think I can start the modeling clay sculpting until I have all the parts that are supposed to be embedded in the modeling clay, which means I have to go and try to identify those model parts and what model kits they come from and buy them off eBay at great expense to be able to do that step. But here's something I think I can do within the next few months. Like I said earlier on the stream, that the backside of Metal Gear D is mostly prefabricated model kit parts. And I think within the next couple of months, I'll be able to show this to you in physical form. And there's no photos of the backside of Metal Gear D. So I think that's a pretty exciting thing to be able to kind of rotate and kind of get a look at the backside of this thing that we've never seen before. Right now, this is what I got. Not much, but it's a start. I'll admit, I got more done tonight than I thought I would.
I was gonna say, Clint, Amanda wants to know how you keep track of all your pieces.
That's a wonderful question. I probably would have done a much better job and made a lot less progress if I had done this by myself, where I was just documenting little pieces. Let me see if I can grab something real quick. I'm afraid to get up because I know Johnny will check out my butt. Amanda, you should, I don't know if I've shared this with you, Amanda, but you should DM me on Twitter your email address that you use. And I'm going to send you this if I haven't sent it to you already. I can't remember if I've sent it to you or not, but I know I've sent it to Nitroid. And I know I've sent it to Johnny. And I don't know if there's too much light in here. But what you're looking at is every single part that I've identified and where they come from.
Let's see. Another question I have is, what kind of recolors for D would you do from cardboard box?
I didn't quite catch that again. You said what colors would I do for Metal Gear D?
What kind of recolors for D would you do?
Oh, you mean like if I were to like customize it and kind of go, okay, well, I built it 100% correct, but I could spray paint it red if I wanted to? I would probably do something like that. I could see myself going, well, Zanzibar land is supposed to border, if I remember correctly, I think it was supposed to be Afghanistan, Iraq, and Russia, something along those lines. So the idea that Russia invaded and took Metal Gear D and spray painted large portions of it red and put like a hammer and sickle on the side that was like yellow, that might be kind of a cool variation. You know, spray paint like CCP on the side or like, you know, USSR. That might be kind of cool to do like the communistic version of Metal Gear D. That might be a variation I might be interested in. Another one too, I mean, it's easy to go, well, Foxhound or the US government got in there into Zanzibar land and took one of the Metal Gear Ds? What if it was sort of like Rhodes in Iron Man 2 and 3, where he took one of the Iron Man suits and turned it into the Iron Patriot, where it's kind of spray painted red, white, and blue and has stars and stripes on it? It might be kind of fun to do some of those variations, but some of the ones that have occurred to me are, I can spray paint it to look exactly like the real model, which is what I'm going to try to do first. If I build subsequent models, I would spray paint it differently, that to answer your question. And what I'd probably do is take reference from the video game. Because if you look at the Metal Gear D model, it actually has tubing and wires all over it. You probably can't see it in this picture very well. But you'll see that the wires and tubing that's all over Metal Gear D, I think you can see a little bit of it right here. Those wires and tubes, they're just the same color as the model. They're kind of like a dark green or kind of a gray color. When you play Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake and you look at Metal Gear D, the tubes very specifically are a different color. They're like orange or red in appearance. So I might do my second build that I do, and I'm planning on doing a second builds with newer MA.K model kits to see if I can reproduce it with cheaper, more recent model kits. And if I do a second model, I might paint the tubes red and orange, and maybe try to match the color of green that you see in the video game itself when you actually fight it. I might go, okay, I'm not going to paint it kind of the grayish dark green that the model was painted. I might try to do that kind of brighter, more fluorescent video game MSX green that you see in the game, and make one that looks like it does on the screen, but it's not 8-bit, it's real. So I might try to do a variant like that for my second build. If I do a third build, and I was thinking about doing a third build, I know most of us, I would imagine, know who Ashley Wood is.
Mm-hmm.
Ashley Wood is the artist that did the Metal Gear Solid graphic novel and the Metal Gear Solid 2 graphic novel. And didn't Ashley Wood also do the comic book style artwork for either Peace Walker or Portable Ops?
Yeah, sorry.
I'm going to assume
he did.
Yeah.
Okay. So didn't he start a company where he
3A.
Did, 3A?
They are sadly out of business now.
Which sucks, which means this is going to be expensive. But one thing I might try to do is 3A put out a larger scale Croat model. The Croat that I'm using is 1/20th scale. It's actually pretty small. You can see it right there on the box. It's 1/20th scale. Ashley Wood with 3A put out a 1/12th scale Croat model. It looks exactly like that. And it's about twice as big. So I might try to buy that Ashley Wood 3A Croat model, or do a Kickstarter because I can't afford one, to get my hands on it and go, well, I've got about 80% of Metal Gear D right here. Could I put that together? And naturally I put clay on it to sculpt the head. And maybe I could improvise the remaining parts, because the remaining parts on Metal Gear D are tubes. Like I could buy some tubes that are at the proper scale, that are, if this is 1/20th, I could buy some tubes that would be the appropriate 1/12th scale. There are model kit parts that are also tubes with a rounded end. This is what's coming up out the backside of Metal Gear D. I think they clipped the tip off of it, but this is what's on the backside of Metal Gear D. The big tube, the big cylinder coming out of its back at a diagonal angle. Again, I could buy a dowel rod and kind of sand the end down so it's a little more round, and glue a little nub on the end, and glue that onto the Ashley Wood Croat model kit that's a larger scale, and try to replicate some of these parts I don't have access to that are at a larger scale. Or for some of you that had talked about, like, did you ever think about 3D printing? These SF3D original model kits, are there 3D renders of them that already exist? I might look into that and go, okay, well, can I get these parts that I need that are 1/12th scale? Can I 3D print those, or get somebody to 3D print them for me and make a large, real big Metal Gear D model as my third build. And if I did, I would probably spray paint it a different and unique way compared to the first two builds. You know, that might be one where I'm like, gosh, like it's such a big scale. Maybe I should get really detailed with how it's painted and really like spray paint rust in there.
Mm-hmm.
And really put decals on it that say like 03 and kind of scratch it up a little bit. And I don't know. All of those thoughts have occurred to me. Like also too, the thought has occurred to me, if I build the large Ashley Wood 1/12 scale model, I could go onto Amazon and buy a stop motion animation skeleton, maybe, or something, and put it inside the model and see if I can make it posable. Because the 1/20th scale is so small, I don't think I can do that, but I might be able to do it with the 1/12 scale. Or I can actually move the legs and move the guns a little bit and give it a little more articulation, kind of rearrange it, put it in different poses, and take cool pictures of it lifting its leg up like it's going to stomp down, kind of like that iconic box art. You could never do that pose right there where it's lifting its leg with the model at Konami. And you probably couldn't do it with what I'm trying to build. I think it's just too small. If I tried to, it probably wouldn't turn out very well. But I could do it with a 1/12 scale. So that'll probably be my third build, and I'll probably try to match how it looks in some other form. If I've done this first build, I'm going to spray paint to look like their model, and I've done my second build, which is with newer parts but same scale, and I try to make it look like it does in the video game. Who knows? Maybe when I do that real big one, that's twice as big, maybe I'll try to make it look like it looks in the illustration, which is also uniquely colored compared to the video game and compared to the actual model. So I don't know. And then if I did a fourth build, that's the one I'd just spray paint the entire thing red and put a hammer and sickle on the side or something. I get real fun with it. Well, that'd be so cool to have a shelf full of Metal Gear D models and take pictures of 6 of them sitting together. I'm saying all these things, but they're probably realistically not going to happen. I would imagine once I make this first build, I'll probably run off into the sunset a hero and say, you know what? The second guy who landed on the moon did not get the attention that Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin did. I better stop while I'm ahead. I made Nitroid laugh. I'll live off that.
Sorry,
for a week.
It was funny. I'm super out of it. I'm probably going to turn in. I've been trying to get some of the other mods I had loaded too while you've been talking, and nothing is working for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, I was gonna finish. This is what I did most of the night.
Oh my god, dude! I've been nursing this soda all night long. You're telling me you drink all 4 of those?
There was 5.
Oh jeez.
The other can I threw somewhere. And then this Pepsi Peeps thing. That was just save your money. For anybody who's thinking about it or tempted, don't even bother. It's terrible. It doesn't even taste like the Peeps. It just, like Nitroid said, a really sweet Pepsi, just extra sweet. That's it.
I'm gonna drink a really sweet Pepsi. Just bring back Pepsi Blue.
Good idea.
Okay, I'm gonna try and end this on a high note before I duck out. I think I got it. We'll see if this works. It's probably not gonna work, but I'm gonna pray.
Work.
Please work.
I got Cardboard Boss saying turned up on a Thursday morning. Yep.
Amanda is so lucky. It's only 11:11 at night where Amanda is.
I know.
Poor Nitroid and Johnny, you guys are an hour ahead of me. You guys are going to get an hour less sleep than me if Picard wasn't on tonight.
I have a 2-year-old, so what's sleep?
Please work.
Sleep?
Please don't crash. Damn it.
Now you got to do something for us.
Damn it. See what I mean about the hair?
Yep.
Yeah.
So this is your Tom Olsen mod of the game.
Trying to get it to work, but he doesn't want to play nice right now.
Now, why does that hair thing happen sometimes, but not other times.
I'm not entirely sure yet. I've got to dummy out the model because it's going to try and basically, it's looking. The script has pointers that tell it what it needs to load up. And in order to get certain things to load up, you can replace some things, but dummy out others. So like, for example, the gun holster on his leg there, I would replace that with a dummied out model. So it would, the game still thinks it's there, but there's nothing there. You don't see anything.
Completely invisible to our view.
Exactly. So I think, give me 1 second. I can show you a better example now that I know where I'm at with this. This will take like 2 seconds. There are these folders called residents that residents more than just a folder, but they're sort of like multi-purpose general use files, but there's a ton of redundancy to the files in the game. Okay, R tank 0. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I'm gonna back that up. Just 1 second. And snake is easier to get working with this.
I think this would be pretty cool, Nitroid, if you try to whip something together in the next 14 days.
It's probably not going to happen.
Even if we're starting simple?
I hate to say it, but that's probably not going to happen, just given how complicated it is.
Fair enough.
I wish I could. It's just, this stuff is super difficult to get it to work without blowing up in your face.
I'm telling you, man, even if it was just something simple, like if you just replace the boxes with like ones that said like MGSCON in different ways, and like did a run through of the game on like night 14.
I could do that. Yeah,
just something simple like that.
Yeah, I could like, just texture swapping's easy.
You could some of the posters on the wall, you could put the cosplay photos that Amanda's put up.
Where's the... Let's do that. That should work. I'm playing with a keyboard right now because my controller's not configured. There we go.
If what's her face can play with a dance pad, keyboard is perfectly fine.
Trying to get a good view. And I don't remember the controls for leaning.
Johnny, give us some music, man.
There we go.
Let's end this night on a high. And by the way, guys, check out the Twitter account at MGSCON. There's a pinned tweet where you can donate for the Kickstarter. Think about it. That's why we're here. Kick his ass, Tom Olson. This is so surreal right now. Johnny, you and I are in a chat with Tom Olson, playing Tom Olson in Metal Gear 2. How
does that happen?
I don't know. I thought this stream was going to be so boring. I'm like, people are not going to give a shit about me gluing model pieces together.
I'll have
look
to,
how the night ended.
Something.
All you had to do was stay up till 3 a.m.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna die soon. I know it. But yeah, it's getting him to work on the tanker is easy. There's not a whole lot to replace, but when you get to the plant, there are sort of different. This is, I don't know how to explain this, as I'm kind of tired and I'm not sure how to word it well, but there's like one version of Snake throughout the tanker, but there's like multiple versions of Raiden throughout the plant for different states that he's in. When you play as Snake on the tanker, you really only play as like one version of him. He does, the way he looks and behaves doesn't change, right? But with Raiden, like, I'll give you an example. When you first start as Raiden, he's got the scuba mask on, right?
Right.
That's one version. Then he takes it off. That's another version. If he's If he's running around naked, that's another version. If it's the version of him with the sword on his back, that's another version. And you've got to compensate for all these versions, and they've all got all these weird little quirks to them that you have to account for. And if you don't do it right, the game just doesn't load. So getting him to work on the tanker, easy enough. Getting him to work on the plant, not so much. And it gets harder because if you want to replace the animation files too, so that Raiden, for example, like if I'm playing with the Tom model on the plant, the game thinks I'm playing as Raiden, even if I swap out all the files, right? The game thinks you're Raiden. I'm just showing you what files you gave me. So if I try to feed it Snake's animation files, it still thinks it's Raiden and it's going to, behave accordingly. But if I have something in the wrong place, just boom, But if I do it right, then all the animations will look like Snake's animations, even though the game is still going to treat it like Raiden. That's why you can, I could roll like this and you would go flying over
things. It still registers that, so you'd be able to jump over that gap that you couldn't necessarily do with Snake's roll.
This game is not as sort of universally coded as a lot of people might think. There's a lot of weird stuff. Like, for example, the USP here. If I give that to Raiden and I equip it, one of two things is going to happen. Either it's going to crash the game, or it's just not going to show up in his hands and it'll be blank. Now, thankfully, it usually doesn't blow up and you can just equip the USP. You just won't see it in his hands until you aim in first person and then it shows up fine. But like the sword is such a weird thing in the game because it doesn't want you to have it. Because the sword is unique to like a specific version of Raiden. So if you try to game shark your way into having the sword early, the game just doesn't work. Worst case it crashes, best case your animation locks up and you can't move. I don't know if you've ever seen videos of Raiden like spinning like a top. You ever seen that?
Probably. I've seen a lot in my time.
There's like some weird GIFs out there of like Raiden spinning on an axis. That is actually what happens when you try to load in something that the game doesn't want you to load because it doesn't have the animation files necessary for it. So you get that with like the Fat Man mod. If you try to equip a weapon that the game can't sort of automatically figure out how to give him. So like if I equip a chaff grenade, I can still use it in first person, but not in third person. He just spins around. His animation locks up. It's like he T-poses. The game goes, I have no idea what to do with it, and just locks.
Here's the $1 million question. So there are skin textures late in the game for a naked Raiden.
Yep.
Could you make a naked Tom Olsen during this part of the game?
Absolutely not. I will not do him dirty like that.
Okay, just checking. I had to ask. I just wanted to know if it was possible.
But yeah, it's neat that it works just as well as it does at all,
It's really cool. I'm telling you, man, if you just threw something together, Tom Olsen just running through the ship portion of the game with just a few Easter eggs, that'd be so much fun to watch.
I wanted to make like a 20th like anniversary sort of mod, and clearly I've kind of missed the deadline on that. But I had a bunch of like goofy stuff
I'm
that I was going to shove
like
in.
If in the next 17 days, if you try to whip together something for like MGSCON, where it's like, okay, well, what if we did like a live stream on like the last 2 days where donations can be taken, and try to get as many people to log in as possible. I mean, people would tune in en masse just for the simplest things that maybe don't impress you. But like I'm telling you, if you change some of those posters and had some boxes that had some unique Easter eggs on it, and maybe the magazines had some unique things on them, and you would just play as Tom Olsen, I think that would be enough.
Maybe. I mean, like, I feel like no one's going to care that much about it. Like, I'm not the kind of guy that's going to pull in a bunch of people, but like,
oh no,
I'd be happy to help out.
Dude, when you did the Twitch stream for the anniversary of Metal Gear Solid 2 and we all tuned in, there were tons of people. It was so much fun to watch. And you were just talking through modding and showing us some different stuff. And like, it was so much fun. And we stayed up all night long. Johnny, you were there,
that was a lot of fun.
I was there briefly, yeah.
It was a good time. That was a lot of fun. I think you could easily pull that off again. And again, too, I know I'm suggesting do a bunch of work in the next 2 weeks and make me amused. But I think that might be a fun way to do what we're trying to do, which is just kind of draw attention to MGSCon and the fact that donations are kind of needed right now over the next 2.5 weeks.
I don't know if I can show this or not, but I'm going to shut this down and see if I can show this. But before I head out, because I'm like falling asleep here. I think I can show you something kind of funny if it works. I don't know if it's going to work or not yet. So I've got a bunch of like videos that I was screwing around with, and hold on. Gosh, I am so out of it.
You got this, buddy. You're 18 hours into your mission. You can do it.
I know, but I got work in the morning. It's gonna suck.
We all have work in the morning. It's gonna be so miserable.
Yep. Okay, let me see if I can get this to work. That's probably too big. Like I was messing with a lot of different stuff. This isn't going to be the thing I was going to show you, but just let me test it. That's not going to show up, is it? Nope, that's not going to show up. Okay, that sucks. Shoot. How do I share like a video?
Hey, you did it earlier.
Give me a sec.
I'm gonna keep packing my stuff, and I'm watching you.
There we go.
Oh,
Like this was a funny thing I was doing for the 20th. That Kaidan, was it Kaidan that helped me draw this? I can't remember. I'm so tired. I don't remember who helped me draw it. I got to look it up. I can barely remember my own name. I'm so damn tired.
It's Nitroid.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh darn it.
Oh my God, that is so interesting to look at.
Yeah, I know. I'm screwing up what I wanted to show you, which is going to be way funnier. Hold on. Let me restart that. If I wasn't tired, I would actually be proficient at this.
Well, that's okay.
Okay. So
no one's here with us at 2:30 in the morning.
So funny thing about MGS2 is that a lot of the videos, oh my God, it automatically resizes. That's what the problem is. That's why it's screwing up.
Why does it resize? Was it created with a border around it, or is that?
No, it's because I'm resizing the video player window, and this is resizing with it.
Johnny, you have buried the axe, my friend.
this is still fall. Unbelievable. I've been spraying it the whole night. It is.
What
still,
are you spraying it for?
It's still full.
Okay.
Who's gonna be smelling you? I bet you climb into bed. Your wife's like, "Oh my God, what's?"
She usually goes with an asthmatic attack.
MGS2, when it does show full motion video, they're just MPEG containers, which means it's really easy to copy that encoding. And as long as you don't feed it something that's too big or too compressed, it'll work just fine. Or if I full screen it, then it can't break.
So you could set it up in such a way that when a full motion video is supposed to play, you could just have cats playing the piano or something.
Yeah, kind of.
I'm intrigued.
Hold on, I gotta see if I can get this to fit on the screen here. Come on. There, that should work. Okay, so I thought it would be funny to do this. It's a little glitchy. It's a Paul Rudd and Celery Man, but it's kind of glitchy because I encoded it a little wrong, and the game's just kind of breaking as a result. This was a
I always hate suggesting things to people because, you know, if it's someone else's project, they have every right to say, no, I wouldn't be interested in doing that. But the footage from the Metal Gear 20th anniversary party that had Ryan Payton in it.
Yeah.
There's the shot where a camera kind of pans and it had like Metal Gear 1 and 2 with the Metal Gear D in the middle. And I probably did it the stupidest way possible. I just didn't know how else to do it. I did screenshot after screenshot after screenshot until I was convinced I had all 26 screenshots. And then I put them together as a GIF where it just runs back and forth. If you wanted it.
That's kind of awesome.
I thought so.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I'm so tired.
I'll pass those off to you if you want to.
Yeah.
A little fun video of just it almost looks like surveillance footage, just going back and forth with that glass case with all those MSX artifacts. I was amused by it. That might be funny to do on the tanker where they actually have the TV that's showing like a camera that's clearly panning.
Yeah.
Just a cute idea. You don't have to take it. Again, too, if it's somebody else's project, I don't take offense if they want to shoot down an idea I throw out.
But yeah, it's just to give you an idea, any texture in the game can be modified, and any of the full motion videos, which are things like, you know, like when you get tutorials and you're in the codec and the codec frequency display changes to a video, those are all like full motion videos, and you can make them whatever you want.
I'm telling you, Nitroid, I'm going to say this. What if you just threw something together just for the tanker chapter? Just that first part, nice and small, just something cute.
I mean, that already works. Like, I'm sorry.
But what if you try to do put something together larger for MGSCon, and then like when people show up, they can actually play Metal Gear Solid 2, but it's got all these cute little Easter eggs throughout it.
That's not a bad idea.
Could be.
Oh man, I don't know if I've got to think about it.
Johnny, is Amanda still with us?
Idea.
See if Amanda thinks it's a good idea.
Let's see. I haven't seen her.
I'm just volunteering Nitroid for like really stressful work.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm so out of it.
It's okay, buddy.
Yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do. I could definitely do the cardboard box stuff, and like, it's just replacing textures and things like that.
I know you've reached a point where you really want to like stretch your legs and do like super weird and interesting things, but I think even something simple like that would amuse me and Johnny and Amanda like easily, even though it just seems like child's play compared to what you want to do.
Well, I mean, what I want to do is let me shut off the camera here because I can't even talk. I'm so freaking tired. Jeez.
We appreciate you staying up with so late.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I really just kind of want to break away and start working on my own thing. When I get the time.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a sort of a much longer sort of endeavor, you know. That's going to take a while, and the amount of like all of this sort of tinkering with MGS is sort of my way of building towards that, because I'm learning the tricks that they did in order to get, you know, these games to be as good as they were, despite the time they were made in. Like there were very few PS2 games that really, you know, stood out that much, you know.
It was a launch title. It was roughly a launch title, right?
It was about a year. It was a year, almost two, actually. I mean, it was still very early in the console's life cycle. And the fact
I remember when the console came out, there was like the game Bouncer that I played immediately, but most people weren't impressed with it. But I thought it was cool. I mean, I'd never seen graphics like that before.
Yeah, I liked the Bouncer a lot. I thought it looked great.
But yeah, I remember Metal Gear Solid 2 is one of those. It's like it's coming within the first year. Like that Christmas, you'll be able to get Metal Gear Solid 2, and that was the reason to get a PlayStation 2.
And you know, there's this idea that like, oh, those are old games, and we've got all these newer tools, and you can do all these amazing things now, and that's true. Like, you know, why do you need to fake water effects with a lot of creative sprite work when you can just use Unreal Engine's physics engine to create, you know, fluid dynamics that that react to objects in real time, and it's just there's
room
this
for
contemporary
all of it.
stuff is just sort of charmless to me, you know.
Yeah,
it doesn't
I agree.
make me feel anything, and the old stuff doesn't. Maybe that's just nostalgia talking, but like,
no,
my dev partner and I, we want to make something that sort of evokes that PS2 era without necessarily looking.
You're absolutely right.
Like
There's all these independent publishers right now. They're creating games that look like old 8-bit games that we were nostalgic for, or old 16-bit games. Why wouldn't it be the same way with the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 eras? We're very nostalgic for those games, and I would love new games that look like that, but people are acting like it's like this weird middle ground where it's like, well, it's too new to emulate, but it's too old.
It's not. I mean, there's an entire indie, there's a huge indie scene built around PS1 style games. And, you know, there's a lot of people who do seem to misunderstand what sort of that actually looked like. And so they're, you know, like, oh, I'm going to create low poly stuff with wobbly geometry, and that's a PS1 game. And no, there's more to it than that. But I've even seen people starting to do like N64 style stuff with, like, you know, heavily, you know, Gaussian blurred textures and just, you know, lots of cool stuff like that. There was
an artistry to it.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the games I liked at the time on PS1, that they had just the pre-renders backgrounds, like Resident Evil or Final Fantasy VII, where it's like, okay, the background is 2D and only the characters are in 3D. And they're trying to be very clever. Like the 2D backgrounds are just beautifully composed.
And I'm starting to see people begin to sort of step into PlayStation 2 era styles, where it's sort of like low to mid poly counts with painted textures and no bump mapping per se. And a lot of, you know, like baked in lighting and painted lighting and like they're, you know, in the PS2 era, the textures were doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Well, if that's what you're aiming for, I think it's a good thing to do, because as Metal Gear fans, was that not the peak of the series for us?
For me, I mean, everybody's got their own different thing, but like that's the era.
Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3,
me.
like both of those on one console, it really felt like it was the peak of the series for us. There's some of us were disappointed in Metal Gear Solid 4.
Well, there's a game that's an indie developer's working on that I've been following for a while. It looks pretty great. It's called Hollow Body, and it's got a page up on Steam. But this is one of those PS2 sort of style games, and it's you can tell it's very heavily influenced by like Silent Hill from that era. And it you know, it's definitely doing some things that are beyond what you would consider PlayStation 2 quality, but the inspiration is there. It's worth checking out. Like, it's pretty cool. It's like this cyberpunk survival horror game that looks like a PS2 Silent Hill.
You wouldn't mind, would you like send me the name of that, or how I can find more information on Twitter?
Yeah, it's called Hollow Body. I'll post it.
That sounds like the greatest thing ever. That's like the combination of genres I would want, but I would assume is too expensive to do. But it's video games, so like,
check it out. I mean, just flip through a couple of the screenshots or the video or whatever, and you'll see what I mean. And it's like, like I said, it's obviously doing some things that are beyond PS2, but when you look at the character models and the way the lighting is set up, it's very obviously inspired by that era.
Yeah, it definitely is. And that's okay too. Like, you know, that's almost the whole point of making retro games in a modern era. Like, I was a big fan of the game I'm not going to keep this too much longer, but I was a big fan of River City Ransom on the Nintendo. And some independent publisher recently bought the rights, made River City Ransom 2, made it with the same graphics, but it is like, well, we have way more memory space than we did back in the late 80s. Why don't we make what would have been Metal Gear, River City Ransom 2 on Nintendo, but we can make it 17 times as long as you possibly could have back in that day. Why not utilize the resources we have now? yeah, you're making your tribute to that era, but at the same time, don't ignore the fact that you can do a little more.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of, I've had this kind of thought in my head for a while that I think is probably the best way to summarize what we're sort of trying to chase down. And it's that, like, imagine if we just stopped making new consoles with the PS2, like that was it. What would Metal Gear Solid 4, what would a Metal Gear Solid 4 look like if it was a PS2 game? If they hadn't westernized and gone to the PS3 and just kept evolving what MGS3 did and figuring out, like, okay, what did MGS3 do right? What did it do wrong? Where do we go from here? And like, that's sort of what we're trying to chase down.
Dude.
And it's hard. Like, those mechanics are really difficult to replicate.
What's awesome that you're trying to change it down. I mean, I don't want to keep you guys any longer. I need to sign off here in a minute anyway, but like, any kind of a timeline in place? Like, it's going to be it's going to be a while, but once we have a functioning prototype, like we're figuring out the physics right now, but once we have the prototype working, I'll probably start posting videos. We're not quite there yet. I can't wait, dude.
We're taking a very long time on this, but life just sort of caught up to both of us and we had to put it on the back burner, but it's like we're starting back up again. So hopefully I've got something I can show you soon. But that's like I've said like way too much about my stuff, and this is not a stream about me. So.
Oh no, this stream was, we just wanted to draw attention to Amanda and MGSCON. It's nothing to do with me or the Metal Gear D model.
Donate to that.
Using this to try to draw attention to something bigger, something that I believe in that's far greater. So anybody that wants to jump in and talk about their thing, please do, because I did not think people would be very entertained me gluing model kit parts together.
Well, you guys keep at it. Good, you're doing awesome with the model kit.
Thanks, man. That means a lot to me.
I really want to see, the finished product, and just it's really impressive what you're doing.
Yeah, well, I'm here right now, and who knows where I'll be in a couple of weeks. It might be really exciting.
But yeah, I'm gonna have to turn in now. I'm sorry.
No problem at all, Johnny. Let's go ahead and call it a night, guys.
Yeah.
I'm trying to clean up in the next 20 minutes. And
I was gonna say thanks, Nitroid, for coming on.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
You guys have a good night.
You as well. Thanks for everything, guys. All right. Johnny,